let's see. Are we live? We are live. Oh, no shot! Yo, Zano's participating in this tournament.
Wait, no way, no shot.
Bro, I asked him if he would. He is.
I mean, like, I'm pretty sure we've also. Did you see who the new recruit on Lemon Legends is?
I did. Belenos Bear.
Yeah,
They're playing tomorrow.
Belenos Bear. Yeah, they're playing tomorrow as well. I told you, Lemon Legends. We're getting the big boys in now. All right, it's time. I told you, Lemon Legends is not gonna be underrated, underestimated from now on. We're a big gang. We're a big force. We're basically like on equal terms with the Bloods and the Crips.
Bruh. I mean, if the 11 Legends are gonna be, I feel like y'all should be winning some weekly tournaments if you really want to be,
We're basically like hiding our true power level. It's like, when you like hide it down, your power level, your true chip score into like the last life. That's what we're doing right now. We're only gonna pop off when we need to.
I see. Well, I mean, you have some crazy competition, man. We got, I mean, have you seen Indigo Immolation and Red Ramen's petitions
I
on
saw
the leaderboards?
Indigo Immolation. They're crazy. I'm scared of them. Even Monochrome Mimes, they're a little bit scary, a little bit intimidating. I would not like to have to go up against any of them, but I feel like if I were to go up against them, it'd be too easy. It'd be too easy because, like, I've been doing some hidden training. You saw me. I bet Hungry Box. All right.
Yeah, I mean, you did beat Hungry Box live on stream in front of 600
live
people.
on stream.
That was
and
pretty
I mean,
crazy.
I gotta admit, that was pretty clutch. I bet you call that Clutch Box, right? But that's me. The Box Destroyer. Just
All
one
right.
name of many.
All right, stream. Well, we are. All right, chat. We are waiting for the bracket to be out right now.
Yep.
And then we're gonna grab a couple people, and then we are also grabbing some commentators as well, because we are having some issues finding people for commentary.
Yeah, seems our regulars aren't online, even though they said they would be. What the signal? But it's okay. We've got plenty of people in the sidelines ready to hop on at a moment's notice.
True. Worst case scenario.
Oh my god,
one
thank
early
you,
as
Jake
well.
Cotton, for the sub for 2 months. That's crazy. That is a peak, bro. Huge. Big W.
Bro, I feel like you gotta be like the Balatro multiplayer mascot. Like your little guy smoking a blunt. Yeah. Your profile picture, dude. You're like our mascot, man.
Bro, I don't think me smoking a blunt should be the mascot.
Yeah,
but,
maybe not.
Maybe
But...
we should. No. Maybe we put a blunt in Jimbo's mouth. Maybe that's what we have to
Yeah,
do.
we
We get Jimbo on that blunt rotation. Dream blunt rotation, right? Me, Jimbo, get another Jimbo. Just how about me and 4 other Jimbos? All right, sounds good.
Bro, that's the dream team lineup. Why don't we have a multiplayer team with a bunch of Jimbos?
That's it. It's just Jimboception.
Yeah, the janky Jimbos. I don't know. That's
the
maybe...
janky Jimbos. Oh, that could go hard. That could go so hard. I'm already imagining it. I can just imagine myself putting the joint in one of the Jimbo's mouths and inhale, bro. Inhale, and he's just looking at me, tears in his eyes. He's like, "Thank you. I really needed this."
Bro, I feel like we're kind of hypocrites
really
here. Weren't we grading other commentator applications on their professionalism?
Wow. Our professionalism. This is very professional, right?
Yeah.
See, we're just very funny individuals. We're like the little jesters that the king has on show from before the play starts. We're here to perform for the crowd. We're here for the public, We're here to make you have a little smile on your face.
Jolly
the professionalism to the professionals. Let me tell you, there is people who can analyze way better than me about the stats and stuff, but I'm a little goofy goober, and I gotta say, I know the game pretty well. As a 450 MMR, I've gone up, lads. I remember back when y'all used to make fun of me for only being 200 MMR, I've gone up.
Wait, are you actually 550 MMR?
450.
Oh, I thought you said 550. Okay, 450 is still pretty good, but I thought you said 550, and I was gonna be like, Damn, wait, you're actually kind of cracked at the game now. Holy,
Not,
wait,
I'm
wait.
still, didn't you reach 700 though?
Yeah,
Pokemon?
yeah, I did.
Okay, yeah. Bro's just a sweat. He's just a sweat.
Well, 550 is really good. That's got to be like top 10% or something.
That
That's
is
like
true.
a lot. That's really good.
But yeah, we're just waiting for bracket anyway.
Yep.
So this is gonna be good though. I know a lot of strong people are gonna be playing this, including yours truly.
Yeah, Super
So
Hider is gonna be in this tournament today. I won't because I will be running the whole thing with the Twitch and everything. But
yeah,
I might have to step in on commentary early as well.
we'll have a look.
Wait, Super
Hopefully
Hider,
we'll be-
you're top 5%, bro. Somebody
What do you
just
mean,
gave me
top 5%?
your top 5% on the MMR leaderboards.
What does that even mean?
That means you're in the top 5% of players, dude.
What? How am I the top 5%? That's crazy.
I don't know. You're just cooking. You're just cooking.
Okay, guys, let's not hype me up too much, right? If you start like increasing my ego and inflating it so much, I'm gonna go crazy, guys. I'm never gonna shut up. Also, Jake Cotton with the gift sub. That's crazy work. Jake, where you getting this disposable income from?
True. What are you doing for work, Jake? I need a. Maybe I
Like,
should
Jake,
get
if you
that
want to
line of work.
if you want to be giving money away, like I can send you my PayPal. Like, yeah. Definitely. Check my messages in the DC. All right, I'll check your messages out. All right, I'll have a look. Thank you, Dusty.
Man, I mean, I can't wait to see this Gold State gameplay, man. I want to
Oh
say
no,
I feel
Gold
like
Stake is gonna be crazy.
this is gonna even the playing field for a lot of like maybe less cracked players. Like I'm just saying, throwing Gold Stake at a top 0.2% player, at a top player, really throws them off. Because I'm just saying, as a top player, I'm top 20 right now. Like the amount of greed I can get away with is so much less, and I'm so used to like running 4 economy jokers, one scoring, clearing the blinds easy, then transitioning to maybe a little bit of scoring before the boss blind. And you just can't do that in Gold Stake. I'm sorry, that's just illegal. You
No,
will.
seriously, like you were saying, pretty sure I saw this before. Scoring is so important. Scoring early is super duper important. If you see like an eternal smiley face, eternal scary face combo, you see that early. If you're like a top tier player in multiplayer, you're never picking that up. You're like, they're two shitty scoring jokers. They're not gonna help me out late game. And then, but like they're so important because it's base mode and base chips which you need to actually beat the blinds. Because your biggest op in Gold Stake isn't your opponent. It's the blinds leading up to your opponent. You got to be very wary about that sort of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, looks like the games are getting started right now.
Oh no.
I'm going to try to get something on stream pretty quick here.
Do we have any good games coming up?
I mean, I'm just checking out the first people to reply to me here. But it looks like we're gonna get Dedemo from previous tournaments. I don't know if you remember Dedemo at all. But
I don't think I do now.
they made it to the semifinals the other day, I think, or quarterfinals. But they made it pretty far. Tournament a couple weeks ago.
Nice. Good stuff. It turns out I'm going against Storm 2814. That is very scary. I'm actually gonna look them up.
Melon Man, first time not playing first round UP. You gotta buy. Hell yeah, man. Means you've been grinding that ranked leaderboard, so because the seeding is based off of your MMR. So.
Oh, what did a higher MMR people just go through to the next round and get the buy-in?
Yeah, if you're a higher seed, you're more likely to just get a buy.
Oh, I see. Ian got a buy. King and Nothing got a buy. Zyno TV got a buy. Oh, yes. I see. Alright, that is quite scary. But thankfully enough, I'm on the complete opposite side of the bracket from all the heavy hitters like Ian, King and Nothing, Zyno. So I will hopefully not have to go up against any of them. Very, very hopefully. But no, I've noticed a lot recently. People are getting really, really addicted to Balatro multiplayer. All the big names are now finally starting to show focus on this, and played a lot more than they used to. Like in the past 2 months, Balatro multiplayer has really kind of popped off in the eyes of community-wise and stuff like that. It's grown massively.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm pretty sure, what was it? When I first joined around, let's say 3 months ago, which is still, I'm still new gen, and I hate saying that because I feel like I should be more than just a new gen baby, but I still am. Pokemon was the first tournament I played in. Pokemon was so fun. We have to bring that back.
Dude, Pokemon was actually sick, but yeah. I don't know. I mean, they have been updating Pokemon a bunch recently, by the way. In case you weren't
Really? I
aware,
haven't
yeah.
like been keeping up to date with the updates.
No, they have been. They've been adding a bunch of Pokemon. I mean, it makes sense. There's so much that weren't in there. They're just over time. I will say I think the
They've
meta is
evened it
still
out.
the same. I've been hanging out in that server and cooking people every once in a while. I think the meta is still retrigger glass, but I appreciate the attempt.
Velatro though. That's just Velatro. I mean, you can't escape the retrigger madness. You never can escape it. But
Yup.
hopefully, in this gold stake today, we'll be seeing people play a lot more. How do I say it? They'll play what they're given. They're not going to be able to greed for rolling down in the shop if they don't have a good economy. They're going to basically have to make what they have work. And they're going to be given a limited number of stuff due to all of the difficulties gold stake does. And, I feel like I'm at a disadvantage here personally because I have never actually beaten a gold stake run.
Oh shoot, really?
I've never beaten gold stake.
Well,
I've been too much of a multiplayer merchant.
multiplayer merchant. Holy.
Yeah, this is where I get called out.
Just making sure things are getting set up here. You gotta hop in a game, right? Super.
Yeah. I'm just curious. Vagrant, if you were to hypothetically ban 5 decks, what 5 decks would you ban?
Oh, hypothetically. Well, I mean.
Yeah, hypothetically.
Well, let's say just for hypotheticals that I'm really new to Gold Stake and I've just never beaten Gold Stake before. I'd want to make sure that my time getting Gold Stake is as easy as possible so I don't die to blinds. So I'd probably, ban Black Deck, maybe a little bit of what else could be more difficult for you? Maybe Magic Deck, maybe anything that doesn't give you an immediate advantage to like help you out, smooth things over.
Would we throw Erratic deck on there as well?
Maybe Erratic Deck, maybe Anaglyph, maybe a little bit of Green Deck. I'm not really sure.
I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think that's good.
It's just a
that's just a hypothetical speaking. Like I wouldn't. Never ever use that as an actual ban list.
Yeah.
Never. But like it was just a hypothetical.
Yeah, just a hypothetical.
Yeah, just like that's it. That's barely anything. Shut up.
1 second, guys. Okay, so I believe I have this stream ready to go here.
Wonderful. I just realized my little brother came into my room and stole my GameCube controller, and he took it all the way downstairs with him. He keeps coming into my room and stealing shit. Like he took my mouse once. I came home from work, I went to go onto my PC, and I realized my mouse was missing. And I'm like, that's very strange. I wonder where it's gone. And he just hid it. He grabbed it somewhere and hid it underneath his bed, wherever. And I'm like, why is he doing this to me? Does he hate me? He's like a little gremlin, like one of those gnomes. He just comes into your room, takes anything valuable or anything sentimentally valuable.
He's like a loot bug from Lethal Company, bro.
He's just a loot bug. He's built like one too. Like I've seen him before, like in the middle of the night, and I see him running towards me, and he just looks like he's gonna bite my legs. He looks like a feral animal.
Bite my legs is crazy, dude. Well, you gotta give him money once, bro. He'll attack you, bro.
I'm holding like my GameCube controller. He's like foaming at the mouth, trying to get it. He's like, give it to me, your house. I'm like, please, no.
All right, so this is what we're looking like for round one. Give Me Skills had their stream up, but they just realized they had to download the mod for this versions for the Gold Stake tournament version. So they're going to very quickly be doing that, and then they're going to need to send me another stream link. But this is going to be our first matchup. The MMR is correct. Everything's correct. Yeah, these early rounds typically take a little bit of extra time.
Setup, but that's nothing strange. We'll hopefully get this done. Another thing, what's the word with the elo things? Is there gonna be a way we're able to automate it like quicker, or because I saw like on your stream you're able to have another thing set up on your top, aren't you?
Yeah, I just used two PvP scenes. So like when one game is happening, I prep the other one in the background. Yeah. But it does make the whole commentary thing a little bit more difficult. I have to like share my screen in a separate way so that they're not looking at me setting up another game. Instead, they're looking at the actual game. But I don't think I'm gonna have to be able to do that much preparation this time, because I think I'm gonna have to commentate round one as well. So we're going to have a little bit of delay in between game one and game two, but that's okay.
Okay. You know what? We're gonna get Dusty in here with us.
Dusty?
He's gonna get some food, yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay. I don't think I've ever seen Dusty in the commentary booth before.
We might do it later. We'll hop him on for later. I've convinced him to hop on later. But yeah, now hop on, bro. Dusty, you don't deserve food.
You don't deserve food. It's crazy.
You have to work for it. You have to work for it, Dusty. Let's not get this twisted. You gotta be a good example. Okay, fine. Dusty, go get food. And we'll go see. You know what? Let's see. Who else do we have? You also have the music, the playlist set up, Vagabond?
I am just playing the Balatro theme music on loop.
That's fair, that's fair.
Is what is happening. Okay, it looks like we have our link. Let me see if this works. Give it a second.
I'm so excited for Gold Stake.
Everyone
I can't wait
cross
to
your
get
fingers.
in the first round.
Let's go! Huge. We're online, baby.
Huge, massive, large. Okay, let's see. You know what? Let's see.
Yeah, I do apologize. I do need to get rid of the song request feature until we figure out a way to separate the audio from the VODs. Just because we need these to all be copyright free in case somebody wants to, you know, take the gameplay with the commentators and post it on their YouTube, you know, if they have like a crazy run. Alright, looks like we're into the game.
Alright, wonderful. Let me just double check something. Yeah, we're gonna get Jake Cotton, my boy, in here, the co-commentator with you, Vagabond.
Alright, fire, let me
go drag him
change
in.
that.
I don't know where he is.
I'm just gonna put Jake too.
Yeah, Jake, just join a VC and I'll drag you in.
Alright, looks like we're playing some erratic deck here. I'm a fan.
I'll leave you guys be.
I didn't.
Hello.
I did not get the chance to look at the deck. I'm sure you all did. They were analyzing their deck for quite a bit there, but I didn't realize it was erratic, so I didn't pay much attention. All right, we got 2 Eternals to start off. That's what this Gold Stake is gonna do, man. That is what Gold Stake will do to you. It's gonna say, hey, you want to make a choice for a Joker? It better be permanent, and that's part of what's rough about this Gold Stake. Is, are you willing to sacrifice your late game Joker lineup for the secured early game blind victories? And both of these players are gonna pass up on all those Eternals. Honestly, I agree. But I am a greedy bitch, so fair enough.
How are
Perish.
you, Bagger?
Oh.
Well?
Yo, what's up, Jake?
You just didn't know I joined. I could tell because you just kept talking.
Well, welcome in.
How are we?
I'm doing good, bro. That's a perishable photograph in the shop. That is funny as hell.
Yeah,
See?
yeah. The gold stake's gonna be so rough, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, perishable photo. Also, Dedemo, I think is how we're supposed to pronounce their name. Dedemo.
Right.
They have
Dead
the
emo.
they have the mogging skins. It's pretty funny. Interesting. Give me skills passes up on the rental not the rental, the perishable photograph, by the way.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, have you completed many gold stakes? Have you?
Yeah, I've actually I've been playing a lot of Gold Stake on stream recently, and I must say the way to play Gold Stake is almost the exact opposite to playing multiplayer. It is absurd. In multiplayer, you want to play flush 5s with a bunch of re-triggers. In Gold Stake,
Jake cannot see your screen.
Oh, hold on, Jake. Let me share my screen for you.
Yeah, I've been watching the actual stream. I'm gonna be honest.
Hold on, let me share my screen for you, Jake. I got you.
See, this is why you'll make go. This is why you'll make go. But
Alright.
whilst Bagger does that, thank you, Bagger.
All right, can you see this?
I can see it. Yes, thank you. Let me just bring it over to my main screen. Okay, there we go. So yeah. Anyway, regarding Gold Stake, I'm awful at it. If I don't have a good starting couple of cards or jokers, it's game over. It's just instant restart. So doing it in a tournament would be so difficult. It'd be so rough, honestly.
Yeah, and I mean it's definitely rough because you have to balance that multiplayer concept of I want to score as much as possible at one specific point, which is that PvP. So maybe I take this inconsistent maybe loyalty card, maybe glass, with the fact that these blinds are genuinely scary, man. These blinds are genuinely terrifying. You have to be able to score the whole time, not just the PvP.
Sure. I feel like we're gonna lose a lot of lives to blinds compared to the PvP blind. I mean, these are semi-high rated players here, Dedemo and Gibby Skills. Whereas, let's say a newer player joins, I feel like it might be a very quick game.
Well, I'm gonna tell you that what I think. I feel like in this tournament we're gonna see more upsets than we've ever seen. I feel like there's going to be many high-rated players that are going to get knocked out by maybe someone lower-rated. Because, I mean, these high-rated players are high-rated on white stake, okay? White stake where you can get away with the greediest play imaginable. 4 econ jokers, 1 scoring joker. I mean, I've had situations where I have 5 econ jokers and my deck fixing is my scoring. I just have a flush 5 decent high planet level. They're all lucky card re-triggered. They have red seals or whatever, and I'm just running 5 econ jokers because why not? You can't get away with this in Gold Stake. Not to mention the decent scoring jokers might just be eternal, and then you have to commit to some early game garbage and it punishes you later.
Yeah, no, exactly. I can't see. I feel like, depending on what type of game plan that they've got, we're gonna see some very similar jokers across all games. Some people might find certain jokers strong compared to others. So, for example, I don't if you see a vagabond, I don't think you pick it up. Just personally, because vagabond is made for you to be greedy. And you can't really greed on Gold Stake.
Man, don't get me started talking about Vagabond, Jake. Man, don't make me say Vagabond's bad in Gold Stake. It's not bad, okay? It's not bad on Gold Stake. It's not. It's not. You know, I won't. You know what? I'm not gonna say that you're instigating right now, and I respect it. Honestly, it's entertaining, okay? But no, Espa V streams Gold Stake constantly. constantly on Twitch,
Uh-huh.
okay? Shout out to SBV. And Vagabond is one of their top 3 jokers. So it can't be bad on Gold Stake. Because all they do is win streak on Gold Stake. It can't be bad, surely. I mean, I don't know. Like, maybe it is,
I
but...
mean, they have practice. That's all I'm saying.
Vagabond is better on Gold Stake than White Stake, I think. Alright, let's look at these lineup right now. I mean, we have the Flush Molt and 3 of a kind chips for Dead Emo. Just real... just bare bones here. For Dead Emo, and Gimme Skills has the foil smiley face, I believe that is, with a I mean just the lineup's looking way better for Gimme Skills. I don't see how Dead Emo can even win this one, to be honest.
Yeah, no, you're so right. I mean, Misprint Tech. I am a big fan of Misprint Tech. I think honestly it's a godsend, especially in the early rounds. But yeah, I feel like Dead Emo's really not gonna get going too quickly, which Gimme Skills has jokers at their disposal just to get them over the hump of the first 2 blinds.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gimme Skills just got farther in the shop or something, because in my opinion, you always, yeah, I mean, whoa, Dead Emo's foil smiley face is eternal, but Gimme Skills isn't. I thought this was patched. I thought the desync was patched. That's an eternal idol. Oh god. Oh god. Are we gonna see? Are we gonna pick up the eternal idol? Oh my god, we
Get the
did
coffee
it.
pasta out right now.
Oh no, we
Get
did
it out.
Okay, well look. I mean, we're gonna find out. I mean, idol on Gold Stake has to be way more difficult to pilot, right? I mean, that is such. I mean, I don't know, man. That's such a commitment, man.
No, it is. Like, it's so extremely difficult to deck fix on Gold Stake anyway, let alone to deck fix for your idol that's eternal. It's like you haven't got, let's say, for example, I'm bringing it up again. You haven't got Vagabond to deck fix. You have, like, if you have an eternal joker, you just can't get rid of it.
Wait, is
So
Dead
there's
Emo
not,
about
like,
to die to
freeway.
blinds? Well, I think Dead Emo might lose his life to blind here. Oh, wow. Clutch 4 of a kind draw. Oh my goodness. That should win with the base molt from Flush, I think. Maybe? No, it doesn't. Oh no, they're dead to blinds. And oh, Gimme Skills with a DNA with their idol. Oh my god. Especially when they have a life advantage here. Man, this is going to be terrifying.
Yeah, for sure. As they click the timer, I mean, just to add on some pressure that is totally unneeded. They're 2
Yeah.
lives down.
It looks like...
Like, the Joker setup's not looking particularly good. I mean,
what can Didemo even do? Didemo even do to like get through these blinds? He needs multiple full houses. With this supernova, I guess it might be enough. He needs 1 more full house, and he's gotten through the blinds successfully. But I mean, he just doesn't have the foil smiley face. He passed up on it because it was eternal for him. But for Gimme Skills, the stickers got desynced, and his is completely fine. He can sell out of it at any time.
I mean, you just play to it, right? Like, obviously, he has no idea that the sticker desynced. So to him, that's just perfect.
And
He just takes it
Didemo's
and runs.
idol is perishable and rental. That's so much worse than eternal. Oh, but their DNA is permanent, though. Their DNA is rental permanent. You take that. We're going with the blackboard because it's more consistent X-Molt, and they're really struggling to score here. And we got a
His
rental
photo.
photograph. Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
do you take it?
I mean, I think you got to. I mean, we're at 2 lives here. We can't. We need something here.
I mean, Dedemo's got no eternal jokers as of yet, so they can just pivot. But it might be too late with being on 2 lives.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the thought process for... Yeah, I thought the desyncs were supposed to be fixed as well. Maybe one of these players is on the wrong versions. Uncertain. Maybe, because, like... I don't know. The desyncs were supposed to be fixed, but one of these players might be on a different version.
I mean, Gimme Skills just it's just sitting pretty here. I mean, they're deck fixing. They're just taking their sweet time. I don't think the demo
Yeah,
has
and
a
I
shot
do
at winning this round.
I do want to talk about the photograph. The reason the demo didn't take that photograph, it noticeably applies at like before the plus molt from their jokers, which makes it significantly less valuable. That's just one of the differences that we're going to be seeing in this gold stake. Is, I mean, plus molt jokers in the joker slots are going to become a lot more
Ooh,
viable, which means
close.
photograph might be pushed out.
Didemo
Also,
wins
Didemo.
it.
Was the desync like in the shop rules, Lava? No, it was it's just the stickers. Okay, photograph showing up for Give Me Skills, much better for Give Me Skills than Didemo, just because they have the smiley face.
For sure. And another thing to mention as well with gold stake, obviously your economy is really, really limited. So taking vouchers, you've really got to be sure you can afford that voucher and just hope a really wanted joker doesn't come up in your shop if you're that poor.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I mean, I will say Didemo has a blackboard right now and a hologram. This is looking like a great gold stake run for Didemo if they can get their full houses consistently here. They have the good base molt with Supernova and with and with the misprint, and then they have the X molt with the hologram blackboard. It's just looking like a very consistent gold stake run. But can that translate to winning the PvP? I just don't know.
It's definitely going to be close, especially like we're gonna have to wait and see for the rerolls of jokers in the next couple of shops. I mean, Give Me Skills there. It looks like he's kind of idolizing the idol. It's getting him through these rounds, but
do we
mean,
know
if it doesn't...
it hit Jack of Clubs? He has 3 of those in the deck. He might be I'm not sure if I'm pretty sure they just beat the small blind. Maybe they're gonna consider skipping the big blind for this idol on Jacks.
I think that's the play.
I mean, the thing
If
is,
it
they
was
did
me, I
pass
would.
up
I
on
think
that
that's what they bought a
photograph.
voucher.
They did pass up on that photograph.
They did.
And
I
the
feel like
demo
the final
loses
hit is
another
brutal.
life to a blind. Oh no, dude. Oh
It was
no.
looking so good.
Yeah, I know.
Get an outside chance.
Yeah, Gimme Skills not choosing to skip here. Eternal negative 6 cents in the shop for the demo here. It's
I mean,
either that or Eternal gambling.
I think you have to take the gambling, right? Surely, just for scoring, because he's really struggling with scoring here.
I mean,
As he does sell the Supernova for Let's Go Gambling.
I feel like the moment you do that and you don't take the 6 cents, you're just kind of, I don't know. I mean, my opponent has 3 lives. And gambling is so inconsistent. Maybe if we were playing something like pairs, maybe if we were playing like a little bit of I'm just not quite sure. I'm gonna be so for real. I'm completely out of my league here when it comes to knowing what the optimal play is. This is so experimental and just out of my comfort zone. I just have no idea what the plays are for gold stake. But
For sure. I mean, let's call Vagger a fraud. He doesn't do gold stakes. Let's get this out the way.
well, I no. I have been playing gold stake, but multiplayer gold stake is just such a different beast because you want to throw everything about normal gold stake out the window where it's like, oh, you want to be the most consistent possible. Because if you're the most consistent possible, you're going to be playing pairs. You're barely going to be the blinds, but you are going to beat them because you're consistent. But you're going to barely be the blinds, and then you're going to get to the PvP, and you're going to get cooked every time at the PvP. So you need to strike a balance.
There is definitely a silver lining. And, I mean, Gimme Skills' idol is on 10 of diamonds at the moment. I mean, with DNA, he at least has 2 10 of diamonds cards. But, I mean, the demo's just got the hope for this Let's Go Gambling proc, right? Surely.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, this is looking to be over pretty quickly, though. I mean, Give Me Skills does not have the X-Molt. They only have the 10 of Diamonds X-Molt on the idol here. 29k from the demo here. Was that with the Let's Go Gambling proc or no?
It was definitely with a Blackboard proc. I'm unsure if it was with the Let's Go Gambling. I assume it was to get 29k, because he only got around 16k last time in the big blind, and I don't think it procced. So, I mean,
I
give me
see.
skills here. Has to be scrambling a bit, surely.
Yeah, and it looks like
Yeah,
they just lose the
they-
PvP. The demo just needs to not lose to blinds, and they might be in a position to lose this whole. I mean, sorry, win this whole thing.
I mean,
Oh
do
my
you take
gosh.
this negative 6 cents if you give me skills? I think you do.
I mean, you
I think
got
you have
to.
to.
That could be a deja vu. It could be a aura,
Encrypted.
cryptid. Yeah, so many good things for this eternal idol you have here. And I want to be very clear about this. If this idol hits a single time, it's completely over for Dedemo. He only has 1 life. It's, you know, I gotta say, I think Give Me Skills is probably gonna win this one.
I mean, you have to take it. You got 7 6s in the deck. There we go. He does take it. You have 7 6s. That's 7 chances of just absolutely cooking. Your
Also
opponent with,
notice
like you said, the deja vu,
The
auras, the
DNA,
cryptids.
the DNA is a bit of anti-synergy with it though, because if you want your first hand played to be a 6, that means you're also going to be copying said 6. So we're not gonna get the 6 cents value this round, but we're gonna keep the 6 cents in our back pocket here. It looks like Give Me Skills. I mean that DNA was perishable, so we're done with DNA. We're gonna do 6 cents now.
For sure. I mean, to me, it's the play. Like, you have to do it. I mean, the demo, it's such a weird play by him because he's lost all of his lives, but he's winning the PvP blinds. So if he can just make it through to the PvP blind, he might be able to win yet another one to bring it to 1-1.
Well, I mean, the Joker lineup from the demo is just consistent gold stake right here. You have the X molt, you have the base molt. You're playing full houses. That's not a very difficult hand to play. You have a blue seal as well. You have like a decently high level on that full house. But I will say, if the demo does not draw a full house right here, they might be dead to blinds again, and it might be a very anticlimactic finish here. Okay, no, Let's Go Gambling procced and saved the demo's life, so we are fine on that end.
But Blackboard is now perished. It's
Oh no.
it's not looking good.
Oh my god, Give Me Skills just
I
lost a
must
life
say.
to a blind. It just got pointed out to me in the chat. Wait, it's 1-1, and both of these players are gonna be struggling to win it just to the base blinds. This might come down to, like, I don't know, maybe if I'm the demo, I just skip to PvP, or if I check the lives list and just hope my opponent doesn't make it.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's checked it once.
I mean, in this
Like, I mean,
gold stakes where
it-
everyone's losing lives to blinds, you really just have to be checking this live counter. It matters so much.
For sure. Give Me Skills debating whether to sell the drunkard. He does for Gross Michelle.
Bloodstone sock for the demo.
Oh my god, he's cooked.
Bloodstone sock. That's enough,
He's
right?
Never punished.
That's enough.
It should be.
That's gotta
It should
be
be.
enough. You gotta
If Idol
get rid of
doesn't hit.
Wiley.
If Idol doesn't hit.
As long as Idol doesn't hit, right? But I mean that's
Yeah, for sure.
I
It
mean
has
that's
to be.
gotta be it.
I mean, he's got a lot of wild cards in his deck also because he was deck fixing for Blackboard.
Mhm.
So I think he's actually looking quite good here. If
Yeah,
the wilds do come, I should say.
Well, I mean, the demo just needs to find a flush of hearts here, and they should be fine. I don't know how much they deck fixed getting rid of hearts for their Blackboard. I hope it wasn't very much. I really hope it wasn't very much.
Kimmy Skill's got Nectoplasm. He's not going to, is he?
I mean, he might. I mean, both players are at 1 life. You have so much hand size, maybe you just consider it. I mean, maybe you just consider it. That
Here's
one
the flush
extra
of hearts
Joker
from
slot
Dedemo.
could be the difference. I mean, I guess it's just going to depend on what's in the shop, right?
Yeah.
Unless the demo's just
demo.
dead to blinds. Unless the demo's just dead to blinds.
He is. He can't win.
I mean, that Bloodstone just
Joker.
absolutely cooked the demo. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, Let's Go Gambling has to proc here. With the 2-pair, Let's Go Gambling has to proc. If it does not, it will be GG. Even if it procs, it's very likely that it's over.
I mean, Gimme Skills is contemplating the sock at
And
the
that's
moment,
GG.
and that's GG.
GG.
Wow. The demo definitely could have won that.
Yeah, I mean, man, that was just a rough game, and we're seeing maybe the strat is just play consistent gold stake. Maybe the strat isn't work on your PvP, get really high scoring, because both of these players just got absolutely annihilated by the blinds.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, Give Me Skills just took an early lead, and I think it might be like, obviously, to take an early lead is better, regardless. But on gold stake, I think it's so detrimental because you're adding on that pressure of having to find good jokers, having to just beat the blinds just so you can move on, and I don't know, just gold stake adds so much more pressure than white stake. White stake, you can kind of chill, you can take your time, you can do many builds. With gold stake, I think there's very few good builds you can make, especially in PvP, that will actually work and consistently make you win.
Yeah, absolutely. Wait 1 second. I'm trying to get our next matchup right now.
Okay, no worries. I mean, I'm reading in chat, apparently Super Hider lost.
Ah.
I mean, the hypothetical bans, I don't think they worked.
Yeah, maybe, I'm sorry, maybe I shouldn't have told him to ban those 5 decks, that's my bad.
Well,
Yeah.
you didn't, it was hypothetical.
Oh, it was hypothetical, yeah, I mean, you can't blame it on me, this was only hypothetical.
You did not tell him to pick it. You didn't tell him
This
to
is
pick
true,
it.
this is true. Alright. I'm getting our next game ready here. It is going to be just a second since I was not able to start prepping it until this game ended, so...
That's totally fine. I mean, if I quickly look at the tournament list, I can see if there's any upsets so far. Because, like you said, there's bound to be upsets, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Like there has to be.
I will say there's
With
only
gold
one.
stake, anything can happen.
There's only one player in this tournament that I'm confident has a massive advantage, and that's going to be Zaino, because they have been participating in the Balatro multiplayer league, and they have many gold stake matches. That's probably the most common stake that is picked in their league. So they definitely have more experience than your average player here.
For sure. I mean, Zaino is just a phenomenal player anyway. I mean,
Oh,
I
yeah,
got
absolutely.
into a game with him once, and I believe it was Potluck. And just after Anti 2, he just zoomed away, and I was like, oh, okay, there are definitely levels to this game. And
Explain
I am gonna win it
what
level.
happened with the match.
Yeah, so just the stickers were desynced. Someone's smiley face was eternal, the other person's wasn't, and from that point on...
Is it like, did they both appear in the shop, or did they both appear in a pack, or did one appear in the shop and the other in the pack? Then they can be different.
But it desynced everything else for the rest of the game, though.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, the moment that happened.
I think that's just natural consequence of that, honestly.
Well, yeah, but it's just unfortunate
look-
because I thought we had it fixed, and so it
Yeah,
might be a
that
decider
is-
for some games, which might be anticlimactic, but
Yeah, because that happened before. I don't think exactly what we can do with this. We'll think about it.
happy belated birthday to
That-
Baga Washed, bro. Thank you.
Makes
It was your
sense.
birthday
honestly.
recently?
Yeah, my birthday was yesterday.
Holy, happy birthday!
Thank you.
I mean, for once I'm being nice. Like I said,
For once.
it's your grace period.
it's my week.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what you got Nanny Amp. You had your birthday. You gonna get famous next, or not famous? I was gonna say married. I don't know. I said
I'm gonna
famous.
get married next. That's a bit far out.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what you like.
We can get married, Jake. How about that?
Oh my
It's
god,
my-
I thought
it's
you'd
my
never
week.
asked,
It's my
Bagger.
week. You know, you're supposed to be nice to me this week. We can get
You're
get a
paying though,
wedding
right?
scheduled. Maybe we shouldn't get married, Jay. Yeah.
What do you mean? Hey, I gifted a sub and I subbed to Balatro multiplayer. I mean-
true.
There are also free Twitch Prime subs if you want to use them. You can always use them at Balatro multiplayer. Cheeky plug. Teehee. Do we know who our next game is?
Yeah, so it's gonna be Hisme of the Red Ramen versus Lazy Dino. I'm getting all that ready right now. I got Hisme's stream ready. I'm just waiting on Lazy Dino to get everything set up. But both these players
Okay.
are
That is
quite
not
high
his
ranked.
me. You just either call King of Nothing or it's Hytrix.
Hutrix, not Hisme. My bad. It's Hutrix, not Hisme.
Oh, I see.
My bad. Wait, sorry. Wait,
Streamer
Hisme was the cheater,
is
right?
out the
That is not
He was the
Hisme.
cheater. that is what I'm saying.
On.
My bad. Show match, yo. Who wants a Hisme? Who wants a Hisme Oath Keep
I'm-
show match? Who
I am
wants
like-
it?
I am like correcting all the factual mistakes using the players because that is actually confusing.
Oh man, that is funny. Dude, that is a fire game. That's what I'm saying.
Matches, we're like almost out of round 140 minutes in. I mean, we should be almost around 140 minutes in actually.
Is that
Like
many
with the
games
timing,
left,
but
Lava?
we had a round 3, I believe. Already have a round 3.
Holy! Is this gonna be the quickest tournament ever?
It might be pretty fast. I think it's gonna
It
slow
might
down
be
just
pretty
a little
fast.
bit in the future. Once we get like the people who know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Gold Stake is a pretty big bar to clear already, so yeah, I think we'll see a lot of early games fizzle out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, looks like
For sure.
I think I got things set up. Hold on.
The old names are still on screen. Oh,
yeah, no,
see.
I haven't transitioned
I mean-
everything yet.
So, I know Hytrix is really good, and Lady
Oh,
Dino
yeah.
I played once, and I got absolutely ruined.
Yeah, I will say
Hutrix
Hutrix has been the
seeing-
bane of my MMR on stream recently.
Really.
Yeah. Okay,
I
so
mean, just,
this is not the finals. 1 second.
this is not the finals.
This is not the finals.
Oh my god, you're so cooked. Vagger, is everything okay?
Bro, I just normally have a lot more
You can
prep
talk-
time.
you can
I'm like
talk to
Batman.
us.
I'm like Batman, okay? I need prep time. Okay, and
You are not
I just-
Batman. You are not Batman, brother.
you know, I just needed some prep time, okay? And I didn't get enough prep time today. Hold on, let me get that MMR. Okay, looks like we have everything set up here though. Put that in the quote book.
Bagger wash, bagger goat, bagger broke, bagger cope, Batman.
My many names. My many names.
It's definitely on your driver's license. Just your middle name.
1 second, I'm trying to get the MMR up here. King of Nothing at
Of course,
658 MMR.
I mean, chat. Do we have any predictions on who's gonna win this?
Yeah, I think we're gonna get
any
prediction up.
favoritism? Wow, look at this.
I think I got exclamation bracket up. Yeah, I got it up,
Wow,
but
this
it's
is
spinned
huge.
just
I
in
can actually
case.
look. So, okay, we're on this one. So, Lady Dino beat Matheus. Let me see through the bracket, see if there's any upsets already. Obviously, Super Hider out.
I feel like that one's not much of an
Jesus
upset.
lost.
No! Michael, look.
Well, he might be upset. He might be upset.
Not
He might
my
be upset.
king. I can't believe Jesus lost.
Sturcats is out, like from
Oh, that's
people
an
that like
upset.
I am knowing personally.
That is.
That's an upset.
Any others? Nightmare.
Jesus is
Thrill.
out.
Yeah. I actually recently played Jesus.
All right, the game
That
is
is enough
starting.
stuff.
We are on Ghost Deck. I'm just trying to
Mhm.
update the MMR right now, real quick.
Yeah. Ghost Deck is really interesting on Gold Stake. It was my
Half of
first
it's
Gold
out.
Stake. And it was a lot easier than my other ones. Like with your cryptids, your red seals, your auras. I mean, it's pretty standard. We could see some crazy builds here, depending on what comes up in the shop. Really, I mean, there's a golden joker for Hydrix, which isn't too bad. It's quite nice. With the Riffraff and the defensive joker, as well as Ride the Bus. Lazy Dino, I'm gonna guess that that's a golden joker.
Yeah, dude,
I
I want
is
to.
crazy skins.
I mean, I want to point out Riffraff has to be one of the best jokers to see in Gold Stake, right? Almost every single one of these jokers that are gonna get printed out, I mean, they shouldn't have stickers on them, right? I believe created.
That's a good question.
They shouldn't, because you don't get eternal jokers from Riffraff. Otherwise, it'd be like one of the worst jokers in the game. I'm pretty sure all created jokers, the ones from Judgment, all these common jokers, all these bread and butter jokers, scoring wise, are gonna be completely free to run. They are not going to be eternal. So I do really like this Riffraff here. Yeah, Riffraff.
For sure. I mean, Hydrix opting to hex the Riffraff, which is interesting, I'll say.
It's completely fair. I mean, I feel like being aggressive in this Gold Stake tournament is going to pay dividends. And unlike in any tournament before, if people are going to be losing the blinds, the life pool isn't actually 4. It's more like 3.5 or 2 on average. Like it's much lower. So if you can knock off those early lives from your opponent, it's gonna benefit you way more often than in normal PvP when you almost never lose to blinds. That is a free Vagabond in the shop. Hell yes.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Hell
This is what I
yes.
didn't want.
No,
This is what I
is
didn't
peak.
want.
We have a golden joker as well for Hutrix. It's going to pair amazingly, because it's going to be end of round money, so we're not going to be completely broke. I love this. I love this. I love this already. We're getting a Vagabond game. It's beautiful.
I do believe that is massively favoritism right there.
I don't
It'll be
think so.
interesting to see how he manages it.
I
I
mean,
think because if he manages it well, it will come out really good for him. But I feel like if he mismanages it, it can go wrong so quickly.
selling the golden joker, interesting. Looks like we're looking for something a little bit better from this Riffraff, maybe a photograph early. I understand the play. The thing is, the reason I think Vagabond has a chance to be phenomenal in PvP here is just the fact that you can print deaths, fools, hangmans, and just make a very thin deck, a very consistent deck. If you can't rely on your jokers because they're perishable or rental, they cost too much, or like you can't pick up good ones because they're eternal and they won't fit in your late game plan. Well, something that will never charge you for being there is your deck. Your deck is not rental, your deck is not perishable, your deck is not eternal, okay? It is very malleable, so we want to focus where our strengths are, and that's why I like this Vagabond.
Yeah, I mean, Riffraff and Lazy Dino at the moment, Willy Joker and Misprint. These sprites are crazy. I really have to look and figure out which Jokers they are. I mean, Hytrix skipping the first blind, by the way, the small blind, I think is crazy. I think that's why he hexed Riffraff. Wait, no. Oh no, I'm being stupid. It's the second anti Jake. Sorry. I was like, what? Yeah, disregard everything I was about to say.
Yeah, no, I think, look, I will say that's something I've noticed about Hutrix specifically. You can when I've been playing against them in higher elo games, you can always rely on them to skip for this rare tag. They really seem to value it. I think it's maybe a little bit worse in Gold Stake, because Hutrix, you undeniably got quite lucky that Vagabond did not have rental, it did not have eternal or perishable. So you really gotta get lucky that not only is it a good rare, which I would consider Vagabond to be a pretty good rare, it also needs to not come with any of those stickers. So pretty lucky for Hutrix here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, is the play for Hutrix to even lose a life and just continue to deck fix?
I mean, we haven't lost any lives to blind.
It's definitely a possibility.
Also, notice the Fortune Teller with the Vagabond combo. Like, I mean, normally
Yeah.
I shit on Fortune Teller. I think it's absolutely terrible. But this is Gold Stake. You need your consistent scoring, and this Fortune Teller Vagabond combo is definitely where it's gonna come from. And I mean, notice we're already Hangman full Hangmaning here. We're getting this deck as thin as possible. 4 cards thinner than Lazy Dino. Another
Yeah,
fool.
for sure. I mean, with the half Joker too, half Joker, my beloved. But Hydrix does lose a life there. I mean, I think that they'll be okay with that because they did deck fix a lot during that PvP round. So
Oh yeah.
going forward, they're already in a better spot than Lazy Dino. For sure.
Completely. I mean, Lazy Dino has all these scoring jokers for now, but I mean, I will say they do have an economy advantage, which means if something important shows up in the shop later, it will matter, like, significantly. Hutrix is going to have a harder time finding it, but we're going to be relying on this riffraff to print us good commons without stickers. I do like this play. That's a Gross Michael, holographic, and a Raised Fist.
I mean, Lazy Dino does just sell out of riffraff, which is interesting.
Eternal Chad.
I feel like they needed it.
Do we take the
You
Eternal
just take
Chad?
it, right?
Well, it
You
is
have to.
nerfed in
I feel like
multiplayer,
you
and
have to.
like, okay, yeah, I feel like I would take the Eternal Chad here as well if I'm Lazy Dino.
Like, it's nerfed, but it's still gonna be considerably a lot better than some of the other Jokers that will come out.
Yeah, I mean, and the potential synergies, I mean, we all know that Bloodstone, Ancient, and Photograph are the 3 X-Molt retriggerables that are the bane of any multiplayer's existence if they don't know about them. They are very important. You do have to take them. And Chad at worst is a good chips joker. I mean, with any enhancements, maybe a gold seal comes up, maybe bonus cards. It works well with enhancements and all that. I'm gonna say I think Hutrix is going to take the Eternal Chad when it comes up.
Yeah. I mean, so as a Vagabond connoisseur like yourself,
Yep.
I can't believe I just said that just to stroke your ego.
Mhm.
At what point will you pivot from Vaga?
I pivot from Vaga when I
Like,
feel
if
like
you
I
were
have a
Hydrix, yeah.
sufficiently fixed deck. If I'm Hutrix here, I think I'm not pivoting from Vagabond anytime soon. I think this Vagabond is here to stay until I have at least like a 43 card deck, and a very consistent flush 5. That's really my goal with Vagabond, is I want to be able to play flush 5 in every single blind without worrying about it. Okay, we're gonna see that Eternal Chad. Does Hutrix take it? I feel like you definitely want to take it, especially on Vagabond here, that you have so many enhancements in the deck to be re-triggered. We're taking Eternal Burglar for
This
the wait, it's for the Vagabond. He's gonna play multiple hands and get more tarot
God.
cards. Oh my god.
He skips the Hanged Chad too.
Skips the Chad. I'm gonna say I don't agree with this play, but I love it though. I don't agree with it, but I love it.
This is cinema right now.
I
This is
mean-
absolutely cinema.
Hutrix is Vagabond gaming perhaps a little bit more than myself. That is crazy. Yeah,
I
it's
think Hutrix definitely needs a rename.
yeah. Rental seeing double. Honestly, seeing double, not that bad in Gold Stake. Okay, it's a source of X-Molt. You take sources of X-Molt if they're unconditional, if they're not eternal, wherever you can get them in this Gold Stake. I even take seeing double in White Stake sometimes.
Yeah, no, for sure. I feel like in White Stakes, it's just more of a I'll take this Joker if there's nothing else. Whereas in Gold Stake, I think it's lucky that it's not Eternal. If it was Eternal, I don't think he picks it up.
Yeah, but man, Look, I understand the burglar play. It was for the extra Vagabond value, but I can't help but feel like it's a mistake, man. It's Eternal and Rental. We're really going to be charged for this decision here. We're already broke with Vagabond. We're going to start going into debt soon. I mean, we got 2 rentals here and no source of economy.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, at the start, you would say your riffraff is your economy, but
Yeah,
I
okay.
mean,
Well,
with all
never
his Joker
punished
spots
here.
filled up.
Never punished here with the Temperance and then the gold cards with the Hermit. Yeah. I mean,
I
that's
mean,
the
if
thing.
we look at Lady Dino, I mean, they've got 2-pair, Banner, Hanging Chad, Ramen, and Blackboard.
I mean, that's just
I
a
haven't
solid
seen too
scoring
much
setup.
of their deck.
That's
It
just-
is.
I mean,
I don't know
Hutrix
if
gonna take
Hutrix
this
beats him.
Blackboard. I mean, I do agree. You have to take the Blackboard. Photographs showing up in the shop. If they took that Hanging Chad earlier, we would have
Ooh.
seen some Photo Chad gameplay. But I mean, that Eternal Burglar is just really constricting what we're doing here. I think you always have to take an Eternal Photo. Eternal Chad, maybe
Yeah.
not. Eternal Chad, maybe not, but Eternal Photo, you have to. It just has so many synergies with all kinds of re-triggers. It does make sense. The thing is, Lazy Dino actually behind in the shops, or maybe they just like somehow, yeah, I guess they still have $30, so they didn't reroll far enough to run into this photograph here.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think they are a good couple rolls behind. So it'll be interesting to see how Hutrix plays this PvP blind here. I mean, what are they really looking for? They're obviously looking for the face cards. That's a given.
Well, if I'm
With
Hutrix,
Blackboard, Lover pops up there.
if I'm
So-
Hutrix, this fortune teller is very much temporary. It is very good synergy with the Blackboard and the Vagabond here, but the problem is, if you're gonna go photograph, well, that makes your fortune teller completely useless. Like that fortune teller just goes after all the X-Molt triggers, so that is the thing to be replaced.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Hutrix was looking at the smiley face, debating whether to take it just before in the shop before the PvP blind. So it definitely was a thought in his mind to take it, but he did opt against it, and I wonder if it'll backfire during this PvP blind here.
Well,
As
no,
Lazy Dino's got 40k incoming.
it was the correct decision not to take that smiley face. They do have more scoring just with the fortune teller. The thing, if they had maybe some more re-triggers, the Eternal Photo was correct, but sorry, the smiley face was correct if they had maybe that Chad, for example. But right now, I mean, whatever hand they play, whether it's like even like a 5 of a kind here, times 2 molt on that is not going to be equal to the fortune teller output.
For sure.
And amazing last hand, by the way, 5 of a kind. This is the hand you're allowed to play if you're Hutrix. This is the benefit for running the Vagabond.
Oh yeah, no, completely. I mean, I think Lazy Dino might be surprised by that because they're like, "What have I missed?" It might even bring in some mind games to like in play. I mean, it's got to be on Lazy Dino's mind. Like, have they missed something? Because I'm not sure they noticed that Hutrix did skip. So, but looking forward into the next shops for Lazy Dino, if they see this smiley face, I think they take it over the 2-pair.
Yeah, also worth noting, somebody in the chat said this, they are absolutely correct. Hutrix did get a lucky proc. The plus 20 molt at the very beginning of that hand, immediately doubled by photograph, was massive. Also, Lazy Dino's photograph, it's desynced. It's not Eternal. It's not Rental.
major.
That is just a completely no strings attached photograph for Lazy Dino here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we look over the Hutrix well, he's got an Ancient Joker. He is really, really contemplating this.
Well, I mean, you got to. I mean, Ancient Joker has to be the play. You run full, like, wild card flushes or flush 5s. The only problem is that it's perishable. If Lazy Dino finds this Ancient Joker and it doesn't have that perishable tag, it might just be GG on the spot.
For sure, for sure. Even if it's rental, you gobble it up. As long as it's not perishable, I think it's an insta take for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is something we'll need to fix for future Gold Stake tournaments, the desync on the stickers here, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Lazy Dino just, if they find this Ancient Joker, they have the Chad. They can easily get rid of that Ramen or that smiley face, and it's just going to be the freest win if it doesn't have perishable. So I'm really just crossing my fingers that it does have perishable, because I'm rooting for Hutrix. I might be a little biased, chat. I might be just a little bit biased. I wonder why.
This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I mean, if Ancient does show up and it's unperishable, you get rid of Ramen, right? Or do you get rid of Smiley because it's perishable?
I think you gotta get rid of the smiley face, because the Ramen has so much more punch to it temporarily, and and I mean, by the time that the Ramen is bad, that smiley face is also probably going to be bad. In my personal opinion, specifically with the Ancient Joker. I mean, right now it's pretty good with the Chad. But I don't know. You could go either way here, I think.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. But, like, Ramen can get so bad so quickly if you're just discarding like a madman.
Yeah, it's 1.8 right now, I think.
Yeah. Like, it's... I don't know. I feel like Hutrix just might sneak up and just take this win, because his deck fixing is really, really good at this moment. Much better than Lazy Dinos. I feel like they're sifting through their discards just to find the hand that they want to play. So that Ramen will become obsolete very quick.
Here's that perishable. Here's that perishable Ancient Joker. I think you still take it if you're Lazy Dino. It provides so much it's 100% gonna knock a life or two off of Hutrix if you can preserve it. We're in the big blind right now, or big blind shop, I think. So this means you will have it for the PvP and the next PvP after. That is 5 total rounds. It should be able to knock 2 lives off of Hutrix pretty simply.
For sure, for sure. I mean, you could even bring in skips to this. I mean, he could have it for longer if he chooses to skip the small blind and the big blind. It could be a play, because your opponent could lose a life, because these Gold Stake blinds are very hard.
Well, if we're like, okay, we guaranteed have it for the next 2, and we're just let's just assume that we win the next 2 because we have Ancient Joker, and Ancient Joker is disgusting OP, especially with the re-triggers. I mean, we would only need to skip like twice, I believe. We need to skip 2 times to have it for the next 3 PvPs. Acrobat in the shop for Hutrix, are we going to take it over this Fortune Teller? If something's going to go, it's either Vagabond or Fortune Teller. Looks like we're getting rid of the Fortune Teller. Interesting.
Yeah. Is it the play? Does he have enough base mult with the hands he's playing?
I mean, Flush 5 is at a 12 base mult. That is pretty strong. Acrobat with the 12 base mult. Sorry, not Flush 5. 5 of a kind. I believe they played 5 of a kind, but they're going to be looking to play a Flush 5 in this PvP, I believe. At 16 base mult, 16 times 3 is going to be like 30, sorry, 45 or something similar to that. 48. That is similar to the output of that Fortune Teller. So I don't think it's a mistake. I just think maybe we could have considered selling Vagabond here. I know that's a little crazy, but we have fixed the deck quite a lot.
Here we go.
We've fixed the deck quite a lot here. That's all I'm saying.
For sure.
We need to get some scoring online.
Lazy Dino's looking for this 5th queen by the looks of things. It's not going to come, so they have to play the 4 of a kind. I mean, you put your foil queen first, no?
Well, it doesn't matter. Hanging Chad triggers both the first and the second once. So it doesn't quite matter which order you put them both in here. It's looking to be a pretty good score for Lazy Dino here, but an even better one for Hutrix.
Yeah.
I mean, 203k. Well, maybe I lied. Hold on. Immediately plus 20 molt proc for Hutrix. Gets lucky again. Oh my goodness.
Wow. He
Oh
is
my
never
goodness.
punished.
That's a 1 in 5 for Hutrix to win that PvP, by the way. 1 in 5. If he doesn't hit that 1 in 5, he immediately loses.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was definitely the play to take the acrobatic there over the fortune teller. I think that's what saved him, because in the last PvP blind, I think he scored 145k, and he hasn't done too much different. So I feel like acrobatic day was definitely the play going forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a better scaling Joker. Objectively, ×3 molt. It's just better than whatever the fortune teller was doing, even if it was at that massive 40 tarot cards with the Vagabond. I mean, you gotta invest in X-Molt.
Yeah, no, definitely. As Lazy Dino does now pick up that acrobat, we just gotta hope that Lazy Dino's gotta hope that Ancient Joker lands on what they're looking for.
Yeah, I will say, I want to point out how much this burglar has really punished Hutrix here. If they didn't have this Eternal Burglar, they could have picked up that Ancient Joker. It had a much easier time absolutely destroying Lazy Dino with the wild cards and deck fixing for a Hutrix. And, I mean, the Ancient Joker is just so much better for Hutrix than it is for Lazy Dino. Lazy Dino does have the Hanging Chad for the re-triggers, but they do not have the amount of wild cards that Hutrix has.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, Hutrix trying to greed there with the extra gold card to stay in hand, but he does have to play it just so he beats that blind. I mean, Hutrix is sort of on the ropes in these blinds here. As like you said, Lazy Dino does skip twice. It's looking pretty for them in this PvP blind for sure.
Well, I mean, you do need to realize their scoring is very low without the Acrobat and the Blackboard procs here. So that is why they're doing what they're doing. Also, notice that was actually really cool. They just wilded up the blue seal, right? And then they turned it into a heart. Typically, you want to hold the blue seal in your hand. Oh, wow. Well, okay, I take back everything I said. Now they can't have the blue seals without playing Blackboard. But I was going to say, typically, you want to hold your blue seals in your hand. But if they're hearts, they don't work with Blackboard unless they're wild. But you can have them be hearts as well, just so that they can trigger with your hands.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, Hutrix's deck is looking much better than Lazy Dino's, like we mentioned, but
I'm not sure if this wins. It's not a Blackboard hand. I gotta say, I'm a little bit scared for Hutrix's score here.
It's gonna be close. He might have to get lucky once again.
Okay, no, it's completely fine with Acrobat. Yeah. It's completely fine. It's completely fine. Also, 2 flush 5 levels. Very nice here.
That is really, really nice, yeah.
Notice the double skip for Lazy Dino here. I'm just now pointing this out. Also, we just sold Blackboard for Smiley Face? What? What are we doing? Okay, Chad. Okay, we got Eternal Chad back. This time, holographic. We do need to get... I'm not lying right now. We need to get rid of Vagabond. Vagabond is a very good Joker. It fixed our deck amazingly. It's gotta go. It's time. Maybe you can take this driver's license. Right? Driver's license would have been huge. Oh my goodness. Dude, I don't know who's gonna win this one, to be honest. Hutrix has a better scoring setup than last time, I think, because they have the Chad with the photo. But actually, they don't have Blackboard anymore. So do they? I really don't know, man. I don't know who's winning this one.
I think with the flush 5,
I am lost in the bag of sauce.
Depending. I mean, Lazy Dino's Ancient is on Spades, and they've got Wild Queens as well as Spade Queens in their hand right now.
Oh, Lazy Dino wins this easily.
I think, yeah.
Oh, Lazy Dino wins this easily. They did not have the they only had 2 Wild Queens in the last PvP that they were able to proc the Ancient with. I think they should be quite easily, comfortably winning this, since Hutrix's score should have gone down. The Hanging Chad with the photograph is only a ×2 molt compared to the Blackboard ×3 molt that they had earlier.
For sure. I mean, Hutrix is looking tasty here with all these queens.
Yeah.
I mean, if a Baron shows up,
okay, well, it
it'd be
is a little bit
interesting.
tragic. Okay, wait, I'm understanding why Hutrix got rid of the Blackboard earlier. We're seeing right now it's punishing Lazy Dino. If you're gonna play a flush 5, it's so hard to work the Blackboard into these hands. Normally, you can slot in your hearts and diamonds into maybe your 3 of a kind or your 4 of a kind. Just put them in at the very end, and then there's your Blackboard easily. But the problem is, if you're playing flush 5 and you need them all to be spades for your ancient, how are you gonna put your hearts and your diamonds in your hand? There's no Blackboard here for Lazy Dino.
It's
Okay.
they definitely misplayed.
Well, they will win if they hit the +20 molt proc. That's what we're seeing with the Phantoms calculator mod here. They are going to get 1.2 million. They should see that this score does not win with the foil. They really just need to get lucky. They need to hit the lucky proc. That's the difference. That's gonna be the difference.
Did they have Hutrix's luck with procking the lucky cards is the question. I think Dino.
Oh, they do! They do! Immediate +20 and 915k. That's gonna do it. Oh my gosh, both players with crazy lucky card luck this game. Both players getting saved on their 1 in 5 chance. It's absurd. It's crazy. Somebody call the cops. The lucky police, man. They're stealing all my luck. They're stealing all of it.
Bloodstone. Hytrix has so many heart kings with Bloodstone. This is going to be big for Hytrix.
Oh my
here.
God.
This might be the turning point.
There's
This might
also
be
an
the turning point to beat
ectoplasm.
Lazy Dino.
Red Seal 2, and they still have the Vagabond. Oh my God. Do you ever consider going for the... Oh my, Onk.
No, you don't take it. You don't take it. No. You can't.
You have 3, do you? But you could. You could though.
You could for the Bloodstone.
Well, you have Eternals. You have Photograph, Chad, and Burglar. What if you just sell Vagabond? Okay, maybe you don't sell Bloodstone. Maybe you don't. But imagine if you sell Vagabond, you onk and it hits Bloodstone. That would be nuts. That would be absolutely ridiculous. But there's no way that happens, right? If it's the Burglar, yeah, we're cooked. He sells Ectoplasm? Are you serious, Hutrix? Oh.
I feel like if you're on 1 life and Lazy Dino's on 3 here, you do the onk for the Bloodstone to try and get it, like you sell Vaga. But, I mean, it's still 2-2. It's so close, and it looks like it's going to go distance here.
Yeah. I mean, bro, this is a close game, man. I mean, the thing is, this Ancient Joker is running out for Lazy Dino. That's Lazy Dino's secret sauce. Is this perishable, this perishable Ancient, and it's gonna go away, man. It's gonna go away soon. So I'm a little bit scared for Lazy Dino here. The moment this Ancient is gone, he better find something good to replace it.
Yeah, no, definitely. As Hytrix just keeps farming up this Vagabond. He's just looking for deaths, and I mean, if he gets it, he can just play multiple flush 5s, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, are you looking for another sock here?
I mean, you're looking for Sock.
You have to be.
You're looking for Sock. You're looking for I mean, there's many things. You're looking for Oops All Sixes. You're looking for your Dusk. Any sort of retrigger is gonna be massive, because we only have Chad in terms of retriggers, and without a bunch of retriggers, Bloodstone is not anywhere near as good as Ancient.
No, for sure. It's I think it's too close. Is it too close to call? I think Hytrix.
Oh, it's way too close to call. I think
Hytrix is gonna pull out here, because, like you said, Ancient is going to go very soon. Lazy Dino only won that because of the procs. I think Hytrix is just in a much better position than Lazy Dino here. So I know the lives are too, but
that's what I have to say to that. -$3. Okay.
Okay, this
-$3.
There's no need to shut me down. There's no need to shut me down.
Lazy Dino is going to look more into the shop. They find the Bloodstone. What they could very easily just replace the Ancient right now. I mean, they're 15 out of 16 enhancements on their driver's license. They just have more X-Molt. Hutrix's Joker lineup is bogged up by this Burglar. You guys are saying that it's not even close, that Hutrix is gonna win this, but I know, I look at that Eternal Burglar and I can't help but think this is the late game. That is bogging up Hutrix's Joker lineup. If some crazy Jokers show up in the shop, Lazy Dino will be able to take it, Hutrix won't.
I'm sorry, I have to disagree with you here, Vargo. He has 8 hands, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he deck fixes so much that he just has all, like, flush 5 kings, he could just keep playing the same hand. Sure, like, so realistically, right? He has 1 spot free for Joker, which is Vagabond. You get rid of Vagabond if something good comes up. Let's say Oop 6, Sock and Busking, Dusk, like you mentioned earlier.
Mm-hmm.
If he gets that, he just wins.
Yeah, look, I also want to point out Lazy Dino, Ancient on Hearts, Bloodstone acquired. We are going to see a full skip to the PvP here. Also noted, Lazy Dino should have sold the Acrobat instead of Driver's License. I believe Driver's License was on 15 out of 16. They have a Devil card in the inventory. They could have easily gotten that 16 and had a permanent +3 instead, times 3 instead of only at end of round. But whatever. You're skeptical on whether Dino wins this PvP? I don't know. They have Photo Chad. They have Ancient. They have Bloodstone. They don't have the Flush 5. That's the only problem for Lazy Dinos. They don't have the deck fixing with the Flush 5. The thing is, Hutrix with both Red Seal Steels in hand and a Flush 5. Holy, that is insane. Also, notice Hutrix popping Strength on the 4s since he doesn't really have anything else to use them on. Maybe he's considering I can get them to face cards. That's very absurd, but I don't think that's gonna happen. But I appreciate the hustle here.
I think he was mainly doing it just so he could free up a consumable slot for Vagabond.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Probably looking for these deaths. It has to be looking for these deaths here.
Yeah, I mean, you get one more death, and you have a max Red Seal Steel hand here.
It's... I think Lazy Dino does say... I don't want to say definitely wins this.
Well, they need to draw their Flush of Hearts, man. Where's their Flush of Hearts?
They're just not drawing
They
it.
don't have the hearts. They're discarding hearts. They're getting rid of hearts. Okay. Holy. Oh my gosh.
There's 3.9 mil for Hytrix here.
3.9 mil is a terrifying score.
I don't think Lazy Dino beats this.
He does have the holographic at the very beginning of the hand to sort of put a bandage on the fact that they're not playing Flush 5s. But yeah, I think you're right. I don't think they win here at all. They could if they get lucky, though. No. E7 is 2 million. I take it back. E7 is 2 million. There's no chance. Even with the highest luck, they just got the lucky proc on the on that Blood Boy there. 5 mil! No, E7. Oh shoot, they did win. E7 is 20 million. No. I take it back. Never mind. Doubters in shambles.
Oh no.
Doubters in shambles. Lazy Dino's Bloodstone woke the fuck up. Oh my god.
I mean, Hytrix is just broke here as well. He can't really do anything.
I mean, but like, again, this Ancient is running out. How many rounds does it have left on it, man? I don't know.
It can't be much. I know that they skipped.
They've skipped a lot.
2 blinds.
They've skipped a lot.
They skipped 2 blinds. So if it lands on Heart after this blind, they have to skip.
It really does need to
land
on
one.
Hearts.
It's on 1.
It's on 1? Oh.
Chat saying, yeah.
Well, they need wilds then. They need wild cards. I mean, they have 2 lives. Maybe you just stop. Maybe you just accept that you got your opponent to 1 and just commit to find something better here. I'm not sure. But the thing is, Hutrix just keeps scaling. They keep scaling. They have so many Flush 5 levels with these blue seals. They've been able to manipulate their deck so well with this Vagabond. I mean, you were talking shit about Vagabond earlier on the stream. How are you feeling about it now?
Well, I want to say that you said Hutrix isn't looking too pretty. I mean, without Ancient, Lazy Dino, right? Ancient is on 1. I mean, I just don't see Lazy Dino having, what, 5 mil scoring?
Yeah, I mean, they did double
But
skip
yes,
for this,
yes, I
for this
will hold up
ancient
my
here.
hand.
They
I
did
will
double skip.
hold up my hands and say Vagabond is good.
Yeah, I mean, they just double skipped for this ancient here, and it's not on hearts. It's not ideal, but they're under the impression that they can't win without it here. Do they even have any wilds? I'm unsure, but I hope they better have some wilds so that they'll be cooked. Oh my god, is that what I think it is? That's a loyalty card. Oh!
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 Uh-oh.
Oh no! Yeah, it's time for Vagabond to go. Vagabond, you've had a nice stay. Get out of here. It's time. The time has come. Oh my god. I mean, we have wilds in the deck, right? Right?
No.
No? Are they all lucky?
They're all
Huge
King Hearts.
tricks.
Yeah.
Huge tricks. Come on.
They're all
huge
lucky.
tricks. Huge tricks. Lovers are so much better than luckies. You should know this. You're a top player. Come on. Okay, it's fine. We just need to get lucky and hit hearts. And even
So
if...
I feel like... Go on, sorry.
No. What were you saying?
I was gonna say, like, if you like in the mind of Lazy Dino right now, you've only skipped because you just have to make worthwhile of this final ancient like life before it's discarded. So, I mean, they just have to try and make it work with the death as well of the aura. Maybe they're hoping for a polychrome wild, but
That's going to be their only out, right? They need that polychrome wild and
sure.
2 of them. I mean, there's a chance if that happens, but it's going to be rough. I mean,
sure.
I gotta imagine Hutrix feels like they're on the ropes here. I mean, that 5 million score kind of came out of nowhere. They won quite handily the last few PvPs, and now they're at 1 life from a sudden jump of scoring. They have no idea where it came from. That's why they sold the Vagabond. They might feel like they need to hit hearts on this Ancient, or it's over.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, Hutrix just has to hope and pray and basically just pray. That's all he can do. Like, there's nothing else he can really do leading into this PvP blind. He's broke. He's got $4. I mean,
Wait,
has
wait,
it
wait,
hit?
wait, wait, did it hit? I can't
Has it
see.
hit?
It hit!
It's hit! It's hit!
Oh my
It's
gosh!
never punished! It's
Oh.
never punished!
Oh my goodness, it hit hearts. Also, note that Hutrix can't actually take purple seals in their deck. They literally cannot because they have an Eternal Burglar. Purple seals are the absolutely most useless like just to ever do anything. Like, purples are so useless with Burglar. But Ancient on hearts is just absurd, man. Holy.
I mean, here we go. There's a couple procs.
7.5 mil.
7.5 mil.
I mean, Hutrix knows that they have more kings in the deck. Like, they can just look for their red seal steals and they're completely fine, man.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with the acrobatic, they might be able to come close, but I mean, if Hutrix gets another flush 5 here, it's curtains, it's wraps, it's GG, it's Jova.
Yeah. They're getting rid of 3 cards at a time here. Being a little bit greedy, but I think it might pay off. I'm a beast. Oh, okay. The aura hit
GG.
holographic. They do have wilds though. They do have multiple wilds here. And
Hydro's
maybe
got
if they
enough
get a
plus
few
5.
more deaths. Wait, hold. Maybe if they get a few more deaths. They should use the death before they discard, because then there's a twice as high chance that it can hit a death, because right now it can only hit Fool to be a death. But if they use the death right now, it could hit death or Fool, right? So then you use the death before discarding the purples here.
140 mil. I don't
Man.
think Lazy Dino hits this.
140 mil from Hutrix side. I didn't even see that hand get played.
Yeah. They had another flush 5. They had another flush 5 with the red seals. Seals. It's yeah.
That's
This is what I was saying. I don't think they reach it. They can't reach it.
Yeah, that's not happening. That's not happening. I'm sorry, Lazy Dino. It looks like you're gonna have to find a miracle in these next shops. And to be fair, they will have an easier time of it. They have the economy advantage.
Especially with losing a life, you get more
Yeah.
economy, so they can
Yeah.
see a lot more.
Yeah, Phantom's
Shots than
calculator
Hydrix.
telling him the bad news here, and
Yeah.
I'm sorry that that four of a kind just isn't gonna cut it. The miracle is just Hutrix Ancient not hitting. Yeah. That, and also, I mean, they could find a blueprint or a brainstorm or something. I mean, Hutrix is just so behind. As far as, oh my god, is that a deja vu? Is that a deja vu in the pack?
No.
Oh my god, tell me it isn't so, man.
Am I being sick here? Would you not take the cryptid just so you can play yet another flush
No,
5?
you take the red seal every
Really?
time. Yes, you need that extra proc on photograph. It's a ×2 mult. You get an additional proc on your ancient and your bloodstone. I mean, when it comes to multiplayer, you really just need one big hand. As we saw, I mean, the one flush 5 didn't matter since it didn't have the red seal steals. The moment you had the red seal steals, the moment you had everything lined up, that was 100 million. 100 million is so much more. It's like I don't know, 20x what 7 million is. I mean, that math is incorrect, but
Yeah.
it's just ballpark. You know, so you just need to find ways to multiply your score in many directions, and that's what this deja vu is going to provide for Hutrix.
Yeah, you are right for sure. I mean, if Utrix gets this death on the red seal as well, I mean, Lazy Dino has to find something. If we go back to Lazy Dino quickly, they have to find something and
Yeah.
quick.
They're
Because-
in.
I mean, what can
search
really
mode.
help them?
A blueprint, a blueprint or a brainstorm. That's what could help them.
But apart from that, I
Um,
don't see anything. An idol. An
Idol.
idol would be so
Idol
funny.
on Queens. Idol
Would
on
be
Queens
so
would be
funny.
great. That could absolutely save Lazy Dino here. An idol that hits Queens. They have many wild Queens. No matter what suit it hits, they'll have something for it. Dice, yeah, absolutely. Dice is another thing that could save Lazy Dino. There's many outs. Maybe a Sock and Buskin. Maybe a Dusk. Maybe some sort of retrigger. They're gonna see the Deja Vu in the Spectral pack as well. Probably put it on a Queen. Like, don't get me wrong, Lazy Dino has outs. Hutrix is $8 in debt. They're full committing here. They know that like, they're kind of just locked into their setup. No matter what they run into in the shop, they can't afford it.
No, for sure. I mean, it would be heartbreaking if Hydrex did see a brainstorm or a blueprint and just can't get it.
I mean,
But it's
That-
the way he's played. He's chosen this path. He has to live with it.
yeah, I mean, this is the penalty you get for taking Eternal Rentals. I mean, you have the Eternal Rental Burglar, you have the Eternal Rental Photograph, and you have a Rental Ancient. That's just how it is.
For sure. I mean, Lazy Dino's got the cryptid. It's...
I mean,
I just can't see Lazy Dino.
it's just idle. It's just idle, right? Another Ancient! Oh my god! I mean,
There's no way.
you have all
There's
the
no
wilds.
way.
You have all the wilds. You have all the wilds, okay?
You click it. You got the cryptid as well.
Yeah, I mean, you just buy it. You buy it. You just need something on top of this. Like, the chatters are correct. Ancient is not enough alone. Hutrix's flush 5 level is way too high to surmount with
It's
simply
level
the
14.
ancient. With just the ancient, you need a retrigger. That's your only solution. Maybe you take the loyalty card over Acrobat. You need to get any sort of edge you can over your opponent. That's a 4x molt instead of a 3x molt.
Oh, Hutrix finds his cryptid now as well. I mean, do you put it on your red seal? Forward?
Absolutely. You just put that cryptid on that red seal. They're selling ancient.
Oh, the red seal king. Wait.
We just saw Hutrix sell ancient because it
Wait,
didn't
why?
hit the suit. He didn't hit the correct suit.
Oh,
He hasn't
okay,
transitioned
okay.
to wilds yet, and it's punishing him. Because the ancient didn't hit hearts. It's right before the PvP. He has no wilds in the deck. I mean,
he should be fine.
how, like, I hope if Hutrix loses this, I hope he takes this as a lesson. Never underestimate your Lover's card. You're running Vagabond. You can make whatever kind of deck you want. Get the lucky out of here. Get the wild cards in. Okay? It's just better for Ancient. It's just better for Bloodstone, okay? And I mean, Lazy Dino, if they hit, they don't need to hit anything. The Ancient will work every single time because their deck is full of wild cards.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're totally right. I mean, Hytrix here has taken, is it the Drunkard? It's given him discard, which I assume he's going to be looking for that flush 5 with those red seals. Red seal steals, I should say. Then probably crypted the red seal king, and I think it's...
We're just looking for any sort of retrigger. We have been behind in the shops, and we've seen everything from Hutrix POV. There hasn't been any sort of retriggers. I don't think Lazy Dino is going to find it here.
I mean, the chat are spitting truths right here. They say 99% of gamblers quit before they win big.
True.
I've never seen truer words in my life. That's Troubadour. Ah, sorry, my fault. Oh. Chat is discussing, if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, we're just going to have to go into this PvP and hope. Hutrix has this cryptid ready for the PvP. We're going to see a cryptid mid-PvP match, which I'm absolutely here for. The question is, does it go on the Red Seal King or does it go on the Red Seal Steel? Smart chatters know you put it on the Red Seal Steel. You don't need the Red Seal on the Bloodstone hand because the Steel is guaranteed 1.5x molt. The Bloodstone, however, is only a 50% chance for it.
Yeah, no, you're totally right. I think this is too close to call. I don't think I can tell you who wins this one.
It's close for sure. Lazy Dino will have the extra 7 1.5x molts from the Ancient. They will have a full Wild Queen hand with this cryptid. Hutrix will make up for that though with the Red Seal Steel. That Red Seal Steel is going to be 7 1.5x molts. I think I can call this in favor of Hutrix here, but that's just my opinion here. Also, they're going to cryptid this Red Seal Steel, but they aren't finding their hand. Wait, Hutrix isn't finding their hand. They have 1 discard left to find 2 queens. You have to get rid of a maximum discard here. You have to get rid of 5 cards here, I think, and we might be punished for it. Oh my god! Hutrix has to use Cryptid on the Red King. They have to use Cryptid on the Red King. They can no longer use it on the Red Seal Steel. Otherwise, we won't get our hand. It's the only way. I mean, we have Cryptid to bail us out, but...
I have no wits. His deck fixing was so good as well. Has he just not done enough?
No, he discarded a few too many queens, I believe. I mean, too many kings earlier, but he still has the Cryptid to bail him out, so it's fine. And I mean, the Red Seal Steel just doing absolute wonders. Let's see if Lazy Dino can get 117k here. We're going to get spoiled just a little bit with this Phantom's Calc mod. No shot. No shot.
No. Is your mathing again? Or
also, where are Lazy Dino's wild cards? I'm not seeing them. Yeah, that's nowhere near
to be seen.
Yeah. It's GG.
It is Jova.
Man, that was such a close game.
Holy.
And yeah, cryptiding the Steel Queens was objectively not correct. You should do the Wild Queens because the Wild Queen is 1.5x molt guaranteed plus a chance for another 1.5x molt.
For sure.
All right. What were you saying, Lava?
I'm setting up a next game.
Oh, fire.
I picked you in that channel.
Fire.
It's going to be Gimiskos and Retrigger, which 5 Lemon Legends have entered the tournament, and Retrigger's the last one standing.
Holy. Let me look at this bot real quick. Game lays through, blah 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 through. Ian's currently in his game.
We got Zeno versus Marban happening right now, by the way. That's a crazy match that I wish I could see.
That is a match, but we're in the middle of it.
Yeah, it's right in the middle. We can't just Hop over 1 second. It's going to.
Yeah. Okay.
We're getting the next one set
They're
up.
sending their links. They sent their links. They sent their links. Let's look at the bracket for a second. I'm just gonna be like a little bit. The teams, a lot of Indigo Emulation started in round 1 bye, actually.
They're taking over the leaderboard. What
They're
can you say?
insane. Ian, Zainu, Marman. Is there more? Is there
I mean,
more?
I'm looking at the bracket. Nightmare has to Rashi. I don't know how to pronounce
Roche,
her name.
yeah.
I'm unfamiliar with this person. I don't know if they're
I'm not sure
high
either.
leveled.
Second. Okay. So this is going
What
to
is
be
Your opinion on changing our commentary?
do we have commentators that can slot in here?
We have
We
Roko and
do.
Scopes muted in this
Yeah,
VC.
There's two
Hell
waiting.
yes. Okay, I can stop yapping. Hell yes.
You can stop yapping,
Oh
man.
my gosh. Yeah, Rokul and Scope. Get in here, dude. Get in here. Okay. Everyone say hello to Rokul. Say hello to Scope. They're amazing commentators. They will be taking over for the next couple rounds.
For sure.
They already know who we are.
Yeah, they already know. They already know.
They already know.
Yeah.
They already know the dream team. I super appreciate Jake hopping in. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. It was a pleasure to be here. A lot different to
Mhm.
my usual scene, so I enjoyed it
Yeah.
though. It was fun. It was
I
fun
liked
for
it, I
sure.
liked it.
It was different.
I liked it. I liked it. Hopefully, we
Um,
can try out some of the other potential commentator like suggestions too. But I
Just-
love
just-
seeing
We're
you
gonna
guys.
have it during the Pacific tournament for sure.
That's a good idea. Yeah, because they're actually awake during that.
Hello. Apologies for the lateness, but here I am.
Appreciate
welcome.
you
It seems like
showing up.
we both got late today.
Yeah, we
Good
both
job
had
for the first
some
round.
issues, but yeah, good job to Jake for covering for us. Definitely was
No,
appreciated.
it's okay. It's okay. Like I said, I enjoyed my time. I hope the chat were able to put up with me for an hour and 40 minutes. But thank you for having me, and I'll pass the torch on to you two.
Should be more than fine. So I've seen that we are watching Retrigger versus. I
Should be-
concussion. Give me
Let's
skills.
just
Perfect.
it's give me skills, I believe.
I've never heard of Gimme Skills. Never seen them. Never played them.
I haven't heard of him either, but could be interesting regardless. We have seen some dark horses in the previous tournaments.
Yeah,
So
we
who
did
knows, maybe-
watch
Oh, yeah.
Give Me Skills round 1 game, just so you know. They were in
Oh,
round 1. We watched them play. They played. It was a pretty chaotic game. I'm not gonna lie. It was kind of crazy. Their opponent lost to blinds, I believe.
Oh,
my.
that's quite unfortunate.
Yeah, that's
Well,
kind of
if you-
happening a lot this tourney, though.
I mean, if you get to round 3 in general, you're already having a pretty good tournament. So I don't doubt that it'll be a pretty good match regardless.
Absolutely, absolutely. I do want to mention once again for everybody watching, this tournament we're playing on gold stakes instead of the regular white stakes, so a lot higher base difficulty than what you'd usually expect to see. So even really good, really strong regular multiplayer players are having a little bit of a hard time finding their footing. We saw a lot in that last game. A lot of weird decisions having to be made, taking eternal burglars that hurt you in the long run from Hutrix's side, and then dumping other strats that we'd usually like to see, like that Ancient Joker popping up in the shop. That would be a no-brainer and a powerful take for the entire game usually, but since it was perishable on the side of oh man, why am I forgetting the game that we just watched?
Unfortunate, but yeah, it's the sort of thing where you need to prioritize whether to go for that short-term power, maybe consider skipping blinds potentially to keep that Joker in your loadout for the time being, or just trying to go balls to the wall and hoping that you find another power play soon, or even skipping that Ancient Joker that's perishable and trying to find another one that's not, even if it's, for example, rental, that's still much better than perishable.
Absolutely. That's something that you usually don't see, just getting rid of a Joker and then trying to go for it later. But since we've got those stickers, that's something you might want to consider. We're getting into this next game. We're on blue deck, kind of the least played primary color deck, I have to be honest with you. We usually see yellow or red. I don't know how I feel about the blue deck here. I think, honestly, I'd rather play on red deck on gold stake to get my discard back.
I feel like there's maybe some incentive, feeling like you need to have like maybe one more hand to either like try and get more value out of your current jokers, or just trying to get that one bonus dollar per per round with that hand.
Mhm.
Perishable Dusk first Buffoon pack, interesting. We're debating on
Very.
it. We're at that Even Steven, but the Even Steven will be chosen, and immediately skip for the investment tag. I quite agree with this one.
I like it. I like it a lot. I think actually something that we didn't get to talk a whole lot about last game is the even like higher power of skipping small blinds in gold stakes. Small blinds, you don't get any like money reward in gold stake. So skipping it in the tournament now, skipping got better with the order. Skipping gets better when you're playing on gold stakes on that small blind. Obviously, we skipped the big blind for Gimme Skills, so I think that's a little bit of a drawback. But oh my god,
Oh,
perishable
blueprint.
blueprint.
I mean, you have to take it. It's still really good, but it definitely feels
Yeah.
better that's perishable.
It does. It does feel really bad. In the shop for Retrigger and something that Game Skills like they both glazed over it. We had a perishable rental certificate. That's a really interesting pickup. That's basically just a free seal. That's something you only see on gold stakes. I would have personally taken it just to get the chance at a red seal, chance at a blue seal. That's power that can scale really quickly, really fast, especially with the blue seals on gold stakes. That's a lot of flat molten chips that you don't have to invest a Joker slot into. I think that would have been really, really powerful to see.
I think that's just a sort of a consequence of playing only in multiplayer, is that you don't have those gold stake strats that you usually find in players like, for example, Dr. Spectre. They're like you said, that was essentially a free seal since it's only $1 since it's rental, and you can sell it immediately once it gives you the seal, so you get that dollar back. It would have cost you nothing, and we see both players just gloss over it because if they're not used to playing on this, they just don't see that line.
It's not the meta, you know. I like somebody who's done Completionist Plus or Completionist Plus. They see that, they're like, oh, that's a pretty good deal. But like, you know, if you're not used to it, you're not going to see it. And Retrigger is also going to see that perishable blueprint in the shop. I think he might roll past it because it is $10 to pick up. It might not be worth it.
Yeah, Eternal Chaos here. That's an interesting. That's also an interesting one, because we have mentioned this in the order especially. It's such good econ overall. It allows you to see a lot more, especially so early on. But is it worth bringing in Eternal, because you're risking just missing that last scoring Joker that could allow you to beat your opponent?
That is the question that you got to ask yourself if you're skills right now. I'm a big Chaos fan, but I agree with the skipping over it. It's just too much of a long-term investment away from the power angle. You need to be able to scale into that crazy multiplayer X-Molt, you know? Last game, we saw some really good, really foundational plus molt, times molt strats at the very beginning, but both players had to take the path towards those retriggered X-Molt builds. You know, so you still have to play towards that, because this still is multiplayer, even if it's on gold stakes.
Yeah, this is not your regular gold stake run where you can go by with like 4 scoring Jokers and have the last one be this last econ Joker that can serve you the entire game. Here, you have to get to the highest score possible no matter what. So far, both players having a really similar just line in general, going for pretty much the same thing. The grabber is skipped on both sides. I don't know if I agree with this, really. Grabber is probably one of those vouchers that's pretty much a perma pick in my eyes.
You know, it's a lot of money.
It's
a lot of money is the thing. You don't want to take it immediately here, especially because it cuts into your interest value. A lot of gold stake strategy is relying on how to keep your interest so that you get the guaranteed $5. Like we said earlier, small blinds no longer give you like a reward for beating them, so you're really only getting interest value from playing them. So you want to make sure that you like have when you're doing those.
Speaking of interest, we're hard rolling down on the side of skills actually. Grabbing that popcorn, grabbing that Empress card. We could go for a Wraith here. We don't have much to lose.
I like the Wraith play here. I like the Wraith play. I would, if the blueprint wasn't perishable, obviously we go with the Ankh here. But I think Wraith's really good.
We
Joker,
Joker.
it's not very
That's
good.
unfortunate.
It's terrible.
That is
I mean-
definitely not the kind you want to see here.
If the two players traded places right now, then if Skills had played Retrigger's hand right there with the Wii Joker, that would have been plus 24, you know, because he played full house of twos. But
Yeah, but unfortunately, We Joker, as much as I love it in regular Velatro, in this game mode, it's just never really that worth it. Chips are not that valuable in multiplayer,
just
except in
doesn't work.
Plasma.
yeah, it just doesn't work in the regular multiplayer blinds. It's just not the type of power you need. We're really focused on that plus smolt from planets and that time smolt from retriggers. All right. Anytime you see a regular just time smolt hanging around, it's got to be something super powerful like a ×3 or a ×4. You know.
Yeah, and you need those time smolt that can trigger multiple times in a single hand. Those Barons, those Ancient Jokers. Obviously, those Bloodstones, I could go on and on. We've seen it so many times during these multiplayer blinds, but here we see Retrigger. Let's see what
contemplating the Ankh.
Let's see what he goes for here. You gotta consider on the side of Retrigger, that Wraith play is a lot more risky since you do have a lot more money than Skills had. He's
And
debating
of
on
course,
it,
we
though.
know that it's Wii. He does not
Yeah.
know that it's Wii. He doesn't know. He might.
He's going for
He's
it.
going for
Oh,
it. That's
no.
$18 burned for a Wii, the most expensive Wii on the planet, and it does almost nothing.
That's so unfortunate on the side of Retrigger. We have picked up a delay gratification, though. The Devious Joker that was sold on the side of Gimme Skills is kept. So he's going to have a bit more power. Well, I would say he has a bit more power, but there's a popcorn on the side of Gimme Skills that gives him a lot of power as well.
I think that's going to be the big decider between this boss blind, is that Retrigger sold that popcorn for the Wraith to proc. Gimme Skills went into that without like a full pack of Jokers, didn't have to sell anything, and still has that popcorn. Even if Gimme Skills uses the popcorn to its fullest extent here, he can also sell out of it before the boss blind is won. If Retrigger sees that score, he's like, I can't score 1200 consistently. I might just, start throwing away my hands. Gimme Skills can still sell this rental popcorn, get no downsides from it, and benefit from all the power. I think that's a really strong play here.
Absolutely. Those rentals, that's just the sort of strategy you don't see in regular multiplayer, but those rentals, you can really work around those downsides. Kind of similar for the regular multiplayer players. It's kind of similar to the pizza strat where you just grab the discards and then immediately sell out of it.
Yep. I think it's pretty clear here that Retrigger cannot score super duper high. I'd like to see Gimme Skills get rid of that plus 20 pop. And we do see a nice, very nice.
Really good
That's
play
gonna
on
be
the
awesome.
Skills. I think
And
for Retrigger, we're just going for that delayed gratification value, and I don't
yeah.
see why not, really.
Oh, yeah. That is going to put you ahead in the econ race. Of course, Retrigger doesn't know that Gimme Skills also went for that Wraith. Just like we see, the plus 20 from the popcorn was too insurmountable for Retrigger. Even playing that straight and getting the chips, it wasn't enough. Both players, shops linked up. We see Oops All Sixes, Eternal.
Eternal Oops All Sixes. I believe we both are enjoyers of the hypothetical Oops All Sixes, but Eternal,
Ooh.
maybe not as worth it.
Well, hey, look, catch me. I'm playing a gold stakes run in PvP. I'm always picking up that Oops All Sixes. Neither player agrees with me, but Retrigger does do something pretty interesting here, I think. Retrigger picks up the Pacifist. Now, Pacifist usually kind of a throwaway card in regular PvP play, but on gold stakes, it's actually kind of top tier because these blinds hit hard, all right? And having a way to just easily breeze through them, no worries, and get to the PvP blind, that's worth the $5, you know?
And I'd argue there's a bigger factor at play here. The fact that you also have delayed gratification means that you just want to get through those blinds as quickly as possible, get as much bang for your buck for both your hands and discards here. So I think just having the Pacifist here is really good for the sake of your econ.
This is why I love talking with you. You know exactly what I'm thinking.
But yeah,
see 70k off of that hand because it's times 100 for Retrigger. That's awesome. He can just easily get this delayed gratification bonus no matter what he wants.
And the Hermit right after, immediately rewarded for that play here. You gotta consider though, that blueprint, that's gonna be gone next round.
Yep. Do you hold on to it to make the pacifist a guaranteed cinch, or is 7,000 enough to get through your next blind? I think 7,000 is more than enough. So we should probably sell that blueprint.
I do believe that we should go for it as well. He might be you gotta selling it gives you the most value out of your hermit. It's $2 more, but it is something. You gotta consider it.
We
sell out of that pacifist?
I don't agree with the play personally.
I don't agree with it at all. I'm surprised to see that defensive Joker rental. It is useful for now, but not really that much going forward. But 125 chips is a lot at this point in the game, so I'm fine with picking this up. But selling that pacifist, I
don't like it.
See the play here.
I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. We see the shops are basically synced up for both plays right now. Retrigger opted to roll down the shop instead of opening up the buffoon pack. Is Gimme Skills behind a blind?
No,
he skipped. Oh, he got the jumbo buffoon pack. That's what it was. So Retrigger is actually ahead in the shop here, and he'll see a little bit more of the shop. That could be a big deciding factor here. Retrigger also saw that hermit. I don't think Gimme Skills saw the hermit either, so that means that Retrigger is just ahead in money right now, sees more of the shop. That could be a big decider going into this next boss blind, I think.
He didn't, and you gotta consider as well, even if he did see it, well, on the side of Gimme Skills, you just don't have the money to make that hermit as valuable as Retrigger right now. Retrigger is so far ahead in the money game at this point that there's really no comparison. We do see Retrigger try and get as much of that Wii Joker as you can, and there's the blueprint gone. You do have one last shop though. You have around $48 to play around with. Ooh, that's is that Eternal? That's Eternal rental, right?
That's Eternal rental photograph.
Card Sharp
skips over it.
So many. Okay, here's the. Oh, we're picking up the Card Sharp. Interesting.
I like it.
I
like it a lot.
I don't mind it either, but I find it really interesting. Actually, that's a big part of why I think this Gold Stake tournament is really interesting. We see those more so middle of the pack power play, like Photograph. I would have said, for example, Hanging Shadow was something similar, where there's potentially something better around the corner, but this is a lot in the moment as well. So I find it interesting that players are choosing to skip these middle of the road power cards that would be no-brainers in regular PvP games, but are chosen to be skipped over here. We do see him considering he picks up the Shoot the Moon as well.
Okay.
Interesting.
I think we know what we're going for here. A Chariot in the Arcana pack as well, even if it's not on a Queen.
There is a Queen.
There's a Queen. Actually. There's a Queen. Does Retrigger see it with the resource pack that he's using? I really hope he does, because a Steel Queen that you're able to copy with potential deaths later, that could be very powerful for this build that Retrigger is opted into. And whether or not Retrigger likes it, Retrigger is locked in to this kind of Mimey build now, you know?
Yeah, with the Card Sharp as well, that's so much. Yeah, he is immediately going to go for it. With Card Sharp and Shoot the Moon, you're pretty much locked into a high card Queen build, and we immediately see that Steel Queen in hand. That's so good for Retrigger.
Wow, he just needs to draw more queens now. That's all he really needs. Retrigger's playing a high card centric build, very, very powerful with the Card Sharp. Card Sharp and that Shoot the Moon Mime build play very well together. You get your flat molt from the Shoot the Moon, you get your times molt from the Card Sharp. That compares very well in the early blinds and scales pretty decently into the later blinds. Retrigger opting to play a full house first instead of a high card to get that Card Sharp going.
And actually, suddenly with this build, the Wii Joker suddenly becomes a lot better. You need those chips for those high card builds, and suddenly you have potentially a big source of chips if you can manage to scale that Wii Joker up.
Absolutely, and that does change our perspective a lot. We were kind of dissing the Wii Joker, but a lot of times on builds like this, you need the chips. Now we've got them.
We're instantly selling the defensive Joker.
It's done. I don't. You don't want the rental, right? Because it's a rental card.
But I'm surprised to not see like one more hand. But I guess Retrigger sees his opponent at one more, like one last hand, and doesn't want to risk. Yeah.
That's absolutely the correct play then. And now we went. Power dynamics shifted quite a bit here. Gimme Skills had quite the lead in point scoring. Now Retrigger is just blasting him out of the room with the 60,000 min score. That's why this flat molt plus 1 times molt card plus a little bit of chips, very powerful strategy in Gold Stakes regular. And since we're playing multiplayer, Gold Stakes is hard to get past anyway. You might have to opt into those traditional strats.
We do see that
Gimme
Eternal
Skills.
card sharp as well. Yeah, Gimme Skills picking up that Eternal card sharp as well. Both players really seeing the value in how versatile this this card can be. Although, if it's during your regular Flush 5 build, for example, it's maybe a bit less powerful because you need a lot of deck fixing in order to make that work. But in Gold Stake, you don't necessarily have the option to go balls to the wall full on power build. So, I do like the play here of both players trying to see that quote-unquote safer play and just choosing to go for that.
I quite like that from both players. I do quite like that from both players. You have to be a little bit conservative here with how you're playing. Gimme Skills still has the chance to not opt towards this mime type build. Hasn't seen. Oh my gosh.
Race Fist can be good.
Very useful. It's very useful for the build, but I do have to say that you're mostly getting your flat mult from that Shoot the Moon anyway. The most flat mult you're going to get from Race Fist is 22 from an ace in the front, but you don't want all aces at that end anyway.
Yeah, absolutely, but I would argue it's still good so far, because you gotta consider on the side of Retrigger, you haven't had the opportunity to get so many queens up. You only have like one steel queen. That's your really big power play. So having that Race Fist for now just allows you to get that little bit more of a flat mult that allows your card sharp to pop off after.
Absolutely right, absolutely right. And we see that ordering is going to be pretty important here. Losing out a little bit on the Race Fist value doesn't matter yet for Retrigger. Gimme Skills still struggling through this big blind. Did Gimme Skills pass up the Shoot the Moon in the last shop?
He absolutely has, I believe. Mail and Rebate immediately being picked on the side of Retrigger. You have to. It's not rental. It's not. There's no downsides to that Mail and Rebate. You have to pick that up.
Most players would take it even if there was some downside, like Perishable or Rental. It's just that good of an econ card. Probably the best econ card in the entire game. A lot of people have said the Penny Pincher is still great, but in Gold Stakes, you're spending less money. Penny Pincher, less valuable than that Mail and Rebate. Mail and Rebate, very consistent. All you need to do is draw the cards that you want to draw anyway. Sadly, it's hit queens for Retrigger right now, but he is going to load his deck up with a couple more queens, including that Blue Seal Queen.
Blue Seal Queen, that's perfect for your build right now. You need those first few planet cards to get... Well, granted, you don't need those chips as much, seeing as you have the Wii Joker, but some planet cards are always nice when you have those high card builds. But yeah, for your point, really, about that Penny Pincher, you just have to see Gimme Skills Econ right now. You don't have as much to spend. We do see that Shoot the Moon, but it's perishable on the side of Skills. That's unfortunate.
Super unfortunate. And we see that this Arcana pack, this is the same Arcana pack that Retrigger saw earlier, except it's one card desynced. There are 2 queens available for Gimme Skills to put the Chariot on, but at this point, you don't want to take that Shoot the Moon because it's perishable. So do you even take the steal?
I think he's just going to go for a Judgment, try and go for a Hail Mary play. You got to remember,
fine.
Judgment doesn't follow shop order, doesn't go for anything. It
does.
Random. Wait, does... Oh.
It does follow shop order, sadly.
Oh,
so instead we'll go with the Chariot and then Death. I think I like that play a little bit more.
We have to pick that. Okay, so we're going for that. We have to... We're just going for the immediate power play here. You need to try and get a life out of your opponent. You need to get some time to try and find something to beat Retrigger here.
This could actually be really dangerous for Retrigger because Gimme Skills right now has technically more Steel Queens than Retrigger does. Even though Retrigger has like a better Joker setup for this Shoot the Moon build, Retrigger only has 1 Steel Queen.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they're already on the deck.
And he immediately drew them as well. So yeah, you have those on hand at the ready. And you do have a bit more flat molds that even Steven in hand before those Steel Queens proc. I'm quite curious to see how this is going to go.
Looks like we're playing pairs too.
You have 88 ships. I wanted to check on the side of Gimme Skills. We do have 88 ships compared to 104 on the side of Retrigger on that Wii Joker. Doesn't matter as much, and we do see Gimme Skills able to pop off quite a bit on those with those Steel Queens as well. So it should go to his side for this PvP blind at the very least.
Looks like it will. That's just right place, right time for this Shoot the Moon to pop off. It's not going to carry into Gimme Skills builds later in the game, but for right now, it's a big power spike.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need to try and gain, get some time to get your econ up, try and get some leverage in this game. and we do see Retrigger's not going to be able to do much more than that. But you got to consider on the side of Gimme Skills, once again, that Shoot the Moon, that's perishable. You won't have that for the entire game. Those Steel Queens for the high card build are always going to be useful, but you'll need to find something else to get your flat mult up.
Exactly. I really only see it working out in the super long term if Gimme Skills finds a Baron, and then they're just one strength away, right? But
yeah, absolutely.
It's a risky proposition.
Your other option would possibly be to try and get some skips here, but it's risky because you need like Mega Arcana packs or something along those lines to try and get your deck fixing up while still being able to do that, and we're not taking that risk on the side of Gimme Skills.
Idle. Not happening. Not the game for it. Just not the right game for it, folks. We're not every game is an idle game. First Pluto on the side of Retrigger. That's good to see. We do still have that blue seal queen in the deck. Got it before the last Blossbine, but had to discard it because he needed the money instead. That's also something we didn't exactly talk a whole lot. Retrigger came out of that Blossbine with a ton of money. Retrigger came out of that with like what, $60 because of the 15 that he got from the mail-in rebate.
Yeah, absolutely. On this, just on Econ's side, Retrigger having pretty much everything he needs at this point in terms of Econ. We're choosing to
play the queens.
Queens?
We're already in dangerous territory in terms of like base blind point scoring. I don't understand why we did that. I think we needed those queens to win this.
We do see another Steel Queen on the side of Skills actually with that death, so just even more of a power play now. I think okay, I think I see it on the side of Retrigger. You just don't want to win instantly. You want to be able to scale that Wee Joker more.
Yeah.
So yeah. It's a bit risky, but we do get more mail-in rebate value out of it. We do get more, we get one more Pluto. We get more out of it in general. We do see that share. That's really nice. But yeah, you gotta consider on the side of Retrigger, you have a lot to dig for, so you don't want to win instantly. Shoot the Moon is one of those cards that if you're not careful, you can just easily win a blind no matter what.
Let's talk about the scaling on both of these Wee Jokers. Both these players are playing kind of fundamental back-to-back. Are we both at 112 right now, or is Retrigger ahead? I didn't notice. Give me some.
Retrigger was barely ahead during the boss blind. Let's see. Well, we'll have the opportunity.
We're at 112 on Gimme Skills now. Wow. So we've kept the Wee Joker scaling like back-to-back on both players' side. We see an eternal rental raised fist for Gimme Skills. That sticker syncing up, like them not being synced up, is hurting Gimme Skills so much here.
That's not happening, and even then, Retrigger got that raised fist off of a Judgment, I believe, so it wasn't gonna have any stickers regardless.
Yep, and that's something in chat. People earlier were saying that Judgment's useless right now since it just draws from the next in line in the shop queue. Judgment is guaranteed to never pull a Joker with any stickers on it, so that's technically a use in this specific format. In Gold Stakes PvP Balatro, using a Judgment is a guaranteed, hey, the next Joker I get, it's safe.
Yeah, that's a lot more powerful than people give it credit for. You're just guaranteed to not have a Joker that's gonna screw you over, and that you're potentially gonna have to scramble whether or not to just take in general. And that's really important during those. The mental load is really important during those Gold Stake games where you have to worry a lot more about your general Balatro gameplay compared to just having the highest number.
Absolutely. And Retrigger opting to play an 8, that's a bit sad because the mail-in rebates on 8s.
Unfortunate. That's the unfortunate. I do appreciate using that pack because for those that don't know, it's a pack that's currently being developed with the members of the community just having their own art onto it. So I do appreciate it, but it's in terms of clarity so far, it's really not helping him much.
It's definitely hampering our ability to see stuff. Is it actually on
it's
6?
Just text. Yeah, it is just text.
It's the mail rebate's actually on 6. As my bad, folks. It was on 6s actually. Playing the 8 wasn't a bad. And
it's on Queens again before the boss blind.
Oh my gosh.
That's quite unfortunate. But you gotta consider as well on the side of Retrigger, one thing that I have noticed, but we have not talked about. They picked up the seed money, and that's big in terms of econ in the long run.
Yeah, very, very huge, especially with the econ. Like, Retrigger has an actual econ Joker, no rentals at all. Gimme Skills opted to pick up that Eternal Raised Fist with the rental. It's burning a hole in his pocket. Retrigger has no burden, no financial burden, and he's just making paper. He's stacking paper and riding on 36-inch chrome. Like it's just free for this guy. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, and that's gonna hurt him. That's gonna hurt Skills a lot more the moment that Shoot the Moon is off the play, because that means that you won't have as much money to just be able to roll down into another Joker that's gonna give you the same amount of power. Especially considering that we're already deck building towards that.
We see 2 more queens coming online from that strength for Retrigger, opting to discard a queen too. Just say, hey, I got too many of them. I'm gonna draw more.
Yeah, but Gaming Skills is having quite a nice hand here, so maybe we don't want to sell too much. We do have that Juggler. That bonus hand size, as all Baron enjoyers know, is really big in those sorts of builds, just allowing you to have 1 more trigger on the side in your hand, just in general. But Retrigger,
absolutely necessary, some would say.
I don't think Retrigger is winning this one. 2 hands on the side of Skills. No, we're not.
I think he will actually. I think Retrigger will win this. No, well. No, not with 2 hands. Sorry, I didn't realize it was 2 hands.
Yeah, no, it was 2 hands left. It was 2 hands left. I do not think he wins this, unfortunately.
Probably not.
No.
Yeah, no, just barely not. If it was only 1 hand left, it would have gone through, but no.
No. Just Skills having, well, those 3 Steel Queens in hand immediately. Invisible Joker. Now that's also interesting.
Wow, yeah. What do you get rid of here?
Unfortunately, that's gonna. Okay. Just correct me if I'm wrong here. It doesn't copy. Does it copy the stickers? Does it copy the Eternal?
It does.
It does.
The stickers.
Okay, I figured as such. So this makes it a lot more risky here.
Absolutely, it's a dangerous prospect, but I think you still take it because you take any of these Jokers that you have as a copy. Even that mail-in rebate, I'd consider it, but I'd probably sell out of it just to try and have my power. We're at 160 on the Wee Joker, if I'm not mistaken. That's huge. I'd take another Wee Joker. It's probably the worst hit here. I would also take another Eternal Shoot the Moon, although at this point you're getting diminishing returns on your flat mult. Really, all Retrigger wants to see here, and same thing for Game Skills, except to a much lesser extent, is a Mime from the shop. If we find that Mime before this Invis hits, I sell out of everything. You know?
Oops, all 6s. That's unfortunate. Selling out of the mail-in rebate for that. Quite unfortunate on the side of Retrigger. Granted, you would have, like you said, you would have sold out of that mail-in rebate anyway to get your power up. If you can copy that card shop, that is absolutely huge in this instance. I did see a nice little death here gets picked up with that Emperor here, allowing you to get 1 more Steel Queen that's immediately pulled as well. For now, really, that Oops All 6s only helps for your very few lucky cards that you have, maybe hoping for a money shot. Not that you really need it on the side of Retrigger at the moment, but it's always nice to see.
Let's talk about state of mind here a little bit. We've been kind of operating on the assumption that Retrigger knows that everything's going to be fine. Retrigger's on 1 life here. Gimme Skills has a 2-life lead. Retrigger has been seeing like kind of similar scores put up to him. He's probably thinking, hey man, this guy's rocking the same build as me, and apparently he's rocking it better. What's going on?
Yeah, that's the thing as well. He doesn't know that Skills Shoot the Moon was perishable. Now Skills has well, I don't want to say nothing, but that's a lot less compared to what Retrigger currently has. Interesting Sock and Buskin here. Once again, not the game for it, folks. We're not going Retrigger for once. We're definitely happy about that in the commentator booth, I can tell you that much.
Absolutely. Absolutely. More fun to see these dynamic games sometimes. But I think, honestly, so we got to keep in mind, these stickers are desynced for both players. Find the mail-in rebate, and we also find another Shoot the Moon.
Another perishable rental Shoot the Moon, but that could possibly be enough. If you can just get it across the finish line here, you'll be fine. Whatever that Invis hits on the side of Retrigger, that might decide the game.
I think so. If it hits the Shoot the Moon, it might still be up in the air, but I think if it hits the card sharp, Retrigger might just win this. Gimme Skills is so far behind in the shop, I think you have to take this mail-in rebate over the Even Steven. Even Steven's like giving you nothing compared to your Raised Fist even. You have to take this mail-in rebate to try and claw back some of that econ game.
Yeah, you've been struggling. You choose to skip it again.
Oh my god.
Maybe he just wants to go for the kill. Well, like you said, Retrigger is on 1 life here.
Mhm. Mhm.
Alright, Retrigger has that Invis Joker. Let's sell
What's
that.
it gonna hit?
Let's sell that Oops All Sixes and
Well, we'll hold the Oops All Sixes while we're rolling so that we have a higher chance of encountering a mime. Because if we encounter a mime, that's what we want to hit.
oh, absolutely. Let's see it on. Yeah, we have to roll down here anyway. We have the econ for it. Alright, let's see it.
I want to see a big roll down here. I want to see us get to that potential mime.
Reserve parking. You would have loved to see that earlier in the game, but unfortunately now you're on the you're on the back foot. You can't afford to get those econ jokers.
I don't even think we can afford to sell out of the Wii Joker either, because that's such a huge part of our point scoring for Retrigger.
Yeah, we've only gotten a few Plutos so far. That chips is huge so far. Hangman, I mean, that's always nice to take, but
Very useful
really,
buy.
pizza. He's considering the pizza here. I don't mind the pizza play actually.
It's an interesting play. It guarantees that you get your best hand for the boss blind, and I really like it. But that means that you have to sell out of the dice and use your invis right now, because if that hits the pizza, I'm shooting myself in the head. You know.
All right, we're choosing to sell it. We're not going for it. We're not choosing to take that risk.
I think we might take that burglar though, because with this build specifically, more hands played means more power. We get the Wii Joker.
No.
That's the least good hit, and we find a brainstorm in the shop.
Storm? Oh my! Oh, all right. Okay,
With
what are we
burglar.
Go for here.
The brainstorm burglar is a huge power spike actually, because that effectively triples our score, like no matter what, maybe even quadruples it.
That's maybe a burglar. I would absolutely sell a Wii Joker here. I think.
Oh yeah. You sell Wii Joker and then hit the burglar, and then you put it on to your card sharp. You don't need defensive Joker over your Wii Joker. I think you just go here, save the rest of your money, and now it's looking like a really good position for Retrigger.
Now we're choosing to roll down just a little bit more. We're playing scared, but we're on one life. We have to.
Yeah.
You don't know what your opponent has.
And in Retrigger's mind, Retrigger still thinks that his opponent has like basically the same build. Chariot is huge.
I am curious to imagine Give Me Skills on the other side watching those 12 hands pop up suddenly.
He's like, oh god, no. That can only mean one thing. We either onked or invis the burglar, or he's got a blueprint.
Yeah,
that burglar.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, really, you're just going for. Wait, is he playing those? Is he playing queens here?
Yes. Why?
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 Why? What are we doing?
Retrigger, why? I guess maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe he's got more queens than we think he does. But I think you need all the queens you can.
He has a few, but at this point, you're just playing for whatever you can. That's.
You're trying to get as many queens as possible. Regardless, he's gonna win this boss blind. Regardless.
Yeah, regardless, you should be more than fine by this point. I'm just shocked to see him play queens at all.
It's just a little out of the ordinary. I don't know why we're still playing that regular queen. We should. I guess we're waiting to try and get more Wii Joker scaling. Yeah.
I guess that's what he's going for, but also I think he's just trying to aim for pairs as much as possible, but I'm not sure how good that... Because he had to play those queens to make a first pair, but...
Trying to find the blue seal steal too, that's probably it. I think what you definitely have to do is play quickly here to try and get your deck out there, because Give Me Skills has 6 less hands than you. He's going to play fast no matter what, and we're going to see that here. I don't think we're going to be able to draw the blue steal. Oh, we do draw the blue seal too. We play the 2 pair as well. That's a bit of an issue though, because it's not Pluto that we're gonna get.
It is Mercury, but Retrigger has been playing towards those pairs, which I don't quite agree with. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah,
I don't like it. The Troubadour, that could be useful. That's extra hand size. That's technically extra power. But what do you get rid of here? Do you get rid of the perishable brainstorm before it goes away? I don't think you can.
I don't think you really can at this point. And besides, also that's one less hand. And you got to consider when you have card sharp, having one less hand is it's a big deal when you have one less hand.
Big deal. Very big deal, because the hands played right now is power for you, and we've already got that level 6 high card for Retrigger. Like we said earlier, I don't think we agree with the play towards the pairs. Give Me Skills is still making Steel Queens. It looks like he's invested pretty heavily in these Steel Queens, even though he's got that perishable rental Shoot the Moon.
Well, you gotta consider when you have an internal raised fist, so no matter what, those queens are still gonna be quite a bit of flat mold. Obviously not as much as the Shoot the Moon is gonna give you, but that's still quite a bit of flat mold regardless. So you might as well invest into a high level card, and we sell the Shoot the Moon right as I say it.
It's burning a hole in our pocket, and we need to find one without any drawbacks to maintain our spot. I'm really concerned about point scoring for this small blind for Gimme Skills. We're at the point in gold stakes. This is usually where like what this is anti 5.
This
usually?
is anti. Actually, this is.
Or is it anti 6?
I believe it's anti 6 so far.
Anti 6. This is usually where like if you don't have solid point scoring in a regular Balatro run, it starts to give up on you. You know. It looks like Gimme Skills is going to be able to eke this out with just that raise fist value, but he's making it hard on himself. He's putting it behind. I think he's trying to sandbag for cards to draw in the deck.
Possibly, and on Retrigger's side, we're still debating on that Troubadour. We're not sure what to go for here.
It's an interesting play because Troubadour does give you more cards held.
110 small blind versus anti-7.
Anti-7, right.
Oh, anti-7 even. Okay, Armist.
Also, it says in the shop anti-7.
Oh, we're blind. Okay, thank you. Commentators being
say
blind, what else is
anti-7?
new? Wait.
Where in the shop does it say anti-7?
Anti-7 voucher.
Oh,
Ah,
right on bottom left.
Voucher.
Next to a voucher. It is
Alright, well-
very hard to see and nobody ever
really
notices that,
That's
but
really
yeah,
blurry,
it
yeah.
says that.
Is that,
my
wait,
gosh.
is that the case in regular Balatro as well?
I think
It
so.
always says that. It always
I
says
know.
that.
I've never noticed that. Wow. Okay.
I have never known that. Yeah, that's crazy. You play the game for like over 400 hours and you just never notice.
I'm really in regular Balatro. It doesn't really matter. I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not play those queens on the side of Reacher. I believe on both sides actually we're kind of struggling for point scoring at this point.
I think actually we're fine because we have that slow, steady, consistent play style. It's a little bit scary at the start, but then once you realize that they've actually got a ton of flat molten times, it's okay.
It also helps when you have 12 hands.
That's true. Can't lose, right? When you're scoring 25k a hand.
Yeah, probably not. But at this point, we're still going for the Wheat Joker scaling quite a bit actually.
It's a huge part of Retrigger's point scoring is those flat chips because the high card isn't up to those absurd like level 20s yet, you know.
Yeah, because we've been prioritizing pairs quite a bit, which I still don't quite agree with. It's been pretty weird on the side of Retrigger. We do see them debating on the telescope a little bit. Death being instantly picked up. Stone cards. We don't need chips at this point. We're skipping over that immediately.
We haven't
Pyramid on
seen
the
a
side
whole lot of
people.
Celestial packs this game, so unless Celestial packs start to actually show up and give value, that Telescope voucher might not be very useful. We do know that there will be one Celestial pack in the next shop for Retrigger because Gimme Skills is ahead.
Yeah, all that time debating on the Troubadour has given Gimme Skills a bit of a lead in terms of just general game state.
Are we gonna take the double tag skip? What?
Because the Brainstorm is almost out, and so is the
I
Burglar.
see.
We need to do that.
You want it available for that next PvP blind. I understand the play, and I think I agree with it too, because a double tag skip could be very, very powerful if we find something like a Spectral pack skip, or if we find something else.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this point, you really need to do it anyway. Actually, I think I'm starting to understand a bit on why Retrigger is prioritizing those pairs actually, because you gotta consider the problem with Wii Joker is that 2s are such low priority that you need to play them together in order for them to count in a high card. So I believe that's what he's going for here, playing those pairs to make sure that the Wii Joker manages to keep scaling regardless.
Exactly. We always need to be mindful of that Wii Joker's power level because it's such a huge part of her scoring. We see 1.6 mil coming out for
Yeah, at
Retrigger.
1.6 million, we still have 4 hands, so yeah, I believe it is. That's pretty much. I think that's also why we're this confident in just skipping over and trying to make sure that we preserve that. We have so much mold, so much power on the side of Retrigger that really you don't mind if you're skipping over a blind, really.
Yep, you really don't. You just don't care. And we were holding on to a death that whole time. We're going to get finally some good blue seal value. Get a Pluto out of it. That's 2 levels on the Pluto. That's a lot of chips, and that's some pretty decent mold.
Not that you really care about chips when you have a 200 and I believe 264 or something along those lines.
Something
with
like that,
Joker.
264. I think we're firmly ahead of Give Me Skills now.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, we do get not that great of a double skip tag. Unfortunately, it is money, but not exactly the most you wouldn't the most that you could get compared to, for example, an economy tag, which just doubles your gives you $40 in the case of Retrigger.
A little bit of a difference between the two vouchers that we have for both players. Mime in the shop. Let's go.
Oh
That's
my
everything you need.
goodness.
What do you
That is
sell
every-
here though?
You might consider sell. Wii Joker is so good here, though.
I think you sell the burglar now. Hear me out, because you just got the waste bin voucher. Now you've got three discards. That's enough to find all of your power cards, all of your steel queens. I don't think you need the times molt in quotations from the burglar anymore. Now you can just rock the mime instead.
Because we're considering the problem. It's so tough on the side of Retrigger because on one side you do have the like the burglar. That's just 6 more hands. That's a lot in those builds. That's more slow and steady. But that Wii Joker, that's essentially a ×3 molt as well, giving your current amount of chips. That's such a tough decision.
I don't think you can give up the Wii Joker. You just can't give up the Wii Joker. You need to give up that burglar. Let's see if Retrigger makes the right decision. This is interesting stuff.
I mean, obviously you're picking up that mime either way. You can't skip over, but that's such a tough call to make.
It's hard in the moment to find that play too, right? Because Wii Joker, everything in your body's telling you this card's useless. This card's useless. I never use this in PvP. It's at 274.
This is the
You can't
one.
get rid of it.
This is the one instance where Wii Joker has managed to pop off on both sides of the field, and I think that's great.
I love it. I love seeing the interesting Jokers like this just pop off on the plays.
We
stuff.
were spinning on it a bit at the start of the game, but look at where it is now. Now we're the fools, and there's also a lot in general of factors that you gotta consider, like your current deck state, and burglar
He finds it.
There it is, and we're skipping the garbage tag. We have
We get
one more
cash
round
money.
to play around with, so we're getting a bit more cash before that final boss blind. Both players at 1 life. A nice money hit. You take
Lucky
those.
Brock, fucking money shot. That's never punished, I guess, right?
You absolutely take those. We should have put that gold queen beforehand. That's a bit of a misplay, but
We don't have enough consumable slots to re-trigger the mime again. We don't have enough, so it doesn't matter where the mime is yet. But just scoring 800,000 with like minimal steel queens on deck. Give Me Skills is so far behind in the shop that he just now finds the Invisible Joker, and it's useless.
We're barely finding that. That's so unfortunate.
But we do find our Eternal Shoot the Moon. Finally, after like 4 versions of Shoot the Moon that had all terrible effects on it, Give Me Skills finally lands with a decent version of it.
Yeah, but now that's not powerful enough anymore. Now that we have the mime on the side of Retrigger, that's just never mattering at this. I don't see a world where Give Me Skills win this.
Whoa!
That's the bean.
The bean.
The bean is so good here.
I think that is maybe the one card you sell Wii Joker for, but I'm still really concerned. I don't know if that was actually the best play you could make.
I'm gonna tell you that it is, simply because of the fact that that is so much hand size. That's 5 hand size. That's 5 more potential queens. And when you have the mime, that's 5 more times 1.5, and that's way more than that Wii Joker can ever give you in this instance.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Just because of the retriggers for the steals, it's just that I'm worried that the maximum potential hand that Retrigger hasn't increased to super high amount of power.
Yeah. Actually, the interesting part, I would really like just instantly copying the mime. Okay, thank you.
There we go.
There we go. Now we already
have
have
until you have all.
We already
You have most of your steel queens. That's the thing. How many more steel queens can you draw to make this Turtle Bean worth it? I think we're all out of steel queens. We have all of them now.
We have all of them, and now we're just copying the mime. That's gonna be so much. We're one of those queens is not where it should be, but even then, yeah, that's
totally fine.
That is disgusting. That is disgusting.
How many E's are we gonna be?
That is 16
16
million.
mil.
Oh my god. Yeah. GG's.
Even without proper ordering on the queens, it hardly matters at this point.
Yeah, that's mime diff, and
There's just no way that Give Me Skills can match this score, and it looks like Retrigger is going to take this one.
Oh my goodness. And yeah, okay, now we're just going for the disrespect. Oh,
Finally, proper order. Let's show him
Oh
show
my-
him business.
Oh my goodness. All right, and we have the card sharp now too. That's gonna trigger. That's gonna. Would that be 100 mil? Are we gonna see
No,
100 mil?
no. Surely not. No.
Oh
Yes,
my
we are.
god, we are.
Oh my goodness.
Oh goodness, yeah. That is the one card you've been wanting to see the entire game, and Retrigger just finds it. Obviously, some people might say, "Oh, that's lucky." No, that's econ. That is econ.
Yeah. That's been this whole game has just been an econ diff from Retrigger. He found that mail in earlier, and more importantly, he played way harder into that seed money. Played way harder into actually having the interest every single hand. This seed wasn't an early huge card find. You had to play super far and deep to find this mime.
Yeah,
It
that was.
all about the econ.
You gotta consider both players were pretty much, aside from Give Me Skills having unfortunate, especially at the start, having unfortunate stickers. But even when you consider those, at the end of the day, you had the Rainstorm. Well, no, you didn't have the Brainstorm. You had, well, no, obviously you didn't have the Brainstorm. You just didn't dig
You
far
had
enough
the
for it.
card sharp. You had the card sharp. You had to shoot the moon for your power early. You had the Wii Joker. So I don't think you can say that the power in quotations was too heavily skewed in Retrigger's factor until the end there when he found that mime. Even with the nerfs of the perishable and the rental on that shoot the moon, Give Me Skills found shoot the moon 3 times. Had it for every single PvP boss blind. Had potentially better deck building until Retrigger started to accelerate heavy with their econ. It was more about finding that econ. Give Me Skills had a chance to get that mail-in rebate. It was late, but he had a chance to get it and a chance to get back into the econ game. Just didn't take it.
We're thinking about the exact same moment. I was just about to talk about it. That mail-in rebate that we skipped early for Give Me Skills, and that just put them so far behind the money game. You gotta consider, because for those that might say, oh well, without the mime he loses. I think not, because you still have Brainstorm, you still have Burglar, you have so much power on this side of Retrigger that even without that mime, I think he wins this. Obviously not by that much, because, well, you don't get 100 million without the mime there, but that is still so much more power than Give Me Skills can ever have just because of econ.
Even without that mime, if we still have the Brainstorm and Give Me Skills does not, deck building is about the same from both sides. Retrigger still takes it there because they have the copy of that card sharp. So it's just, I don't know what to say. It's an econ game, really.
That's 9 molt instead of 3 molt, and obviously those 12 hands just in those sorts of games where you're going for slow and steady in terms of your point scoring, those 12 hands mean so much more.
Absolutely. In a great game from both sides. That wasn't for want of trying. Both players played pretty well. Both players played very well. They handled what RNG they had in a pretty good way. It's just that Retrigger dominated the econ game.
Absolutely. No flame on either side. It was simply just an econ diff.
Let's take a look at the bracket now. Walk people through what's going to happen next. Retrigger going into the 4th round now. We've got one side of the bracket that's gone through really fast. On the top side of the bracket, we had Hutrix move on from that game that we streamed a little bit ago, and then went on to face Marban in semifinals already. Hutrix has secured themselves a spot in grand finals. I'm really sad that we didn't get to see any of the top brackets games because they just went so fast. They went so fast. We had Zaino versus a Marban game, both of them meeting up in round 4. I would have loved to see how they got there because Zaino had to fight Gamelaze, came out on top. That's something that doesn't happen a whole lot, right? Gamelaze is a really powerful player.
Really strong player. One thing we keep saying, but those tournaments are getting really stacked lately. I feel it's just a lot of strong players coming to show up, and you see a lot of those dark horses that just don't have the notoriety that people have gained through, for example, the team tournaments. That are just showing up and just beating those really strong players, and I think that's really interesting.
I do think so, and something we talked about a little bit on the broadcast before is who we think has an advantage for this specific tournament. I think that Zaino definitely was someone who could have taken this all the way to the finals. Very unluckily, had just a lot of bracket demons to fight, having to go through Gamelaze first. Gamelaze is a super strong power player, and then having to fight Marban again. another player who knows exactly how to pilot through gold stakes. Marban takes out Zeno, and then Marban versus Hutrix. I would have loved to see the Marban versus Hutrix game because that's two titans, even on gold stakes.
Yeah, that is a really powerful game, but just overall, those gold stake games are really interesting because that's where you see where a lot of those PvE skills that don't have much of a chance to really translate those really big decision-making moments that you have in gold stake that don't really have a place in PvP, having a chance to shine, and I think that's really interesting. We've seen, for example, the trouble that Retrigger had with that one Eternal Troubadour, that thankfully not taking it was definitely the correct play in the long run, but you saw him debating on it quite a bit. In a regular PvP game, you don't think at all, you just pick it and that goes, but that makes for some really interesting skill expression and just overall showing us how these high-level players think.
Couldn't agree more, and it looks like the next game, I think we'll be sticking with Retrigger in this next perspective. We've got Retrigger versus Kazakh Boris. Kazakh Boris, very powerful player as well. Retrigger, very powerful player. We know, we just saw it. I don't think I've ever seen them. I haven't seen Kazakh play on gold stakes ever, but I'm confident that they know exactly how to play it properly. Kazakh has gotten to finals in, I think, 2 tournaments now. So
something along those lines.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Kazakh prevail, right?
I'll give info a little bit. Like, I do not remember the history. I'm literally hosting these tournaments since the beginning, and I don't remember what happened.
No worries, no worries. Not every detail can stick even in a mind as sharp as yours, Lava. It is more than fine.
Kozak won one weekly tournament, I believe.
Kozak has won a weekly tournament, yes.
Kazakh
and Retrigger won
and
a very recent one as well.
Yeah,
so we got two tournament winners going against each other in this round 3 game or round 4 game. Yeah.
I wonder actually. Okay, that's for an interesting discussion. While we wait on this game to start, we do see actually Retrigger getting that one hit. Well, I mean, really get into it. I mean.
Yeah.
How many players have won a weekly tournament so far?
Ooh, I don't know how many unique players have won. I think we're at least 10. Yeah, 10.
I think 10. Yeah, around those lines.
Okay,
right?
no. It might be because we have 2 people who have won twice. We got Jake, who has won 2 weeklies, and we've gotten who else has won 2 weeklies? Bag, have you won 2 weeklies or just one?
So there's 5 people that have won 2 weeklies. There's myself, Phantom. Jake didn't win 2 weeklies. He won the beta tournament, and then he won a weekly.
Right.
Right.
Cass has won 2 tournaments. 1 weekly. The other one was the Pokemon. And I'm forgetting who the 5th one is. I know there's a 5th one.
Have you named Quest?
Has Clust won too? No, it was Yami. It was Yami.
Oh, Yami.
Yami.
Yeah, Yami makes
Yami, yeah.
Yami won
Okay,
too.
little interesting thing. We do see a rare skip on the side of Kozak, and that's an immediate foil brainstorm.
He's off.
Well, that's pretty much the second best hit you can get.
And that's something Retrigger is never gonna see here.
No, that rare skip that we're taking, well, we were talking about it. Those skips are really more powerful in the order, and we're being rewarded for it. Obviously,
Yeah, Quest won 2. Quest won 2 against Nightmare in a row.
Oh wow.
Oh my goodness.
Back to back. Wow, that's we've seen a little bit of decision making crisis from Kazakh here for that mail-in rebate. I think you would have taken it. Maybe you would have taken it if you didn't have the brainstorm, but with the brainstorm, it's double value.
Yeah, that's so much money on the side of Kozak. That's the thing with those copying jokers, is that they can copy whatever they want that's more useful to you in the moment, whether that's econ, whether that's point scoring, whether that's everything really. And we're going to see that with the mail-in rebate. Both players picking up that eternal mail-in rebate, but obviously on the side of Kozak, that's just going to be so much more powerful.
It's crazy. I'm trying to think of ways that Retrigger can find this brainstorm. If we see another rare skip and Retrigger for some reason goes for it, that could still happen because the rare skip queue is the same for both players. But I think it can spawn with a different edition and a different sticker. So lucking into this Joker with no stickers on it is crazy. Like
And
no
foil.
perishable and foil is nuts.
That's your chip starter if you go for high card build. that's your everything starter, really.
It's
We're going-
crazy.
we're going for a flower pot early. I don't mind it too much considering the kind of hands we're going for here. Possibly full houses with that smiley face here. Polychrome Ace, we're considering it. I would much rather go for that purple seal.
I think so too. I think an early purple seal is a lot of value in this deck, especially when you've already got promises of huge power in the future. Getting more tarot cards to build your deck up is a very, very useful idea.
Absolutely, and we do see that being picked up on the side of Kozak right now. That flower pot also being picked on the side of Retrigger. Another Joker that we don't see much in like regular PvE Balatro, especially Gold Stake. But here, any Titan's Mold you take at this point.
Also, something we missed a little bit at the beginning of the game. We didn't talk about it. We're on blue deck again. I'm not sure what it is with these players today in Gold Stake and blue deck, but people like it. I think prevailing sentiment is that blue deck is maybe the easiest deck to play on Gold Stakes. I don't necessarily agree.
I don't know if I'd agree with that. Well, we still have yellow deck on board, which is still like the safest play overall.
That's what I would think, right? That's what I would think is the safest Gold Stake deck. But I have heard from streamers before, like Raffle and Dr. Spectre, the blue deck is like, the safest, easiest vanilla. Yeah.
Right. So we do see the Polychrome Pacifist on both sides. Kozak a bit more behind in terms of the shop, obviously having to skip that first blind, but with that copy of Mail and Rebate, you're gonna be able to get back up to speed really easily. We do see that seeing double with the flower pot. That's just a free combo right there.
Yep. It's all, they're guaranteed to happen. Both of them. If flower pot happens, seeing double happens.
Absolutely. Both sides having pretty much the same Joker build, aside from obviously that single brainstorm.
The one big one, yeah.
the one that really matters, all things considered.
Super nuts. I can't believe that happened. I'm still in shock. I am still in shock from finding that from a rare skip at the first one. Sometimes just what happens. That is just what happens when you take it.
Yeah, sometimes you just get the nuts immediately. Alright, so we do see, well, Eternal, obviously you didn't take the Polychrome one, you're not going to take the Eternal Rental one, Pacifist.
Hold on now.
Yeah,
maybe
alright.
I can't. I was trying.
Yeah, no one's taking you seriously there, but it's alright.
I don't have anything. That's...
do you see him debating on the Mega Celestial pack, maybe thinking that he needs as much power as possible? Obviously, we know that it's not going to matter, but...
Well, yeah, and since we have such identical Joker lineups right now, as long as both players play towards maybe finding a 4 of a kind, that's the most powerful hand that we could play potentially right now. I don't think Kozak has made any other... like any copies of anything with death that would skew the odds to a 5 of a kind?
No deck fixing has happened on either side. So yeah, unfortunately we don't have any difference really. The one difference is the purple seal on the side of Kozak.
I think Retrigger also has the purple seal in deck. I think he also took it. The biggest difference, I guess, is the turtle beam on both sides. Retrigger has a turtle beam, Kozak doesn't. So I guess that lets him see more of the deck, potentially making a 4 of a kind easier, or maybe a straight easier to find. That could also trigger a flower pot like we have right now. But I would personally want to go towards a 4 of a kind if I'm Retrigger right now.
Yeah, 4 of a kind is really the best you're going to get here. We were talking about full house as well being potential option. We're really close to that on the side of Kozak, but unfortunately we have not managed to get the suits we need just yet.
I think we do have them. We have a hearts, we have a clubs, so we've got a full house play from Kozak here, and we just got to make sure to copy the right thing with
double Hierophants.
That
we're
copying.
We are copying. He's debating on it, but I do think the flower pot is just much better in this spot.
Oh yeah, you should always copy the flower pot here. I don't think there's no world in which you don't. I don't know why he's even stopping.
Yeah, and either way, we're absolutely satellising whatever Retrigger has at this point. Yeah, that is 100. That is 100,000. You're never getting that on the side of Reach.
Boom. If I'm Retrigger, I'm thinking, what the hell happened? What's going on?
Yeah, you gotta. I think the reason why Kozak paused as well is because you don't know if your opponent. Because I believe that Kozak is the one that started the timer, so you don't know if Retrigger has skipped that thing. Has skipped that blind for the rare tag as well. He does not know if Retrigger has the brainstorm as well.
That's a lot of important information that you're missing out on as Retrigger because you were the first one to finish here.
Yeah, so you're not sure if so you don't know what Kozak has. You can't have figured that out yet. So maybe thinking that either Kozak has had some insane econ player just found something with for example, just spamming judgments in shops or something along those lines. But the funny part is, you think that your opponent has dug more, but Kozak is leaving this blind with so much more money.
And it's all because of that copy on the mail-in rebate. Retrigger's actually gotten more mail-in rebate value here. Like he's discarded more 10s, I think, than Kozak. It's just that Kozak copied the mail-in rebate with that brainstorm. Having copy effects is just so powerful because you can copy anything on your Joker board. It's not one of your Jokers extra. It's one of every one of your Jokers extra. That's why they're so powerful.
It is pretty much anything that your mind can ask for in the moment. It's just a matter of using it, really. We've seen it a lot of the time. Those players in PvP that either get so focused on like the point scoring aspect or anything that that sometimes they miss important triggers, like for example, like end of blind triggers, start of blind triggers, those sorts of things. Sometimes it's missed, but really those copy effects are. There's a reason why Brainstorm and Blueprint are the best two Jokers in the game by quite a wide margin.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. We saw Kozak stop a little bit in the shop to look at that Eternal Rental Acrobat. That's a lot of power instantly, and it's kind of unconditional. So it could have been a potentially very powerful pickup over maybe seeing double. But I don't think Kozak. I think Kozak wants to opt towards even more power potential. You know, you don't want to stop. This is multiplayer. In a regular run of Balatro, you probably would have taken that Acrobat because it just guarantees you get to ante-8 and win the boss. But here, you need more than a guarantee.
Absolutely, and I also think that a part of the reason as to why is simply because of the fact that you also have pretty much everything you need on the side of Kozak so far. You have your flat mold, you have your times mold. You can't get rid of your econ even if you wanted to. You literally can't get rid of it.
Yep.
But yeah, you just have everything you need at this point, and you can't go risking on an Eternal when there's so much more power left on the board.
All we really, I think, if I'm Kozak right now, I want to get a lot of planets in one type of hand. Maybe I want to build towards 4 of a kinds or 5 of a kinds very quickly here. I don't know if I want to deck build first or get planets.
It's an interesting thought, really, because whatever on the side of Kozak, really, whatever you get here, it really could shape your potential build here. But let's say you get, for example, an Ancient Joker. I think building towards Wilds is not that bad of a play here, considering the Jokers we currently have. You already have that Flower Pot, which those wild cards can potentially fit one of the suits. Same for that Seeing Double. So if you play towards those wild cards immediately, you're more likely that those Jokers that you already have trigger, and you can potentially play towards an Ancient Joker later down the line.
Absolutely, and we're seeing something a little bit interesting here on Retrigger's shop. That Acrobat that Kozak saw, Retrigger's seeing it without any of the sticker baggage. We're probably going to see it picked up over, I think, maybe the Bean or the Seeing Double. That's not going to even out the score because we're going to be able to copy that 4 times from Kozak again during that boss blind. But it is going to help us out.
Yeah, it is going to help you at least a little bit, and you pretty much need to. That Turtle Bean is going to lose pretty much every bit of value that it currently has by the time the boss blind occurs. So yeah, that Acrobat is a must pick on the side of Retrigger, most likely.
Absolutely.
That's something interesting to think about. How do you think these players account stickers and how they differ into their strategy? Do you think that for example, Kozak, do you think that Kozak sees this Acrobat and thinks, oh, maybe it's not gonna have those stickers on the side of Retrigger, so maybe he's gonna pick that up, and I gotta take that into account when I gotta try and figure out how much points he's gonna score?
Currently, I'm operating on the assumption that both players think that the sticker additions are like lined up perfectly, because going into this tournament, not a whole lot of people know the seed research that tells us that they can desync. So I don't think Kozak is thinking, hey, I'm desynced on the stickers from what Retrigger was seeing. So if he could see that,
there's
the Acrobat again. Might have been that Retrigger was ahead in the shop and that the Acrobat earlier was different, but I thought that the first Acrobat
It could have been. I think I saw it beside the banana actually, and beside the idol. So yeah, no,
I think they're synced up. I think they're synced up. Yeah, they're synced up. So we've been talking about perspective stuff. We're talking about perspective stuff that doesn't matter. So in this case, I still think that they think that the additions are synced up because it's a kind of rare case in which the additions and stickers stop syncing up.
Yeah, and we do see the trading card. Once again, me skip Hanging Chad. Alright, that is interesting because that is also one of those things that you might consider for later in the game. For now, it only benefits your smiley face. But if you get an Ancient Joker later down the line, we do see that Lovers being picked up. I was talking about it earlier. That could be useful later down the line. We're gonna have to see what Kozak chooses to sell for that Hanging Shot if he does pick it up. For now, it doesn't really do that much.
Yeah, you don't get a whole lot of value out of it. You don't have any lucky cards for Kozak yet, so you can't really like farm for money with it. You don't have anything that you'd really like to re-trigger a whole lot, and if you're selling anything here, you're selling your smiley face, but that's kind of a contributor to your flat mold, so I don't even think you pick this up.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of flat mold, and you don't have planets just yet, and yeah, it's immediately sold on the side of Kozak. Yeah, so that Lover's obviously going to be a big part of his potential point scoring here, makes it a lot easier to get that flower pot on the board, potential Ancient Joker later down the line as well. I don't think that I don't think that Kozak has a chance to lose this. In all honesty,
I don't think so. With that extra 4x copy, I don't see a way that he loses yet.
Both players having picked up the grabbers, so we do see four. Interesting. Oh, okay. Kings are on the rebate. Okay, that's why. Immediate use on the Queen. That is more than fair. Mars, Pluto. Mars is honestly pretty much the card you want at the moment. Like pretty much the planet you want at the moment here.
I think it's the one that you want to play towards right now, since you can't make a 5 of a kind yet. However, Kozak has invested in his full house with 3 levels, so I think we're going to see a full house play here, and it is also technically easier to. It's also technically easier to make a full house. It's technically easier.
Very slightly, but it is. Well, unfortunately, on the side of Kozak, we have not seen much of those face cards just yet, so now we're kind of a pickle here.
Yeah. It's a bit dicey. We need to count on those jacks now to show up,
and
they do. Is that all of the suits? Yes, that's all the suits. That's all the suits with the wild card. Yeah.
Yeah, with the wild cards there. We don't have high contrast on, so I didn't see.
We technically have a 4 of a kind here, actually.
Well, that's just.
Is the full house better than the 4 of a kind here with the smiley face?
It might be because of the smiley face. Yeah, that's one more re-trigger, and the levels you currently have in full house, so you have more base mold for it to trigger. So I think full house is better here, actually.
Yep, it is. Full house is absolutely. Why aren't we copying the flower? Are they both 3x? Is flower pot not 4x?
I believe it is 3x. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so then copying Acrobat, it doesn't matter. So we're still scoring 170,000 here. Wow, re-triggers. I think re-trigger can only score maybe a third of that.
Yeah, well, pretty much. Yeah, he has picked up the Hanging Chad because on his side, well, it's the best he can do, really, getting those smiley face re-triggers. And yeah, you just see the 170k, and I think that's where maybe during the first round it was lucky. During the second round, you gotta realize, okay, he definitely has something that I did not see.
Yeah. Now it's no longer, oh, I missed some like glass in the pack and he had Chad earlier than me. Now it's oh shit, what's going on?
Yeah, that is not the same build at all. But yeah, that's not even a third of it. That's pretty much, well, that's a 17th of it, really.
You know, earlier I was saying that both players had that purple seal from the, I think, first standard pack that we opened. I just realized now Retrigger doesn't have that purple seal. He instead opted to take the Polychrome Ace from earlier, so that could be a potential play later in the game, and that's a potential reason why he has the Chad over Kozak, because the Polychromes are technically just glass without the chance to break in the multiplayer patch.
Absolutely, that is really the Polychromes are slightly buffed by that very reason. That Hanging Shot does make a lot more sense on the side of Retrigger. I would still disagree with the play to pick up that Polychrome Ace in general.
Yeah. I think the purple seal gives you way more value. We see in the deck fixing from both players is Retrigger's at like what, 56 cards and Kozak's at 50.
Yeah, something along those lines. Really, well, there's a really big difference in terms of deck fixing anyway. But that you gotta consider as well, Polychrome Ace. you can't really use that in any Joker lineup because compared to, for example, well, really, your best play is to strengthen it into a 2 and pray that you get into a hack build. That's
Yeah.
pretty much your only play. But aside from general retriggers, like for example, like your Dusks, your Hanging Chads, you don't really have a specific thing to really play towards. And aside from maybe Wilds and Ancient Jokers, no X mode that really synergizes with it, synergizes well with it either.
Exactly, and that's a huge reason why aces are what you don't want to. You really don't see them played towards often unless you're on erratic and you start with like what a 5 of a kind of them.
Yeah, pretty
They
much.
do have Scholar, but that's just not enough.
Yeah, unless you can unless somehow you end up with an Anked Scholar, then maybe you can try and play towards them. But even then, that's kind of dicey.
Your only options for retrigger are Dusk or like Chad. So yeah.
Speaking of
Here we do
retrigger,
see-
we're struggling a bit on that boss blind. Speaking of a retrigger, does he have a hand that clears this?
Okay,
he has a full house.
Yes,
Okay, no, we're
yes.
fine. We're fine.
okay. Full House should clear this. Although
No, that is
We-
fine. That is
yeah,
fine.
we do. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
I was struggling to see if we had like 3 diamonds, and I was like, what? Or two
Right.
spades instead of 1 club and a spade.
Rental Madness. We're obviously not picking that up.
But clearly the play. Hold on.
Black-
Let's revisit.
Let's revisit. I will say though, I find it interesting that Madness is now theoretically, obviously not likely, but it is possible with Gold Stake on. Because
Yeah.
Madness might be the one Joker that's objectively more powerful on Gold Stake than it is on White Stake.
Absolutely. I think actually even the change that Thunk made to it in that most recent patch, I guess, that makes it not delete another Joker and gain power going into a boss blind, was to make it more consistent. But I think honestly that hurts the potential power on Gold Stakes when you're going to use it anyway, because you just want to have as many Eternals as possible when you're running Madness.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to pretty much have or at the very least, you want to have like your main point scorers be Eternal, and then pick up the Madness for some additional Exmal. I find it interesting that it's possible, at least in this tournament. I don't think we're gonna see it,
I doubt
but it would be really funny, and that's the
it.
important part.
Yeah. Funny is everything we need. That's absolutely what we want. And this quick update on like the meta game of the tournament. This is our last round 4 match. We're just waiting for this to happen. We'll probably be following whoever wins this game into the semifinals, in which Morblasta has taken out Frank DeLimst to head into that. And then already in the finals spot for the top side of the bracket is Hutrix, King of Nothing. So
There's a
whoever
fight-
wins this game has a potential chance to meet Hutrix.
Just a little thing on the side of Kozak, we have unlocked 5 of a kind, and that's big in this game.
We did. We saw him strengthening up those kings earlier, which was huge. And they're all different like suits of kings too. So you don't have like the odds to double draw a bunch of kings. Instead, you've got 1 wild king, I think, and then you've got no repeat hands, I think.
Something along those lines, but regardless, you have well, still, it's early enough in the game that you and
Ancient.
there's that Ancient Joker that we were
Ancient
talking
Joker.
about.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, that
We're not built for it yet.
we're not
but-
built for it yet, but that's what else are you gonna build for, really?
I don't know. You're 4 lives instead of retriggers 2. Retriggers probably not going to see that anytime soon, because you're ahead on the money if you're Kazakh. So you pick it up. What do you get rid of though? That's the main thing.
That's the main thing. Smiley face. That is interesting.
Absolutely.
I think that's the correct play. Absolutely. When you gotta consider that the main hand and there's a strength for more kings. You gotta consider that the main hand you're gonna play is 5 of a kind that already has a ton of base, just a ton of base molt. So you don't really need that additional molt on the side of the smiley face. You just need more X molt, and that's exactly what you have so far.
Absolutely. And I'm really interested to see what type of hands both players are able to play in this boss blind. I wonder if we're going to see Kazakh trying to like test the waters with this Ancient Joker to see just how much he's got with an unleveled flush.
We do see a queen on the side of Kozak. We can level up here. A strength on the side of Retrigger as well. Gonna trying as well for that 4 of a kind for that build. That we actually wait. Did we strength for mail and rebate?
I think so. I'm not sure. We didn't strength into a king. No, mail-in rebates on 3s.
Yeah, no, that is what happened. We did strengthen Suze into 3.
I see.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright, so, and we have the 5 of a kind on the side of Kozak. Is that all suits? I believe it is.
That is all suits.
It
Yes,
is. It is all
there's a wild. So
It is all suits, yeah, absolutely. So, the question now becomes on what you want to copy if you're Kozak here. I think you always copy Acrobat or Flower Pot because I don't think you have enough Ancient Joker triggers for that to matter just yet.
for right now, you copy Acrobat. But I think once you can get more wilds on deck for this 5 of a kind, or maybe a flush 5 potential, then you're copying the Ancient Joker eventually.
Always,
Is Ancient Joker on
Spades.
Ancient Joker on clubs or spades? It's on spades. Then technically, so Acrobat is okay right now because 1.5 to the 2 is 2.25 and Acrobat's 3. So, but if we had literally one more wild, we would have copied Ancient. We see Retrigger put down to his last life. Kozak was just a commanding lead.
Once you got that brainstorm, that he just never let off the gas pedal at all. And with that Ancient Joker now, if he gets even a single more Wild King, that could be really big. And he can copy it.
We find it with a death from the pack and a fool in hand.
Oh my god! Caster's Curse. I put that into existence.
Brainstorm in the Retrigger shop.
All right. Okay. That is maybe the one thing that could save us here. Polychrome.
Polychrome.
Oh my goodness. Well, okay.
So we're interesting.
Okay,
We know that Ancient. Actually, wait. Hold on. Is that Brainstorm replacing the Ancient that Kozak saw?
Oh no, it is.
Oh no. Oh no! Wait, if that's the case, then Retrigger doesn't see this guaranteed Ancient Joker anytime soon.
No, the Fool was right after. No, it is absolutely that. You're right.
No. Oh no. We have to hope really hard that Retrigger can get his econ sorted with this copy of Mail and Retrigger. Like he is ahead in econ right now, and they're almost close to each other in the shop. Retrigger has to focus up real hard, and try and lock in and find an Ancient Joker just somehow, anywhere.
You have to. Well, the one potential benefiting factor is that he's gonna roll down hard because it is his last life. So maybe he finds this, but that is so unfortunate. Wait. Okay. That is maybe one aspect of seeds that I do not know. You said that rare skip tags are on a queue, right?
Mm-hmm. Rare skip tags have their own separate queue. So if they had both taken the rare skip, they would have both gotten the same rare card.
Right,
and later on, if they had taken another rare skip, they would have gotten the same Joker.
All right, so it is simply because Kozak has that Brainstorm in his current Joker slot that the Ancient Joker showed up.
Think of it as tarot blocking. If the shop sees that you're holding it and you don't have a showman, it has to re-roll into something that you don't have, so it can actually display it. And that's actually super fucking lucky for Kozak.
Yeah, that is
so
pretty
lucky.
much that is the exact rare Joker that you would need. Obviously, you would have taken, for example, a DNA. You would have also taken that, I think, just getting more Wild Kings on hand, but. Goodness me, that is 500k, and we don't even have that many wild cards yet.
My goodness, it's like
I
shudder to think of what we're gonna do on the boss plan. I wonder how much of a blowout it's gonna be because Retrigger is on a huge timer and he doesn't even know it now. He's thinking, okay, I've got a Brainstorm now.
Oh my goodness, we have a red seal.
We just need to find a Lover's card.
If we have Lovers, it's so over. And
honestly, I'd take the Tarot Tycoon here. Yeah. Right? Because I think so. Because what Jokers are you looking for, right?
I suppose you're Trio.
And Trio's just always better than Flower Pot here.
Yeah, or Acrobat really.
They're the same. It's the same, really.
I think actually in this instance, Acrobat is maybe worse than Flower Pot because you're aiming for wild cards. So Flower Pot will always trigger. Well, no matter. Well, it is the same. It is around the same volt anyway, and that's the important part.
And we find wait. We find the Ancient anyway for Retrigger.
Okay, we do find it. So we have a.
So then what rare was blocked earlier from Kozak? What rare was blocked?
Did we just not see maybe a? Oh no! We saw a driver's license on the side of Kozak.
A driver's license on? Yeah, no, but Retrigger also saw that same driver's license, and they were both eternal earlier.
Has it?
Could this just be a separate roll of an Ancient Joker that's also eternal? I don't think so.
That would be insane if it was the case. We need to rewatch that pack at some point because I'm not sure what
Somebody's got to figure it out. Somebody's got to figure out the seed science because this shit goes deep and it's crazy hard to understand. But right now, we're on better footing than we thought we'd be. I still think Kozak's going to take this next boss blind because he's had more time to fix his deck towards this Ancient Joker spam.
Alright, okay. I think, actually, there's maybe hope for Retrigger, and that hope lies within the Hanging Chad.
It's true. It's true.
If we can get 2 Wild Kings, and we can both trigger them when Hanging Chad, we have a shot. The problem is that Kozak has a Red Seal now, so that makes it a lot more complicated.
Well, Retrigger also has a Red Seal King. We saw him waving it around. I think it might come down to who has more Ancient Jokers to proc. Like,
yeah, that does come down to Ancient Joker procs. You're right. I did not see it because of the texture of like the pack, but you're right. That is a Red Seal King as well. So yeah, that just comes down to whoever can trigger that more.
The battle of wilds versus the battle of like
we need
additions.
We need Lover's Death on the side of Retrigger, and we can maybe get out of this alive.
Yep. We just gotta find it. Although we know most of the tarot cards that Retrigger's gonna see because Kozak has been through the shop a whole lot. I guess technically Retrigger picked up the Tarot Tycoon sooner than Kozak did in the shop, so I guess he's got a higher chance to see more tarot cards. He's got to go in with a lot of money to this next shop.
Thankfully, he
even have a chance.
He does have $40. We did see Kozak roll down quite a bit, maybe expecting this to potentially be the last one, and just wanting to make sure. Oh, that is so unfortunate. We do see we see the Wild Queen and not the Wild King. Do you want to play towards the Wild Kings? Sorry. Do you want to play towards Wild Queens and potentially pray for strength here? What is the play on the side of Retrigger?
I think you have to play towards Kings, right? Because that's where your Red Seal is, yeah?
Yeah, you pretty much have to at this point, and you can't really risk anything else going on.
Forced to play full houses as well. Actually, I guess, so Retrigger has a level 6 full house. So that means that Retrigger Enjoyer has to play towards full houses here. We're seeing 318,000 as a good baseline for what Retrigger is going to score in the boss blind. I'm pretty sure Kozak clears that.
Pretty sure Kozak clears that as well. We'd have to find... Well, like I said, we need like Lover's Strength, Lover's Death, Lover's anything here at this point. Really.
Just Lovers. We need to find it. We need some love in our life.
Absolutely. I think that can speak for a lot of Velotra players anyway. Aside from...
Our Ancient is on Diamonds, so a star would also work here.
Absolutely. I didn't consider that, but yeah, absolutely. Having that suit change could absolutely work here. One more reroll. We do see the Stars card!
That could do it.
That could do it, absolutely. The problem is that might handicap you later, but now now it's fight or flight. Now you need to win this boss blind.
Last life, do or die. You get rid of the Chariot here, and you go with the Star. You've got the Death. You could, I think, make a 5 of a kind of Kings. A flush 5.
Flush 5 of Kings, and we
already have the
pull that Red
Seal.
Wow. Okay, that is the one thing you needed to see if you're a Retrigger. You have the Hanging Chad. We were talking about it. We were saying, oh, but we don't know if the Hanging Chad is worth it now. But now you're biting yourself if you're Kozak for not picking that up.
Well, he doesn't even know to. He doesn't even know to bite himself. All right, like he's like, oh well, it was kind of not a big deal earlier in the game, and now I've had this brainstorm the whole time, and obviously Retrigger hasn't had the brainstorm the whole time, so it hasn't cost me a whole lot. A Chad would be great, but it's a common. I can just get rid of my trio,
Yeah.
But now.
And there's going to be a potential wake-up call here. The moment he sees that pop off, we're just going to... Okay, Devil, thankfully not a Lover's card on the side of Kozak. That would have been devastating to see.
That would have almost eliminated any chance Retrigger would have had. But we have both of our Polychromes on Kozak's field.
We have a Diamond King as well. We also got to remember, on the side of Retrigger, we got rid of the Flower Pot. We have no need to make any suit balance at all. We can just play all in for that Ancient Joker.
And that's exactly what both players should be doing here. We are a little bit worried though. Retrigger's not drawn all of his Kings that he needs yet, and he's not playing 5-card hands. I don't know what's going on here.
Oh no, and it's over.
He can't even make a playable hand.
He can't, and Kozak is just gonna be that's GG.
Oh no, it's over.
Oh, that's
such
1-0.
an undignified way to end it too. You can't even
That's so unfortunate. He's gonna play a full Oh, actually, wait.
No, he's just gonna play a flush. He's gonna play a flush.
Doesn't he have? Isn't that a
Or
full? No,
is-
that's full. That's a full house. Of
It's a flush house. It's a flush house. It's a flush house.
It's
Yeah,
a
he's
flush
got.
house.
He's
Wait,
got.
wait, no,
Okay,
that
oh
is
my
doable.
god.
No, that
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
We
We
spoke
got it
too
then.
soon. We spoke too soon. That is doable.
Okay, let's see what it does.
Yeah, with
If
the
this beats it,
polychrome. With the
It's got
polychrome,
3 levels already because of the 2 black holes.
I don't agree with copying the polychrome ace, but yeah, no, that is gonna be enough. I think.
Yep,
is
66 million. Wow.
All right.
Don't believe us, folks.
Yeah, we were worried for a second, but that flush house, that death Death Stars coming into the boss line being more than enough to clear. We were a bit worried on the side of Retrigger. We had to spend maybe a bit more than we wanted to, but it is more than enough to clear so far. Problem is, now you have to pray for another diamonds. Either that
You
or
do.
you have to get those lovers up right now.
Both
And-
players got that Tarot Tycoon, so we're going to be seeing a lot of tarot cards in the shop. So deck fixing, I don't think is going to be the biggest issue for both of us. We see hearts on the Ancient Joker for Retrigger right now. We smuggled in a Sun card to the blind already, so we could just change our suit every single time in accordance with the Ancient.
A problem is that you're not guaranteed to find that suit change every single time. I think. Okay, this might be a little bit risky, but there is a potential play to just hold your econ until that very last boss until that very last shot before the boss line, and then go all in on that suit change. But it is quite risky.
I think it is very risky, and it's also not a whole lot of econ like bang for your buck. You get more money technically by using your rerolls across the whole ante because of how the reroll like ramps up every time you use it.
Yeah, absolutely. It stacks up tremendously quick at this point. Just in general, if you're aiming for all rerolls in a single shop, so you're right. So that's definitely a better play to just try and either go every single shop, try and dig for those lovers cards, try and dig for those. Just in general, that deck fixing every single boss blind, especially with the Tarot Tycoon. Kozak.
This seed hates lovers, by the way. This seed does not want lovers to happen.
Yeah, we've seen like what, 2 at most.
I think we've seen more deaths. We've seen like 2 lovers cards maybe, and then Kozak has been copying them with a bunch of deaths instead.
Yeah, absolutely.
but there's
And
there's
lovers
2.
fools, right as we say it, lovers fools on the side of Kozak.
Is the seed listening to the stream? Is that what's going on?
Possibly, and we have the polychrome. Oh, we're waiting for the. Okay, no, we're waiting for the red seal. No, we're waiting for the red seal. My mistake. We're waiting for the red seal.
waiting for the red seal. Although I think using it on your Poly King here, it's not a bad idea for Kozak.
Well, it's pretty much this. It's close to the same thing anyway, because you get 2 1.5 triggers anyway.
It's 1.5 to the 2 for both.
Yeah, so maybe a bit more conservative than we wanted to, and we are seeing that lovers being used. More so.
We're gonna probably discard this purple seal, right?
Yeah, more so just to make space for that purple seal as well, just trying to get something more High Priestess. Definitely not the one that you want, but we have not found that red seal anyway. Planet X, well, that is pretty much exactly what you need here. Granted, we're gonna be going more towards Flush 5 really soon for Kozak.
It's true. So any like previously built up power for that Planet X, for that 5 of a kind, is going to be a little bit useless soon. But I don't think we leveled it super high for Kozak, and we did see a black hole earlier.
Yeah, it's like level 3 at most or something. And once again,
and we do find a
there's the red seal lovers. Oh my goodness. All right. So here's the thing. On the side of Retrigger, we do have that hanging chat, but on Kozak now we have that's way more consistent Ancient Joker triggers, and we're gonna see it here. That's 5 mil. That's 5 mil without a potential best hand here. We still have 1 more shot to dig for that further.
I think it's actually crazy. It's crazy that we haven't found another chat yet. It's a common Joker. We've been rolling so much.
There's a death once again. We're leveling out full. Okay, no, it's a mega. It's
just a hold up. Yeah.
All right, so yeah, shops are pretty much synced here. We do see Magician death on the side of Retrigger. And there's another. Would we consider deathing maybe the wild lovers here? Would we
I
consider?
think you want to wait for that retrigger technically. I think.
For that red seal, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going for magician here. Interesting.
Maybe you copied the lucky one. I don't know. But retrigger skips the big blind with his ancient joker on diamonds.
Yeah, on diamonds, you need to do that at this point to guarantee trying to get something at the very least. But
has the ability to play that flush house again too. This could be real tight.
I just fear that Kozak has the better hand here, guaranteed pretty much when you consider those polychromes, when you consider those. Well, obviously, Retrigger also has that one red seal king, but I fear that Kozak just has the better hand no matter what.
I think so, but since we've got that Chad, Retrigger just beats out everything Kozak does.
It is 1.5. It doesn't sound like much, but at this point of scoring one, that's essentially
two more.
E. That's close to 1 E. That's 2 more. Yeah, absolutely. That is 2 more. But we copy that red seal, and that is essentially just copying that is getting that hanging Chad pretty much on the silver platter.
If Kozak makes enough red seal king wild kings, then we are in technically the same position as Retrigger.
Absolutely, and those polychromes act as retriggers on this. Pretty much act as retriggers on the side of Kozak. They're the same deal, and we see 2 polychromes and 2 red seals here. So I think we're just. I mean, no matter what, we're digging for more steel at this point. We're digging for maybe one more wild card potentially, but I think
it's gonna be close.
It's gonna be really close. We do see a Hierophant here. But that's obviously you're just no matter what. Yeah, you're playing that flush 5. Let's see it, folks. I am really excited to see what this is gonna.
We do have that red seal steel on Retrigger's side too, so that's an extra 2.25 times.
Absolutely,
so that could be the decider.
That could be a really big factor. Once again, at this stage of the game, any 1.5 mult is big. Let's see it, folks. Hold your breath. That is 79 million.
That's less than last time. That's more than what Retrigger was able to score last time with that flush house.
But Retrigger did not have that red seal steel, so it is possible.
I think he clears this here because of that red seal steel.
We have a death. We can copy that red seal steel.
Oh my gosh!
Not that lucky red seal king.
Wait,
copy that.
He's gonna play a wild king instead though. He might have to death for this flush house.
Yeah, I think you just regardless you have.
But with the king's red, the king with the red seal being copied is better anyway. It's the same technically. Well, no, the red seal steel is technically better because it's 2.25 times.
I think you still do it just for the sake of potentially like later on.
The lucky procs, potential lucky procs. That's what it is.
Lucky procs also just later on having more chance to play that flush house.
And this should clear it.
That should be more. That is gonna be more. That is 464 mil. We're clawing ourselves out of this deficit on the side of Retrigger, blind by blind. This is heart pounding, folks. This is really close game so far.
Gotten very close very quickly. Kozak's window to win. Maybe it was never really there because of how the seed worked out. Who could have thought that Retrigger would actually find into this natural no stickers Brainstorm?
Yeah, that no stickers Brainstorm absolutely carrying that on the side of Retrigger.
Magnet. That could change things. If Kozak finds this before Retrigger finds this, and he has it ready going into the boss, it's going to copy the Brainstorm. Or it's going to copy the Ancient Joker. It's fine either way.
And
Retrigger goes into the small blind without seeing it!
Retrigger freaks out upon seeing that magnet, as he should. That magnet is going to be perfectly timed for the boss blind. That is going to be your best scoring Joker. Or it's at the very least your best scoring Joker. At worst, it's the Brainstorm, and both of those are absolutely terrifying.
This is crazy, and it's gonna be synced up too. And even if it wasn't synced up, Kozak has so many wild cards that it doesn't matter what the Ancient Joker's on. I think this is a clear win now for Kozak because he rolled into that magnet early enough. Even if Retrigger is able to take the magnet, I don't see a way that he's able to. He can't.
We copy more wilds. Kings, more wild red seal kings as well, just guaranteeing that we have the best hand possible.
Absolutely.
I don't think Retrigger now has a chance again. He'd need to find
Something.
possibly a Sock and Buskin. Possibly a Sock and Buskin.
Well, we got to think about the fact that if Retrigger finds Sock and Buskin in the shop, Kozak's gonna find it too. Kozak's ahead in the shop right now.
Yeah, Kozak is gonna absolutely. You're right. Kozak's gonna find it.
So there's no way. There's no way.
I think this is GG's. I fail to see how he does it here.
I don't see it either. But
It would be a crazy comeback if he did, but at this point, it feels so bad. It feels so bad, but at this point, that magnet just seals the deal.
I'm running through my head trying to find the situations where Retrigger gets something that Kozak doesn't see here, and I can't find it, but we were surprised earlier. We thought that it was a cinch for Kozak no matter what, and then Retrigger rolls into the Ancient. Retrigger rolls into the Brainstorm anyway, so, you know, maybe there's something that Retrigger can see that Kozak doesn't, that we don't expect. I don't know how.
I would have
Maybe.
said maybe a rare skip and do something like a blueprint, but even then, that means Kozak's gonna see. That means that Kozak's gonna copy it. So no matter what, this Retrigger, I don't see what he can do here.
It would have to be a non-Joker solution.
And I
At
fail
this
to
point,
see
I don't
it.
think that can help. I don't think there's any non-Joker solution that can help you.
I fail to see it in any way, shape, or form.
Oh man.
Oh, and there's the
And
hanging
Chad,
Chad.
you sell out of the trio here and you pick up your Chad prize. It's finally back. That's all we needed too. And even if this magnet didn't show up, Kozak really only needed to find the Chad to be on equal footing with Retrigger. He's playing a better hand. He's playing it at the same level as Retrigger's Flush House. He's playing it with more red seals, quote unquote. The only big like difference maker would be the red seal steal that Retrigger has instead over Kozak.
Yeah, and at this point, that's not really going to do much with the magnet in play now. Oh, goodness. Yeah, that Chad seals the deal even further now.
Man, Retrigger's just staring at it in despair. You know, something that could technically save you, if you had found maybe a Spectral Pack and then rolled an Ectoplasm onto maybe the Acrobat, then you could have tricked Kozak's magnet into copying the Acrobat.
Yeah, that would have been your one play here, but we don't see any Spectral Packs on either side, so unfortunately, that's just not going to be enough.
It's just not going to happen. That's the issue with this. I can try and speculate all I want at this point, but it's just a hard reality that magnet's going to hit before the boss line. And I think we're seeing a lot of a desolate soul inside of Retrigger's body right now. He's just staring at it.
Seeing that magnet, that you must feel awful about it, but you can't do anything about it. And there's the... Alright, I just want to see what this hand looks like now. I just want to see what it looks like.
Just with the Chad, what does it look like? We're copying the Ancient Joker.
Oh
Or
my.
Red Seal Kings.
Oh my, that is
239
oh my
million.
goodness. And that is without the magnet copy. That's gonna copy the Brainstorm.
Let's see it.
Oh my god, no. No,
Oh my
that's
gosh.
that is gonna be a billion. That is the...
Yeah, that's an order of magnitude higher. Retrigger's freaking flipping out here, man.
Yeah, because he knows that now. God, I feel so bad for Retrigger because you know exactly that this is not a case of what did my opponent find. Is I know exactly what my opponent just got, and it is terrifying.
It's looming over me. The monster's right behind me, and I have no way to stop it.
You have no way out.
Retrigger's contemplating selling Hanging Chad for the trio. It's not enough.
It is not going to be enough no matter what. And there comes the countdown to your doom.
Oh my gosh, putting him on notice. Retrigger just spent the whole time in the shop despairing. It was a close game up until now from Retrigger. But let's do a little bit of rewind from all the way back. This game started with Kozak taking the risk on that rare skip and getting the no sticker foil Brainstorm right at the very beginning. I don't know if this game was preordained, but
Absolutely. But even if you consider that, oh, that means that he just got the Brainstorm earlier. Yeah, that means he got more Melon Rebate value, for example. That is the one example. He got more lives earlier. He got more Melon Rebate value earlier. He just got everything earlier, and that allowed him to snowball into that magnet that finishes the game.
Exactly. Both these players had the same, in quotations, econ this whole game. The biggest difference was just that we had Brainstorm
and we
copying the
have-
mail and rebate.
When we have our best hand already.
Oh my goodness.
Well, close to. We need one
Almost.
more
We want
red
another red. We want another red seal.
seal.
Oh, and some of the polychromes.
We want one more red seal to really dig in, to dig into Retrigger here. Make sure his soul leaves his body.
And we saw earlier that with no extra copy of the Ancient Joker, we saw what 223 million.
And
We're gonna
there
go
it
to the
is.
ease. We're gonna go
There
to
it
the visible ease.
There it is, folks. We do see.
Polychromes and 4 retriggers.
That is your best hand. Let's
Yep,
see it on
yep.
the side. Let's see it on the side of Retrigger. the hangman over the boss.
Visual representation of my state of mind. That's 3.28 billion.
That's so much. That is so much. But with Ancient Joker Retrigger, that's not going to be enough. I'm
nothing.
certain it's not enough.
It's absolutely nothing compared to 3 Ancient Jokers.
Oh my goodness. We are probably turning this 3 into a steal just for the sake of it.
I think so. Or not. Or okay.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Doesn't
think
really
technically
matter
it would've
either way.
Yeah. It's
Either
fine.
way,
It's fine. Either
I
way.
think the Ancient Joker just wins here.
Let's just see how big it is.
Yeah, we're just here to see the score, ladies and gentlemen. We're here to see the score.
How high into the E's are we gonna get? Are we gonna get E17?
We're here to watch. Okay, no, I don't think E17. I think it's a little bit much, but
I don't know. I think actually that is my conservative estimate. Is E17? Nope, that's way too high.
nope. But that E17 might have maybe on Plasma Deck.
On Plasma Deck, you're right. I'm thinking of Plasma Deck terms.
Yeah. No,
For 20
no,
billion, we
not
are-
Plasma Deck. But yeah,
we're
that's
3.5 orders of magnitude, or couple. We're like 6 orders of magnitude above.
Yeah, so on Plasma you would have been close to dead on, or maybe a bit lower actually, lowballing it.
Lowballing it, but yeah, crazy turnaround. That game was so back and forth. Oh my god.
That was way more back and forth than we would have thought. I think we both thought that the moment we saw that brainstorm, and especially the Ancient Joker after, we just thought, okay, Kozak's gonna 4-0 this. Like, this is pretty much over. But Retrigger managing to claw his way back into 2 lives, and then the magnet just seals the deal.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt, that game definitely felt like it was decided at the very beginning, but there was so much that happened in the middle. We had a whole roller coaster of emotions.
God, that is that definitely was that was a really intense game over. Even though I feel really bad for Retrigger considering everything, but
Sometimes it's the early game risks that pay off. I can't even say that though. I can't even say that the magnet won it. The magnet really won the game. The magnet at the very end won the game.
yeah, but I mean, we're just talking about it a lot, and I think this is one of the greatest examples of it. Obviously, rare skip doesn't always work out. Sometimes you get an early game DNA and you can't do anything with it. But with the order, with everything that's been changing around the PvP meta recently, those skips, they're getting a lot more powerful, and that shows.
Oh yeah. Now they're viable. That's the thing. Earlier it was you have the potential to miss something. Now it's you don't have the potential to miss anything from the shop, and in fact your opponent now has the potential to miss what you see at the very beginning of the game. It's a massive, it's a turn of face. It's a complete turn of face. So if you're looking to improve your play in the queue, maybe think about taking these early rare skips. Maybe you'll find something useful. Maybe you'll find Hit the Road.
Well, that's yeah, Hit the Road stuff. It would definitely be an unfortunate, but it is an example. Sometimes just taking an early game risk that doesn't work out, but it's Balatro. We're here to gamble, folks. But crazy to think that we're talking about skipping on what is essentially a gold stake run. Really, it's crazy to think about, but skipping actually being more and more worth it as of late. As we come into those semi-finals, I do believe we will continue to follow Kozak Boris into his next round. I do not have the brackets on hand, unfortunately. I don't know if Lava can hear me and try and save me from this.
I'm trying to save you from this awkward situation. However, I do not know what to actually commentate about right here. I'm just
Yeah,
like thinking because
I was
we're
also
going
thinking
against more Blasta and the top bracket is finished. So
Well, we can
Alright,
talk
so
about
that-
these players. We can talk about these players that are left in the tournament.
oh,
right?
talking about talking about more blast.
And I was just more so thinking about who Kozak was going to face into the semis, really.
I see. Let me think about this.
We're fighting Morblasta in the semis, and then whoever wins this game goes on to fight Hutrix, who's been waiting
Yeah.
for a solid hour in
For a solid
finals.
2 hours, probably.
Yeah. Oh
at
my
this
god.
point.
Top bracket finished so fast. So fast.
That
Yeah,
that
a
was
lot of-
just lightning fast.
A lot of, I guess a lot of 4-0s, I suppose.
Yeah.
a lot
yeah,
of
maybe
rows, probably just like
dying
top
to
bracket
blinds.
is the more unbalanced one, actually, I believe. Because the top part is the strongest and the weakest players, and then the bottom part is not so unbalanced.
I think it's also, yeah, you also, you said it jokingly, Rocco, but I think, honestly, dying to blinds is a really big potential factor here. Because of Gold Stake, because of just that score scaling that people might not expect and just want to play for their value in the blinds. You're so used in PvP to just clearing through those PvE blinds. They're not even a factor. They're just they're just a way for you to get more value within the ante itself before the boss blind. But now they can be a legitimate threat if you're not too careful.
It's true. It's no longer just a mini game. It's like an actual obstacle course that you have to navigate through. You have to make sure that you can actually clear the binds, and that matters if the seed sucks. Last game, seed didn't suck. All right, so we saw easy clearing no matter what.
Seed absolutely was in your favor there. You would be more than
Mhm.
happy to see that in your regular Gold Stake game, but
My God, give it to me.
yeah, absolutely, give me that. But regardless, yeah, it's in those more low level, weaker powered seeds. Those PvE blinds can be a big factor because you still want that value. You still want to trigger your rebates. You still want to use those tarot cards. You still want to get your value up before that next boss blind, before that next PvP blind. So it's a delicate balance between actually making the correct score to win and actually getting the value that you're looking for.
Yep. How much can you sandbag before you actually have to lock in? I think we saw a really good display of how to sandbag properly. Not last game, but the game before when we were playing on Shoot the Moon. That's a card style that takes a whole lot of hands to actually like score big on. But you can mitigate like your massive scoring potential by playing different types of hands, like we saw when you have Card Sharp.
Yeah, we saw Reacher do that a lot, which is also playing his queens, intentionally sandbagging his points in order to make sure that he does get that value up.
Exactly. And using those hands to get Joker value as well was a huge part of that game. Both players were really good at doing it, so we didn't notice a huge divergence. But if one player had maxed out that Joker a lot harder than the other player, we would have seen a major scoring difference earlier.
Oh, absolutely, would have been a massive difference. Obviously, maybe a bit more forgotten since that Joker was sold at the end of the game, but
Yeah.
that Joker, if it hadn't been fed as much as it has, it would have made a massive difference, especially in those types of high card hands.
Exactly.
Right.
And then what's the streaming situation looking like? We're gonna see the more Blasta, yeah.
We're trying to get more Blasta on stream right now. They sent a link, but it is not functioning properly.
Is this the first time gonna be on stream? Because they've played in a bunch of tournaments, but
Yeah, I've seen more Blasta's name a few times for sure. Oh, wait, I think
There we
got
go.
it.
There it is. There it is.
all right. Are we gonna have
It's
another
working.
blue deck game?
No, we're gonna have a red deck.
Okay. Well, I say okay as if I'm relieved to hear that we're playing on
I
my
can
least
feel
favorite
this
deck,
point.
but
Also, I want to make sure, how's the commentary booth feeling? Are you guys good?
I am more than
I'm
down
good.
to keep this. I'm more than down to keep this going the whole way. I'm down to cast this till finals, to be honest.
Yep,
It's
I
gone
can do
again.
that. The only concern I'd have is if we wanted to test people out, but it's going into semis, going into finals. I don't know if we want to do that. So
All right. I mean, if you guys are down for it, I'm excited.
All right, let's fucking go,
You guys
Rocco.
got this.
ready to roll. It looks like we are on blue deck lava actually.
Nope.
Or no, we're turning to red. We're turning to red.
Alright,
Okay.
we're turning red. Yeah, you,
We're-
Red.
you're
Okay,
you
yeah.
were relieved. You were relieved for a second until you realized there was another primary color, and then you
Yeah, yeah. I turned around and I was like, ah, great. The
The
giant
part-
monster's replaced with the other giant monster. That's great. That's awesome.
That little moment that when I said no, it is.
Yeah.
That moment was great.
And reality shifted in.
Alright, gold. Back on Gold Stake. Alright, we're remembering the rules of the turn.
Let's go. Actually setting up the rules right. Let's talk about why you might want to see red deck instead of blue deck. We've seen blue deck, what, 3 times in a row now?
I
Why
believe
red deck now?
So I believe so. I believe it was blue deck 3 times in a row.
I imagine that we're on red deck primarily because gold stakes, not really gold stakes, but like blue stakes, I think before it takes away that discard that we have in white stakes. We usually have 3 discards. Getting back to that 3 discards makes so many more hands, so much more playable. At the start of the game in gold stakes, it's a real struggle to form 5-card hands with only 2 discards. I think anybody who's ever played gold stakes can attest to that. They're like, oh man, I want to play the high-carded flush to get through the early blind, but it's just so hard to find.
Absolutely, yeah. That is absolutely. For once, anyone that is a struggle that any Bellator player can absolutely identify with. Except if you're a white stakes spammer, which is absolutely fine. You do you. But yeah, that is absolutely a concern that is band-aided by that red deck. Also makes, just in general, purple seals and cards like Mail and Rebate obviously go back to the level of power that they're usually at. Obviously, you still want those cards if you still want those jokers, you still want those cards if you're in your regular game, in your regular PvP game. But with that discard added, it definitely adds that little bit more power. That definitely helps.
Gives you flexibility, and that's kind of the name of the game in gold stakes. We were talking about it earlier. These blinds are threats. These blinds are real threats now. Usually in PvP, we're playing on white stakes. It's easy peasy to graze through everything, you know? You don't need to worry about anything except for your point scoring during that PvP blind. Here, you gotta actually make sure you've got a solid foundation to get into the next ante. It's a real threat.
Absolutely, and on both sides we see the Droll Joker, but it is foil on the side of more Blasta, which definitely helps with those early game blinds that you need to clear before you get into that first boss blind. And even then, those early chips, they matter. During the first boss blind, during even the second, third boss blind, they can absolutely matter in terms of your point scoring.
I like how more Blasta's moving here. I think he's playing really quickly and really dynamically. He identified the Droll Joker pivot very quickly. Some people have to take a little bit to look at the Droll Joker versus the Wily Joker, which is that 3-of-a-kind Chips Joker. In this pack we see Popcorn and an Eternal Dusk, or a Gromy Shell, or a Hologram. Really difficult choices to make here. Really difficult choices. If you're a long-term multiplayer player, you see that Eternal Dusk and you're like, that scales hard. What if I get a photograph? But I think more Blasta making the flat molt early game decisions here is a really good idea.
Yeah, you need that early game power to try and immediately selling that Gromy Shell. Interesting. I'm gonna be honest. I am surprised at how quickly that Eternal Dusk was passed. The early game Popcorn, that makes a lot of sense. That's so much flat molt early on, and you really have no downsides to it. But that Eternal Dusk that Kozak just picked up, that is generic, and that is the important part. That is generic. That is generic retrigger for everything. That is unconditional, no matter what hand you're going for. That is going to trigger. The only, quote unquote, that red seal.
Ooh.
That red seal face card as well, making me sound a whole lot smarter right about now. But regardless,
We're making more clicks anyway too.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That Eternal Dusk. That's the only maybe potential play that's bad here is if you somehow end up rotating to a high card build. Then that Eternal Dusk.
That's what I think. I think more Blast is worried about here. He wants to keep his options open. Doesn't want to get stuck into that retrigger build. And now that Photograph and Chad are a bit weaker than they were before in multiplayer, Dusk stocks kind of drop down a little bit unless you're playing towards an idol, you know?
Well, Idol, Bloodstone, Ancient Joker, those three all work with Dusk here. So, unfortunate hit on the foil Popcorn here, but We do see that Red Seal being picked up on the side of Kozak as well. Obviously going to pick that up. Maybe the Chariot on that Red Seal. That can matter a lot at the start of these games. Well, going to have to see what he chooses to go for here as Morblosta waits eagerly at the boss line there, having played a lot quicker. But one thing I want to point out, folks, look at that econ.
Look at that. You're right. It's a huge difference between Morblosta versus Kozak. Morblosta opted to roll down the shops a whole lot instead of Kozak holding on to the jokers that he had, content with the Dusk pull. Morblosta is just playing like a demon, trying to get through these blinds very quickly and trying to find power very quickly. Stacked himself towards early power with that early popcorn and droll joker. That's plus 26 molt right now with plus 50 chips. It should be pretty good. Playing a straight flush could work out in his favor, but since Kozak has the Dusk, that's effectively extra chips that Morblosta doesn't have. If Kozak plays a super strong flush, I think he might beat Morblosta's score. I don't know now, actually.
Oh,
I think that straight flush was a huge pull.
Yeah, that straight flush is definitely... That is obviously not the common hand that you expect out of this, but yeah, that early game power makes a lot... that makes a really big difference here. Obviously, straight flush is never... Well, never. Okay, you need a very specific setup in order to play towards a straight flush, but you're never mad when you get one, especially
early on.
Game.
Yeah. The extra 2 or extra 4 molt over, I guess it's 2 since they got a planet level. The extra 2 molt and chips over regular flush really does make a big difference in the early game.
Yeah,
we see Morblosta is able to make use of this delayed gratification because of just how much flat molt power he has scaling early. Both players have this overstock in the shop. It's still an econ battle between these two. Morblosta rolled down super hard before that first PvP blind, and now has to claw his way back into the good graces of the econ gods.
And speaking of econ, Kozak choosing to skip over that delayed gratification. That is interesting. You said, obviously, Morblosta has this much power, but Kozak has just as much.
Yeah.
So, seeing him skip over the delayed gratification, skipping so much money, that's interesting. Compared to like golden and picking up that golden ticket, that's not going to give him that much more.
Wow.
I think he's playing towards the Dusk here, playing towards the retriggering that golden ticket.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. The Dusk retrigger of that gold ticket, I think actually is the same amount as this delayed gratification. So I'm not too choked up about it. And also, you get interest value off of that gold ticket retrigger. So I think that might have been the better play.
That's true, actually. I didn't consider that, but you're right. You get the delayed gratification bonus before interest comes into play. Gold ticket comes before, so that actually makes a big difference. Good catch on that one. We do see the Penny Pincher being picked up on the side of Morblosta alongside a Wrathful Joker. Interesting pull there. Penny Pincher, is Kozak going to pick that up? Is that
it's eternal. It's eternal on Kozak's screen,
it is eternal,
but it's not eternal on Morblosta's screen. That's interesting to see. So we are desynced on our stickers now. So there's some weird potential for rare jokers to show up later with hugely different impact on both players.
Yeah, that Eternal on the Penny Pincher definitely matters. That is a big econ joker that you cannot afford to keep for so long. We have seen Eternal Mail and Rebate being used really effectively last game, but we have talked about it before. On Gold Stake, you spend less overall because you need either more power, you need to reroll more for more jokers that do not have these really debilitating stickers. So that Penny Pincher, you can't take the risk on it being Eternal.
It's true. It's true. It just one of the jokers that like goes from being a super duper top tier joker to being like one tier down in a gold stakes context, you know, just because you have less money to play with because of all the factors of having a rental maybe, or the factors of the blinds being brutal. You get less money from the small blind, only interest value off of that. So that's just something that you have to consider when you're playing on gold stakes specifically.
Absolutely. Then again, you gotta consider. Well, obviously, Kozak could not have known about this, but Obelisk.
Ooh, Obelisk. Rental Obelisk in Kozak's shop.
That's interesting.
We've been playing a lot of flushes, which is a really good marker for this. I'd like to see the run info to know if it's actually a good pickup. I'm never confident in my ability to play Obelisk, which tends to let me like underrate it for players. Actually, how many
Uh,
flushes is that? Is that
That's
seven
seven.
flushes played?
That is seven flushes.
That's a decent amount, but I don't think it's enough. If it's at 13, I think that's what I've heard is a good place to start taking Obelisk. But if not, then you don't have enough room.
Yeah, it's not late enough into the run for it to really matter as well. And you're already one life down. You might think that you don't want to take the risk to scale it too much as well. But yeah, also just one thing about the Penny Pincher is that it obviously has a lot more value for Blasta as well compared to Kozak because of just the current state of the econ right now, which is disastrous for Blasta.
Exactly. He's spending down a lot too. That's the thing. Players don't know how good the Penny Pincher is until you have it, but it is technically a semi-information gathering joker as well. It tells you just how much your opponent rolled down last shop. If Kozak had the ability to take it, that would have been a lot more information on what Morblasta's plans look like. Hey, I'm getting $12 every single time from the Penny Pincher. That means this guy's spending like what, $60? It's crazy.
Yeah, is it a third? I believe it's a third, right? $1
Is it
per
a third? Or I thought it was a fourth. It's a third, right? $1 for every 3 spent.
I'm admittedly not certain. Either way, yeah, it is
If it's
definitely
$1 for every 3 spent, then I'm spending $36 in the shop. That's rerolls plus anything I buy. But
That's
we see
still quite a
Kozak
lot.
Boris not going to be able to clear the boss blind, but getting a money shot from that lucky card.
getting a money shot as well. But yeah, we just don't have enough right now. We do see the trio once again. Second appearance this evening, and we see the smiley face as well. Both jokers that could be pretty interesting right now for Kozak's build. We do see the trio being picked up. We're debating on the smiley face, and we're picking it up as well. All right, and scary face immediately after.
That's a good incentive to play towards making one type of face card. Trio plus the smiley plus the scary face. That's quite the combo that you see pushing you towards direction. We see an eternal rental oops all sixes.
We do have
lucky cards.
We do have a few lucky cards, but is it enough to consider taking that? That is really.
Are you a psychopath? That's the question. Because if you find the Bloodstone, it pays off immediately, and then if you find the Ancient Joker, you're really sad.
If you find anything else, really, you're sad. If you pick up that, I mean, we're skipping it over, thankfully. But yeah, that red seal that we saw early on, if we can manage to copy that on the side of Kozak now, we are so chilling.
I think so. Something to keep in mind, though, from that Oops All 6 that we just saw on Kozak's screen, Morblaster is behind in the shop right now. And the stickers were desynced from what we saw, right? They might be synced back up again, and I don't know how this happened. I think it might have to do with how we open the Buffoon packs, or if we don't open the Buffoon packs, because that Obelisk does have the rental back on it. If the stickers remain desynced for both players, Morblaster could roll into that Oops All 6s without any stickers, and that would be a huge play.
That could absolutely be big indeed. And actually, on the side of Kozak, 33k, that's definitely a lot more than we had the previous round, because you got to consider as well, Scary Face, Smiley Face, those are also re-triggered by the Dusk, and that's a lot of base chips and mold to be then multiplied by the trio after. So it is interesting to see. We can strengthen one of those queens into a king, making sure that we are more likely to get that hand on board. On the side of Morblaster, we have not picked up any new jokers yet. That Polychrome Mad Joker is being the only really new addition and your only source of X-Molt so far into this game.
It's a little bit dicey. This is the stage in Gold Stakes where you really need to start acquiring Times Molt, and your flat molt's going to start falling flat. We've got 2 flat molt jokers, 4 more Blasta, but both of them are kind of weak.
We're barely able to clear to the big blind here.
And we don't even get the late gratification value off of it either, because it killed itself right before we ended. That's kind of the bummer for a Joker that procs after the hand, like after the round finishes. If it's a perishable, you technically get only, you get 1 less turn than you expect with it.
We do see the trio being showing up on the side of Morblaster alongside that Magician. We have the Mad Joker and we have Droll Joker. So are we willing to shift into that trio here? I still think it's way more worth it. It's your only source of X-Molt at this point. It is picked up, but we don't see anything else. We don't see we don't see the scary face, we don't see the smiley face, we don't see anything else because we just are so far behind in terms of the econ right now.
Yeah, I think Morblaster is really concerned about being powerful into this boss blind as well. We see Kozak Boris has the potential to score 134,000 points this boss blind. I don't think Morblaster can even reach that.
Oh no, we were struggling to clear 13,000. So even with the trio, we're at what's like 10,000, 20,000 maybe maximum.
I don't know. I think if Morblastic can play a 5 of a kind, it's gonna score pretty well, but it's not gonna get the Droll Joker's flat 20, not 20, the flat plus 10 boost. And even if it did, it wouldn't be a whole lot. Kazakh just gets 25 molt from the smiley face and a whole ton of chips from that scary face.
And double that with the Dusk as well.
Double that with the Dusk. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I don't see a way where Morbblast is able to actually make it through this PvP blind unscathed.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's definitely a loss on his side. Unfortunately, we do see a nice 9k on his side, but
yeah.
we know that Kozak can score a lot more than that. 8-ball gaming, we get a Hanged Man out of it. That is big.
We do have a Red Seal Steel.
And we immediately sell out of it.
Absolutely not to get that rental value. It's good. It's good. It's a good card. Believe us, but it's not that good.
And you gotta consider that with those cards that only get value within the blind, that's a big deal. The fact that it's only $1 and it sells for $1 you essentially got a free Hangman out of that.
Absolutely, yeah. Just created them out of nowhere. We have a level 4 of a kind from Kazakh Boris, opting not to play the 5 of a kind, not to unlock it. I like that play since our 4 of a kind's leveled up, and it keeps us from seeing those Planet X's in our Celestials and our shops.
Absolutely, it is definitely maybe you would have considered an option if it was a flush house, maybe, and you were playing towards that, for example, a Bloodstone, and Photograph. Oh my goodness!
Oh my gosh, with the Dusk, feeling vindicated Kazakh is.
That Dusk, we were talking about it earlier. We were saying there's potential risk if you're maybe you don't want to risk a potential high card build, but here Kozak just being every bit of the way rewarded for that Photograph, and you see the Red Seal Steel also showing up on the side of Kozak, a blind after.
It's just now it's a struggle to get back into the econ game for Morbblasta here. Kazakh took that golden ticket earlier, didn't take the what voucher was it at the beginning that Morbblasta picked up? Was it the discount sale voucher? I think.
Wasn't it Tarot? It might have been Tarot.
Oh, it wasn't Tarot, I don't think.
Wasn't it Tarot?
I'm not sure. However, Morbblasta ended up
Yeah.
in the low econ situation he did, it's really hampered him. Kazakh has been able to get interest consistently, was able to play towards that golden ticket with the Dusk retrigger to get more money and more interest consistently, and he's kind of left Morbblasta in the dust. Morbblasta is like, what, 5 rerolls away in the shop from where Kazakh is?
Yeah, something along those lines. And even with that Penny Pincher, Blasta's econ is dependent on Kozak's rerolls. That's his only way of getting back up, and with Kozak's Joker setup, I don't think he needs to reroll that much.
Absolutely. I think I liked Morblasta's focus on playing in the strong, like, playing for strong cards at the very beginning. I liked the focus on it. But now that we're here, I can't support it anymore. We didn't play enough towards the econ. We're just kind of in the dust.
And there's the Eternal and rental Oops All Sixes that we were talking
Well, that's
about
actually
earlier.
perishable now. It's perishable. So since he opened this
perishable.
up from a Buffoon pack, it does desync the stickers again. And we also find another smiley face. Earlier, Kazakh had taken the rental smiley face before he found this scary face. So that was another common that Morbblasta doesn't get to see that Kazakh did. Doesn't really matter too much here, but now we're desynced on our Eternal stickers.
And that can matter a whole lot. We're selling the Smiley? you see an-
Interesting.
There's
an idol.
I'm surprised to see that. We do see an idol, but it is Eternal and a rental, which early on, do we want to try and aim for that when it's this early on? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think that puts a huge economic damper on you.
Absolutely. I'm still shocked that we saw their smiley face there. I don't see why.
I also don't get. I don't understand. That was a huge choice of our flat mold. I think we might be resynced with our stickers again too, because Morbblasta is now seeing in the shop the rental 8-ball that Kazakh had last PvP blind. So I think whatever causes the desync to happen, I think has to do exclusively with the Buffoon packs being opened up. If selling our only econ Morbblasta to pick up that photograph.
Yeah,
That's
that
interesting.
is interesting indeed.
I think personally, I would have sold my droll like a long time ago to make
Yeah,
room
you're
for
not
that photo.
you're not really playing towards that anymore. That you have the smiley face and the
Mhm.
scary face. You're playing for those 4 of a kind full houses, anything really that lets you play as many face cards as possible. So that roll definitely not doing you any favors so far.
And a money shot for Kozak's side. He's going to be able to roll down a little bit more before he gets into this next boss blind. Here, still with a level 4 of a kind, now with a photograph. No smiley face, but this should still clear anything that Morblastic could do, just because it's got 2 to the 2 power off of that photograph.
Yeah, absolutely. That definitely clears whatever Blasta has, just because he doesn't have that single re-trigger that Kozak does.
Well, he
So
does. He does have a red seal. He does have a red seal, but so does Kozak.
so does Kozak.
It's all about whether or not you can find it.
Shoot the moon. That is not your game, buddy. That is not your game. You had
Not
your
the
time to
game we're
shine,
playing.
but we're back to re-trigger gaming so far, folks. Your favorite type of Electro gameplay, I am sure. We do see the burglar here. I'm not sure if it's quite worth it. We do have quite a few lucky cards that we want to play, but yeah, not really worth it so far.
Doesn't look like we're going to take the money and run. Instead, we're just going to interact with society through our credit card, Kozak says.
It is an interesting pickup there. Maybe he wants to make sure he can dig down as far as possible within those late blinds, maybe?
I think Jit's just tripping. I don't know what he's doing.
Well, we're trying to find a reason why is the takeaway here.
Morbblast is playing his Red Seal Steel too. I understand that you feel like you probably can't hold on to it too much since you're looking for your cards to actually make the hand that like scores value. But that Red Seal Steel is 2.25 times multiplier.
That's quite a bit indeed, but I don't here. I think here is just the power of hindsight. Oh, that's
No
a really
draw.
unfortunate draw on the side of Kozak, actually.
I think that means that Morbblast is going to take this because Kozak just doesn't find the correct cards.
Well, yeah,
I don't-
you have so low base mold here. You have so low
Yeah.
base mold, and you don't have the smiley face to patch that up.
You don't? Yeah, no, I don't think this clears at all. Just barely. If you had that smiley face still instead of that credit card, I think you win that.
That's so unfortunate.
Wow.
I still don't understand that play.
I don't get it either. I maybe a fit of rage, perhaps. It was rental. It was a rental.
It was rental, but you had the econ to stat. You didn't really need the econ at this point. We do see another obelisk, but you're on 1 life. Now you definitely can't afford to scale that.
Bro is not in the right place at the right time.
Never is, and never has been really so far in this game. And yeah, we're just not. We're just on 1 life for. It was a really avoidable 1 life as well.
Exactly. Morbblast isn't exactly in the position to outscore Kozak every day of the week. Unlucky for Kozak that he just didn't draw enough kings to play that 5 of a kind or enough jacks to play a full house like Morbblasta did. If Kozak played a full house, it would have scored more because he has Dusk.
Yeah, absolutely. It came down to pretty much nothing. It came down to that 3 of a kind base mold that was really just not at all necessary in order to clear that.
It's true. And I want to highlight still, this Droll Joker's just been kind of hanging out on Morblasta's side. I don't know why Morblasta hasn't gotten rid of it yet for maybe an Econ Joker. We saw him giving up Penny Pincher for that photograph earlier. I think very easily could have just been the Droll Joker.
Maybe you consider that it's the chips on it is somewhat valuable, but even then I doubt it really.
I don't see the consideration for that, especially when you've already got Scary Face on deck, right? That's just you only want 1 chips Joker. And also, even if you were trying to foil max, the photograph has foil on it anyway. I think it's just it's a side grade, I don't consider it certainly.
Attachment from earlier in the game, I suppose.
Perhaps you get attached to your units in a Nuzlocke tournament, right?
That is another. Okay, well, we're back to Nuzlocke.
Of course, revisiting everything that's important to me.
Revisiting an old classic, but regardless, Turtle Bean being picked up on the side of Kozak with another foil. We can't escape those foils, folks. But but that is a really big pickup on the side of Kozak, simply because of the fact that it gives you so much more of your deck. That is the one thing that hurt Kozak last blind, is just not being able to see any the necessary kings, and now you have.
Chat's pointing out we missed it somehow. Morblasta lost a life to the big blind. It's 1-1 now.
Oh.
This is the final PvP blind.
Oh, my mistake. You're right. We didn't spot that. That's a huge deal, though, especially when you
Holy
consider that
cow.
with Kozak now having the turtle beam, having a much bigger chance to see that 4 of a kind that he so desperately missed the last round. That is big for Morblasta. We were talking about it earlier, like before the game. Just those PvE blinds, now they actually matter. Now they're actually threats, and we see that directly.
It's true. It's just so true. It's an actually important part of the game now. You can't just breeze past them. Kozak Borst had this 4 of a kind sitting on deck for, I think, like three of the played hands there. So I think he was really just waiting to see what he could see out of his deck. But we see 493,000 with just 1 4 of a kind from Kozak Borst. Morblasta's top score was that 130k, 170k, right?
Something along those lines. It was much less than that. But you say one 4 of a kind. That's really the only one he needs, especially when you consider that it was one with the red seal as well. So it is going to be his biggest hand by far.
Exactly, and I'm very confident right now that Kozak Borst is just going to be able to sweep this next PvP blind. I was pretty confident he was going to be able to win this next PvP blind anyway, but now I don't think there's any chance for Morblasta to have. It really all came down to whether or not Morblasta was willing to take that Eternal Dusk early on instead of dropping the rental Gromy Shell immediately.
Yeah, once again, we were talking about it, just those early game risks that end up really mattering in the long run. Last game it was that rare skip with the Brainstorm, and now it's the Dusk. And here, as long as Kozak can get that, and there's the red seal. All right, yep.
All right, yep. We got the 4 of a kind. It's leveled. We've got the same jokers verbatim almost.
Pretty much. We do have a 5 of a kind on the side of Morblasta, but we have 1 less trigger off that photograph, so...
Instead of 2 to the... Instead of 2 to the third power, we have 2 to the 4, or 2 to the second power. So just 4 times. I don't know why I'm saying 2 to the 2. It's just 4 times instead of 8 times. We have 4 times instead of 8 times off of this photograph.
Let's see it, folks. 242. I believe we know that's not enough.
We already know the min score for this 4 of a kind is 434,000.
And there it is, 626,000. That foil from the Dusk, just giving it that little bit more oomph. But yeah, that Kozak immediately highlighting that Droll Joker that's been sticking by.
He's like, what?
Game. Yeah, and
We're still here?
We're just as confused as commentators. I'm surprised Blasta kept that Droll Joker the entire game. Never
Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes it's really hard to analyze which jokers to get rid of and which ones to keep. But I think maybe Morblasta knew immediately once he got rid of that penny pincher. He was like, oh, I forgot I had the Droll Joker. I've done that before. Where I just forget what jokers I have.
Yeah, I can absolutely understand that. It definitely happens when it's perfect and all, but it hurt him so much in the long run. Obviously,
it's a rough one to see, yeah.
Even aside from that Eternal Dusk, maybe if he kept that penny pincher, he would have ended up seeing more with that one Econ Joker that Kozak really never had. Kozak never had an Econ Joker after he had a mail-in rebate for like a single round or two, but after that he never got a single Econ Joker. So Blasta with that penny pincher might have been able to catch up in the Econ game and found something to catch back up to Kozak, but it just never came to be.
Just never came. And now we've got Kozak Borst going into a familiar place, the finals of the tournament, to fight Hutrix. I think this is actually a match that we've seen before. We've seen a Hutrix versus Kozak Borst. I don't know if we've seen it in finals before, but I think it's honestly likely that we have. 2 very strong players, 2 tournament winners, I believe, from the past. They're here fighting out the beef. Let's see how it goes.
It'll be pretty interesting, but yeah, I don't believe we've seen that matchup in finals just yet. It is once again, folks. It is going to be a best of 1. Unfortunate though, best of 3.
Yeah.
But we can't afford so much time in the weekly. but it is going to be interesting to
We
see
had
how both.
2 raids during the last match. We had a Zayden raid and we have a Bean raid.
That,
Xeno
that,
plus Bean Raid hype.
that explains all the viewers in chat. We're 160
Yeah,
for this
we're
finals.
160 in.
Yeah.
We were
Welcome one,
hit like
welcome all.
180 almost at the time.
Welcome one, welcome
I
all.
can-
This tournament has
Welcome,
been really
everybody.
exciting so far.
Calling out all the lurkers.
I can only imagine all of the Xano watchers. I want to know what you guys saw, because Xano's side of the bracket must have been hectic. Anybody who was here watching like this, the bottom side of the bracket, probably should go check out Xano's VOD afterwards and hit follow while you're there, because that was probably a crazy bracket side to watch.
Let me try to do a thing.
Yeah, definitely could have been interesting. Unfortunately, we didn't see close to any of it. Let's be honest.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. They cleared out in like fucking an hour. They
that work?
know how to run it.
All right, well, we'll have to see what deck is chosen for this finals. I am seeing Ghost deck on the side of Utrix, which I believe was just from their semifinals match.
That would be nice to see, but I've learned to disbelieve when I see Ghost deck on the PvP screen, especially in grand finals. But if we do get a Ghost deck,
Kozak bans Ghost.
I fucking hate these guys. I fucking hate these guys. I don't like them. don't wanna
Kozak
watch
banned green, yellow, ghost, Nebula, erratic. Those are the bans.
What?
Okay, yellow band though. Yellow band.
Yellow band.
We're going
Maybe.
back to that, baby. We're going
It's gonna-
blue.
It's gonna be blue or red.
It's gonna be fucking blue. It's gonna be blue. It's gonna be blue.
Alright, well, let's see here, folks. The primary caller gaming has been with us this entire tournament. Are we gonna see it the whole way through?
Why would it leave us at any point in time? Let's get the primary colors into finals, just like always.
You can feel Rockle's life essence being drained
Abandoned?
slowly.
Black and fainted.
Those are the choices?
Those are the choices.
Oh my god.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Rockle, no primary color. We're saved. We are saved.
Mm.
Hold on, black is all of the primary
Ladies and
colors.
gentlemen, ladies and
well,
gentlemen, we're going to have black deck, gold
Oh my
stake,
God.
rhinos.
That is insane. I am so excited for this.
Giving the people what they want. Hardest deck.
Black deck,
mistake.
gold stake.
Wow.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is your
The final.
hard. This
And
is
we're
the
in.
combo. This is the hardest combo in the game by far. I am excited to see what that 6 Joker slot is gonna do for a lot of those players. Immediate double skip on the side of Utrix.
Whoa. Whoa. Hold on.
That is reroll. That is reroll starting at 0, and that is a rare Joker on the side of Utrix. I'm not surprised to see the rare skip. I'm surprised to see the reroll skip.
I'm surprised to see the double skip into the boss plan, because that's super dangerous on gold stakes. There's a possibility that you could just lose from there.
The duo
Eternal.
Eternal. Oh no.
That's not bad though. That's not actually terrible on gold stakes. If you're just banking that your opponent is gonna take some hits to the and the pants, Eternal Pants rental
Eternal
with pair
Pants.
actually works out really well here. I think if we're just playing like regular gold stakes, you always take that pants because you have the duo. But I think the rental is too much of a hamper, right?
Absolutely. I agree with you on the regular gold stake run, but this is PvP. You need more
Wow.
than the scaling flat mold, and it is indeed going to be skipped by Utrix. That is. Have we ever seen a double skip in finals?
I don't think we have.
think we have.
This is really putting pedal to the metal. Hutrix just no thoughts, head empty, picking up what he's given. Kozak's playing at a good rate too. Took the rare skip as well. Sees the duo. Does he take it?
Well, do you see the Eternal duo on the side of Kozak as well? It is only a ×2 mold. I think that's the only thing that really could be stopping Kozak from picking this. But on black deck, you have a 6 Joker slot. You can maybe afford this, and especially given the fact that you need that early power, it is going to be picked on both sides. This is so exciting.
We have an interesting game here. I mean, we're basically playing like ×2 to the score of a regular deck now with one less hand. This is really, really interesting.
Indeed, yeah. This is pretty much exactly it. So two pairs being picked up on the side of Kozak, not gonna be enough to clear. But yeah, that one less hand, plus the additional scoring of Gold Stake, I wouldn't be surprised to see a PvE blind here, a PvE blind loss.
Yeah, I think Hutrix is doing everything in their power to not get knocked out by a PvE blind, but like
Kozak's close to losing one actually.
Both players.
Okay, no, we're good.
Their econ is completely in the dumpster.
The even Steven proc. Eternal. Oh no, okay, no, my mistake. That is the pixels on the stream. That is perishable rental on Exagate on the side of Hutrix with the ramen with also rental. Our econ is in the dumpster on both sides.
Just completely gone for both players. Kozak does have the opportunity to get the delayed gratification. I don't think you do.
This is such a tough call on both sides here.
A lot of thinking to do. Just so much thinking. Is Hutrix trying to go for a skip off maybe? Or no. He's looking at the skip off to see if Kozak took the skips that he took. He sees only +1, so he knows that he took the rare skip.
Yeah, you would assume that he hasn't picked up the reroll skip. That is still bonkers to me that Hutrix decided to pick up that reroll skip.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Kozak,
and
Kozak taking a while to decide that.
Yeah.
We do see Hutrix also choosing to hold off onto the timer now that he knows that Kozak did not pick up the other skip to make sure that he doesn't see that Hutrix skip both.
Is Kozak gonna wear the pants? No, he can't. I think he knows that that's just way too much to commit to one flat molt Joker, even though it scales really well. And this is black deck where playing 2 pairs is kind of all you can really get in terms of power. I was surprised to see the speed at which Hutrix whizzed past all of the cards in the shop and the speed at which he took the duo.
Maybe he just feels more comfortable playing at such a quick speed. But yeah, it is interesting to see Hutrix just play that quick. Let's see here. Okay, we are able to clear this on the side of Kozak. No PvE losses just yet, thankfully. This is only second ante. But Hutrix actually saw a lot more of the shop so far. That Hermit's gonna help Kozak see a lot more. Wrathful Joker, who is also perishable, so stickers are synced up, folks. Or they should be at the very least.
They should be. I think they are because we haven't opened any Buffoon packs yet, so that's the only source that we know for an Eternal desync. This is just really interesting. Kozak's taking a sweet time, and you might be thinking, why isn't Hutrix hitting the timer button? He doesn't want to let Kozak know that he took 2 skips.
Yeah, exactly. He saw with the skip off that he knows for a fact that Kozak skipped 1 less than he has, so he just makes sure that he doesn't give that info away to Kozak. And
we're going misprint tech. Hutrix doing misprint tech. That's crazy.
We're going all out on that Joker select, man. We're going all out on it.
That's nuts.
We do have a lot more power on the side of Hutrix, but we have a lot more econ on the side of Kozak, so it's gonna be interesting to see how this evolves afterwards. Straight being played on the side of Hutrix, that is 2,700 being put on the board already. Kozak, not too shabby, doing 2,000 as well, but that was his last hand, so...
Yep, and these boss blinds go quick just like the rest of the game. Hutrix not able to get rid of that rental until after the blind. Wins the PvP blind, but he's down to negative money going into the shop before the small blind. This is gold stakes. Small blind doesn't give you money.
Yeah, no, that's a lot. That's maybe also why he considered that first skip to be worth it, even if it was just reroll. But yeah, that means he's down. He's minus $2 going into this shop compared to Kozak, who had 30 or close to that at the very least. We do see the Wheel of Fortune being bought just yet. Terror blocking for this. We do see a Hungman.
Another skip.
We always appreciate it. That's another skip. That's a foil tag.
Is Hutrix going to take a foil tag and a holo tag? That could be a play because he's down so much money that's actually something to consider. This generates the next Joker. Does it generate the next Joker just with a foil or a holo, or does it generate an entirely new Joker?
I couldn't tell you. We need some Balatro scientists. I genuinely could not tell you. But no, he chooses to play that big blind. I think he just chooses to skip that small blind simply because of the fact that without the money, small blind money, and with black deck giving you less money just because you have less hands, he considers the free Joker always worth it, which I would tend to agree with, to be honest.
That's fair. I think that's fair, especially in his econ state. He doesn't have anything to go for interest for, so he might as well get something from the shop. This is really interesting.
Blue
play.
Joker, Eternal
Blue foil. It's chips.
It is
It's
picked
chips.
up. It is literally the most chips you can ask for.
Yeah, it's okay, and we have to consider. This is Black Deck. He's still got one more slot. He's got 2 Eternal slots taken, but he's got one more slot for Jokers. Kozak's rocking 3 Jokers right here. Sees that blue Joker, so it doesn't generate a completely new Joker. It just generates the Joker that's next with a seal on it. So it doesn't look like Hutrix is too far behind in the shop. Kozak's trying not to roll down too hard, because neither of these players have any Econ Jokers. Neither of them have any Econ Jokers. We're just relying on a lot of interest here.
Yeah, that's the only thing you can really rely on Black Deck, really, and without those Econ Jokers anyway. Kozak also picks up that Blue Joker. Interesting. Granted, I do think Blue Joker is potentially one of the strongest Blue Jokers, one of the strongest chip Jokers in the game. But
I do think Blue Joker is a strong Blue Joker. Actually, I think it's
you're
stronger
right.
than other Blue Jokers.
It is the second.
Not the strongest Blue Joker. I think there might be a blue print that's stronger.
The duo could also potentially count for, as a matter of fact, for that said best Blue Joker spot.
Nah, that's green.
I am colorblind. Whoops. I quite literally am as well, so that's but regardless, yeah.
Let's get back.
Let's get back to the game.
Back to the commentary. Hermit Magician, definitely what you like to see on the side of Kozak. Good.
You definitely hold these until you maybe get the Magician proc from one of your played cards. Taking that halfsies into this next PvP blind, I like it quite a bit, but we have to make sure that it's positioned so that it goes before the duo and the ramen proc, yeah?
Yeah, I think we just noticed the mistake we made, and that's
unfortunate.
That's
a lot of points.
That's a lot of points. You gotta consider, even though that ramen is at 1.5, that's 60 molds. That's 20 molds compared to 60 molds. That is huge. Those
very big difference. And we get a plus 20 proc. That's 23k on Kozak's side. He might take it just because of these lucky procs.
That's definitely a big part of why he should be able to take this Hutrix on his last leg here. He barely doesn't get
But Kozak had safety. Kozak could have played even more cards. He still had a whole hand to play.
Both players down in the negatives. They're being forced to claw their way back up. Thankfully, Hutrix able to get up to $9 now. But Kozak...
We're really paying for this ramen. This is primo ramen. We're paying for it every time we go to the shop.
Pretty much. Rental taxes. Interesting.
Rental taxes.
Talk
about a Joker we don't see often. Do people even know what this does? Taxes, okay, and we don't have to explain it anymore.
Immediately sold. Well,
that's
granted,
basically what it does.
We can explain what it does real quick. It is supposed to trigger. It gives you 5 or 4 mold for every card sold, but unfortunately, it only works with Jokers sold so far, so it's not as powerful as you may think it is. Kozak in the negative still. Those rentals are that rental ramen is killing him. This is such a weird game.
Dude, ramen inflation is not what I would have expected for the finals match.
Yeah,
and now we're in a spot where Hutrix's econ is actually a little bit better than Kozak's. Although Kozak is still holding on to that Hermit, just not going to be able to get value out of it yet.
And now we feel a little bit silly for not instantly using it, really, because now there's really no opportunity to do so. Rental Turtle Bean, you could just use it for that one blind and immediately sell it at really no cost. So
but what do you get rid of it for? Forgetting we're on Black Deck. I think Kozak is thinking about selling something for the Turtle Bean, but he forgets that we're playing on Black Deck.
I think both players are forgetting so because neither of them have gotten a Joker in that 6th slot yet. I believe both players forget. Okay, no. Okay. Immediately sells it. I don't agree with this.
I don't understand. You should just take it into the next blind and then sell it afterwards.
At no cost, really, especially considering that it's a boss blind.
It's PvP, yeah. I don't.
That's
perhaps
a big
misclick. I don't know.
I don't think so, and I think that's just not realizing that it's the boss blind and that you can get any use out of it without taking the cost of rental, you're so scared for your econ that you're just not considering that fact.
And now Hutrix also has this halfsies now, but no ramen for Hutrix anymore. He said, nah, I'm getting out of this place. They're trying to rob me too often. But will that cost him in this boss line?
In all fairness, they're kind of right, not to mention that Kozak, that ramen is getting pretty stale at this point. That's not the primo ramen it once was. It's still pretty good, but it's closer to packet noodles than it is to primo restaurant ramen at this point.
But we're still paying the same prices for it. We left it out for too long. The broth soaked in too much. They're spongy now.
And unfortunately, thankfully, that is still more than enough for Kozak to beat this boss blind. We're selling. We do see Kozak just making sure that we're selling the ramen. We're getting out of it. We're getting out of this place.
Kozak used it to beat Hutrix into the ground on that PvP blind, but now it realizes just how stale it's gotten. It's a sour taste, and Kozak picking up a mail-in rebate. That's finally some econ.
Unfortunately, only perishable, but that is absolutely what you need. What I'm worried about is that at this point, the blinds, they're getting pretty up there.
Yeah, they are, and we don't have a whole lot of flat mold. We're relying a lot on chips here for Hutrix.
Well, we do have the even Steven, thankfully, but
just trigger on all of these cards, yes.
Just trigger on all of these, and it should be fine to clear this in a second hand. But yeah, I'm more so worried for Kozak at this point. You only have the halves. You have 20 molds, but that's really all you have. Hutrix also has the defensive Joker, which is 125 chips. That's a lot at this stage in the game. But Kozak,
true, it is.
Kozak might not have, especially if he plays 5 cards there.
I think Hutrix is forgetting that he has a 6 Joker slot, perhaps.
No,
he was just spectating.
we're good.
Okay, great.
We're good,
He was looking at the cards real quick, and I was like, don't sell the turtle bean. Don't do that to me.
We're selling halfsies. We know we can't clear this. We're just getting
Plus 20?
more.
No.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
It wouldn't have been enough. When we lose on a PvE blind, folks, we were
Here's
talking
something
about
that Hutrix has that's going to tell him that his defensive just went from plus 125 chips to plus 0. He knows that Kozak just lost that blind without even looking at the lobby info.
Yeah,
how does it affect his ability to clear this blind?
That's the unfortunate part, is that it might end up biting him. I'm not sure if he can clear this now.
Oh my gosh! Wait, we need to believe in the heart of the cards. Lucky Procs have to come through here with plus 20.
Plus 20. It should be fine.
I don't think so.
It's not.
I don't think so, actually.
Oh no, we're losing again.
We're in dire straits here. I think this blind might take on another life off of Hutrix, and then it's going to be match point.
That's going to... Oh my god. We were talking about it. It's just Black Deck Gold Stake, folks. Black Deck Gold Stake. You're seeing it in action.
Hubris. Such hubris. And we see a raised fist pickup from Kozak. I think, honestly, I might have diluted the deck a little bit and taken the steal that he's on that standard pack.
Alright, Kozak going into that big blind. We do have the raised fist. We do have the smiley face. We have more. We also have the Wily Joker, I believe.
Yes, the Wily Joker. Yes, yeah, that's what it is, Wily.
Alright, thank you. But yeah, we do have that as well. So we have more power going into this. The question is, do we have enough? And what I'm worried about for Hutrix is that he might come into this boss blind. He might exit this shop without Kozak losing that life, and with the defensive still in his loadout, and that's gonna murder him.
Yeah. If Kozak loses this boss blind and Hutrix is still holding on to the defensive, it's...
Wait, okay, one hand. Wait. He skipped it. He has the defensive. Oh no.
Oh no. He's gonna have a useless Joker going into the boss blind if Kozak dies here.
3 of a kind. Is it enough? Is it enough? Is it enough? We need to.
No correct ordering on the raised fist. Also, that could matter.
No.
I don't know if it mattered. And now defensive Joker is at plus 0 for Hutrix.
Oh my god.
That was a huge portion of the scoring. That means that Hutrix is playing a 5v6.
Hutrix just found this. Oh yeah, Hutrix is.
I'm looking back. I'm looking back on those Eternal Rental pants from the beginning of the game.
Yeah, now they seem really good.
I feel vindicated. I would have taken that shit.
You're absolutely right to feel that way. I think
I would have been broke as hell.
Players just didn't consider the fact that you don't have the econ or the time to set up on Black Deck Gold Stake. You don't have that time. You need to get that immediate power, even if it seems weak. but we're just not used to playing on such a level of difficulty in PvP that we're just not used to seeing that.
Sometimes you forget that you're not literally Dr. Spectred, and you can't just run into the gold stakes black deck blinds. You know, you forget that.
Didn't he recently lose his gold stake win streak exactly to black deck?
It is the most inconsistent deck in the entire game, just because you don't have as much time as every other deck. That's the thing. It's not just taking away that one hand doesn't just take away money. It takes away time.
Finding the family is
Family.
bigger.
I think that means Kazakh wins no matter what, because
that
not
is
no matter what, but if Kazakh is able to find a 4 of a kind, it's over completely. Now there is a chance that Kazakh flubs everything and can't find a 4 of a kind at all, and then Hutrix rolls high on the misprint.
I would agree with you. The problem is we have a death, so we only need a 3 of a kind.
Only need a 3 of a kind, and that's so much easier to find. And he's got the Wily Joker still. Hutrix, no Wily Joker, no use for the defensive
And there's
Joker.
the Jack, and there's our 4 of a kind.
And it's over. It's over.
It's
over. There's no way Cosmic Boris takes this.
Oh my goodness! And we have the Emperors just to add insult to injury at this point.
Oh my goodness.
That is.
No.
That is so.
Is
unfortunate.
Kazakh going to order the raised fist properly? I think honestly you leave the 10 down there and you play, because I think the steel triggers before the raised fist.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Irrelevant.
Oh,
It's irrelevant.
oh
But oh my god.
Hutrix keeping that defensive Joker, and twice it fucks him over because Kozak loses lives in the worst possible moments.
That is so crazy. That is so that's gold stakes for you.
That's
so
gold
unfortunate.
stake.
Black deck.
Are we gonna do a best of 3? Because that was so short. Should we call in the best of 3? I don't think so, right?
It would have to be like with the players agreeing.
Bag, it's your choice.
I'd be fine with it, but
I mean, I was planning on starting my own stream sometime soon, so.
You know what? I don't even know.
This is it's just gonna be a best of one. It is unfair to Kozak. We went into this with the thought process that it's a best of one. We can't, just because it was a bit anticlimactic doesn't mean we can't.
No, and besides,
no, it's not anticlimactic. That's cinematic. All
It
right?
was
That's
funny.
That's
I can't believe it.
It was content, and that's what matters. It was content.
That's all we need.
That was crazy. I just want to talk about that for a little bit. But Hutrix waiting for 2 hours for their final match. Only to get cooked by Kozak, losing lives, therefore cooking Hutrix's defensive Joker. That's so funny, dude.
Big brain.
Absolute
brain.
cinema.
In
Absolute
all fairness, and
cinema.
let's be fair to Kozak. I believe him finding that family means he wins no matter what, even if that defensive Joker is still there.
You're absolutely right. Kazakh did just have their econ the whole way through, so I guess technically he wins on that merit, right? But like, man.
Yeah, it is funny. The way it panned out, it is funny. But I do believe he still at least wins this PvP blind no matter what. Then no, like obviously it becomes a whole other ball game. But he still wins that PvP blind no matter what. And with Hutrix losing both lives to this PvE blinds, I think he's definitely loses no matter what.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
I just want to give shout outs to everyone who helped with this weekly tournament. Shout out to Kozak for winning the whole tournament. Congratulations, man. That's your second tournament win. You are now in the 2-time tournament winner club. It is now 6 people.
Funny how we were just talking about that.
Yeah. Shout out to all the players. There was a lot of you. Shout out to our commentators, Rokul and Scoped, for commentating almost the entire tournament, and also Jake for helping out. Jake too. At the very beginning there when we didn't have anybody. Shout out to Lava for running almost everything on the back end, creating the bracket, making sure everyone has the right mods. And Super Hider was also here at the very beginning of stream, helping out a little bit. And shout out to you, the viewer.
And shout out to Vagabond for running this Ultra Bank.
Shout out to you as well, man. You absolutely
On this filmmaking that the broadcast today brought to you by Vagabond.
All right, we're gonna find someone to raid here. Let's see
Shout
who's
out
in the
to that
category.
Hey, gonna
I'm just gonna.
Oh, but
about to
before
rate
we
himself.
go,
about to rate himself.
about to read
Vagabond
Vagabond
raid.
Mirage. Interesting, questionable, interesting.
No, I'm not
Before
rating
we send
myself.
everybody off, though, we should have everybody go to the description box below and click on the YouTube channel and subscribe so that we can actually post more of these VODs.
True, actually.
That'd be nice.
Probably
That is true.
try to do something of those VODs at some point, maybe in the future,
Maybe.
possibly.
In the future, maybe.
All right, let's see. Is anyone streaming Balatro PvP?
Bean just rated us, so that's one option.
Yeah, I was gonna raid Bean, but
Bean and
stopped
Dano
streaming.
both rated us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
both
but-
of my targets. Unfortunate.
It's unfortunate.
They raided us
And
before we
it's
could raid
half
them.
an
What the
hour
hell?
before Doc starts streaming.
Oh my
It's Bean.
goodness.
So that's
All right,
an
we're
option
doing
now.
best of 3, guys. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just
No,
kidding.
no, no, no.
Okay, let's
Alright.
see here.
Well, Vagabond, get on.
Yeah, rating himself, but for once in a like that
No.
makes sense.
No.
I have to end stream before I can go live on my own stream anyway.
No, I
gotta do some
meant-
things
I
first.
meant just play it just to kill time, but no, doesn't matter.
All right, we
Two
are
weeks
going
ago, the
to
tier list.
raid
Tier list.
tier
You were
list.
asking for that
Oh,
tier list
no.
redemption.
Oh no,
redemption.
from the last
Oh.
tournament, yeah, because I was making the tier.
Oh goodness.
And then me and Super did a tier list the day afterwards.
Oh,
too,
really?
We had to take it to Discord. Yeah, we did it.
I
We
see,
did
I see.
the better.
Okay.
in quotation
The
tier
better
list.
Okay,
cold steak
The
tier
better.
list now. All right, yeah, let's just raid some really small streamer and tell them about the
I
glorious.
think it's time. Okay, it's time
Wait, is
for
this
me to
multiplayer?
make a tier list.
Oh, that's cryptid.
It's time for lava.
They're doing cryptid multiplayer. Wait, we have a cryptid multiplayer person. Okay.
Multiplayer.
Whoa.
Oh, okay.
That's
It's a multiplayer.
that's an interesting little curveball
Alright,
after
alright,
all that
alright,
gold
alright.
steak.
We're gonna yeah. Okay, that's who we're rating.
No tier list.
No tier list. Next time.
Not today. Not
Next
today. You
time.
get your chance.
I already opened it up. See you later, people who want us to have a nap before the Pacific
Wait.
tournament.
I just realized it's going to be. Wait, how do I raid, bro? Wait, how
Oh
do...
my goodness.
You.
Vagabond.
I'm not on the channel. I'm only on a mod, bro. I did slash, but like,
Oh, do we need somebody to actually log into the? Oh no.
Oh no.
Slash. It's slash?
I'm
That's
on
slash?
it. I'm on
It's
it.
not letting
I'm
me
on it.
slash
I'm
raid.
on it. I'm on
Raid
it.
that.
Lava
that channel, I
once
said.
again saving us.
Yeah, thank you,
Vaga,
Lava.
make sure it's spelled correctly, though.
Is that spelled incorrectly?
Oh my gosh, it logged me out. No.
Oh my god.
I
This is a
cannot.
disaster.
Are we cooked?
It logged me out.
Wait,
This is
are
a
we
It
front of
logged
cooked?
me out.
This is in front of 100
And-
people, folks.
Yeah.
Wait, we might
Um,
be cooked.
Yeah,
We
we're
might be
trying.
cooked.
We're trying. We're trying.
I'm
chat
fine.
so hard.
Yeah,
Guess
I'm
we're
finding-
doing-
it's
guess we're
fine.
doing
It's
the tier
fine.
list.
Lava,
I reset my
yeah.
browser I reset my browser cookies, so that's why it logged me out.
Oh
shoot.
my
Okay, well, I guess no raid today then. Well, you guys can like head over to Juno FYR and spread the
And
word. Spread the
Maybe
word.
if I
Say that we
find
would've
the
raided them.
the
If we
freaking
could've.
the freaking
I swear I started a raid last time, but it just now it won't let me for some reason.
I don't know why. Let me try this once again from myself.
Like the
Yeah,
slash
no,
raid
I
command
cannot
just doesn't work.
raid. Slash raid doesn't work.
Yeah, I think
I
maybe we got turned
yeah,
off
this
or
is-
something. I don't know. Oh well.
Wait.
Thanks for checking out the stream, guys. Wait, Lava's maybe getting back onto the
I am
maybe?
trying to find the I think
Like how we're
No.
doing all this work just to like fucking view bomb somebody who has like 2 viewers.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's very funny. It's very funny.
The name is Juno FYR. We're gonna go over there manually, okay?
Yeah, no, I need
We're
to
gonna
ask
go-
virtualized once
Manual
again because
raid.
it logged me out because
Manual raid,
I
chat.
need-
Manual
That's what we've
raid.
decided.
Manual
Without
raid.
raiding.
Manual
Alright,
raid.
I'm ending
Manual
stream in
raid.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I expect